Yi Duzi smiled like a chrysanthemum. I saw a group of girls in cool clothes walking out from everywhere, each with a different style. It seems that Yijuzi has carefully selected it. President. All of them have undergone thorough physical examinations. Some are models, some are actors from our country. Some are from good families, some are flight attendants, some are nurses, some are college students, and some are. Yi Duzi had a smile on his face. This was a surprise for Lin Ao. They were all carefully selected and cost a lot of money. He introduced them to Lin Ao like he knew them all by heart. Lin Ao's eyes widened. He was not surprised by these women, but by Yi Duzi's train of thought. There are really all kinds of types. Stop. Let them all leave first. I have something to talk to you alone. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and he interrupted Yi Duzi, saying, it has to be the Japanese, are they playing such tricks? Also, didn't you consider that I just got off the plane? Hey, President. You guys go ahead, the President and I have something to discuss. Yi Duzi turned around and waved away those women. Those beautiful women looked at Lin Ao reluctantly, because they thought he was an old man, but it turned out to be such a handsome man, rich and powerful. If they served him well tonight, maybe he would turn into a phoenix. I'll tell you a few names. Remember them. Help me find this person in Japan secretly. Lin Ao immediately returned to the topic after they left. Lin Feng, Daniel Hall, Sean Smith, Sophia Elizabeth. Lin Ao mentioned several names, except for Lin Feng, all of them were foreigners' names. In his impression, these people appeared around Lin Feng. Also, Daniel is Lin Feng's pseudonym abroad. You secretly mobilize the power of the consortium and help me find them. I will have someone give you a few portraits later. From now on, please don't bother me unless it's something important for the consortium. And you must strictly follow the orders I give you, otherwise the consequences will be. Lin Ao didn't want to be disturbed. The purpose of establishing the consortium was because he felt that Lin Feng must have come to Japan to cause trouble, and to cause trouble he would have to involve companies, politicians or underground societies, so the Ao consortium was a sharp blade aimed at him. Hey, I, Yijuzi Waishui, guarantee with my life that the president's orders will be carried out 100%. Yi Duzi Waishui bowed respectfully, lowering his head and not daring to raise it. He didn't want to go back to being the unsuccessful finance guy he used to be. His wife no longer mentioned divorce because he became the president, and he could have a hot meal to eat when he returned home, so he had to hold on to Lin Ao's thigh tightly. Okay, there's nothing for you to do here. Hey. Chapter 174 Ito Club. Lin Ao was alone in the room. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a video call to Ji Wanqing. Qingbao, what are you doing? Lin Ao's way of addressing Ji Wanqing has changed now. To sum it up, it is Wanqing plus baby. Are you here? Ji Wanqing appeared in front of the screen. She was having dinner with Lu Nian and the others. She simply placed the camera outside the dining table so that Lin Ao could see everyone. Just arrived. I dealt with those people and then video called you. Lin Ao looked at them and felt a little missed after being away for only half a day. Then you have to be careful about everything over there, okay? Yeah, you should be careful, Uncle Lin Ao. I heard the women there are quite a lot of fun. Don't let them eat you to the bone. Lu Nian looked at Lin Ao on the screen with a smirk on his face. Lin Ao's eyelids twitched. This girl was right. Yi Duzi Waishui really arranged a lot of flowers just now. Anna, it seems that Nian Nian doesn't have much homework, so she has so much time to look at those weird things. Oh, don't let the teachers and classmates complain about you, or you will be embarrassed when you go to the parent-teacher meeting. Lu Nian's smile froze instantly. Uncle Lin Ao, you are so stingy. She protested loudly, but Joanna was already behind her, smiling. Uncle Yan will have someone keep a close eye on the US. If there are any unusual movements from Lin Feng's backers, we will notify you immediately. Ever since Lin Ao knew that Yan Dong was an expert at getting information, he asked his mother to take action. With just a few words, Yan Dong agreed to help Lin Ao as a free laborer. Okay, take care of yourself. If anything happens, remember to call me and I'll fly back immediately. When Ji Wanqing was 2 months pregnant, Lin Ao accompanied her to the prenatal checkup. When he saw the little life in the B ultrasound, he once again felt that he was going to be a father. A magical feeling that is hard to describe, filled with incredible happiness. Lin Ao chatted with them for a while and then hung up the video. Because there was a knock on the door. Is that Long Aocean? Did this guy finish watching the show? Come in. The door was pushed open and a charming figure appeared at the door. Lin Ao looked up and was a little surprised. The woman in front of him was wearing a gorgeous Japanese kimono. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face, revealing a mature charm. "Who are you?" Lin Ao asked doubtfully. Could it be that Yuduzi Waishui called him again? The woman smiled slightly, her voice as soft as a ball of cotton. "Hello, President Lin. I am Miko Ito, the current head of the Ito Club. I heard from President I that President Lin is an extraordinary figure, so I came here specially to visit you." Lin Ao's mind was stirred. The Ito clan, is it the local Japanese underworld? Lin Ao couldn't help but secretly look at this woman who spoke softly but was connected to the gang. "Mr. Lin, I'm very interested in you. I wonder if there's a chance for us to work together." Miko walked over to Lin Ao, sat down confidently, and a hint of appreciation appeared in her eyes. Lin Ao raised the corner of his mouth. He understood that this was an olive branch thrown by the other party, but he also knew that there is no free lunch in the world. "Cooperation. What kind of cooperation exactly?" Lin Ao asked playfully. A local gang came to ask for cooperation. Gang members are usually very unruly and would definitely not have much affection for a foreign businessman like him. All the people present tonight were regular businessmen attending his welcoming banquet, but it was interesting that only a female leader came. "President Lin, to be honest with you, if you don't agree to my request today, the Ito Club will disappear soon." "Oh, so serious. Tell me about it." Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. "Life or death?" He thought this might be a good opportunity to infiltrate the Japanese mafia. "Yes, President Lin. Our Ito Kai is being suppressed by the Noguchi Gumi and can no longer hold on. I heard President Yi say that Chairman Lin is a capable, courageous, and generous person. If we can get Chairman Lin's support, we will definitely be able to overcome this difficult time." Ito Miko's tone was sincere and eager, and she excitedly held Lin Ao's hand. Lin Ao did not pull back, but calmly looked at the ripe peach in front of him with slightly red eyes. "Ms. Ito, I have this ability, but what will you Ito give me in return?" When Ito Miko heard Lin Ao's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. What he said proved that Ito would have the opportunity to get support from the Ao group. "President Lin, if you can help the Ito Club overcome its difficulties, then our Ito Club will be the most loyal follower of the Ao group. I believe that there are many things that the Ao group cannot handle openly, and we, the Ito Club, will handle them all." Miko Ito smiled charmingly, let go of Lin Ao's hand, and pulled her clothes to make the originally tight clothes looser. She pulled the clothes apart with her hands, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair, translucent skin. "President Lin, I, Miko, will also completely belong to you." After saying this, Ito Miko slowly walked in front of Lin Ao. Her eyes were filled with the utmost sincerity, and she bowed her head sincerely to Lin Ao. Lin Ao looked at her with interest and did not stop her. Appropriate relaxation was necessary. "Since Miss Ito is so sincere, then I will naturally not be stingy." Lin Ao picked up the phone and dialed Yuduzi Waishui's number. Moss, does the president have any instructions?" Lin closed his eyes and leaned comfortably on the sofa. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes and said, "You were the one who recommended Ito, right? Hey, I think they can become loyal biting dogs with the support of our consortium. Our consortium's large and small clubs can also be integrated together, and the gray industry can also let them act as agents. Then the president will be separated from the group and the president will be spotless. No one else can get into trouble, but the president must not get into trouble." Yi Duzi told Lin Ao about his plan. Lin Ao's lips curled up into a Nike smile. This kid was really full of bad intentions, but he liked it. "Okay, then let's do as you wish. Ms. Ito and I have already discussed it, and we had a very pleasant conversation. As for the details, I will let her discuss it with you when the time comes." When Ito Miko heard Lin Ao's answer, she was very grateful to him. Her eyes were as charming as if they were about to shed tears. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future, Ms. Ito." Lin Ao showed a satisfied smile. There was surprise in Ito Miko's eyes, and Lin Ao agreed. Ito Miko let out a long breath. "Thank you, President." After saying this, Ito Miko bowed her head sincerely towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao didn't wait for Yuduzi Waishui to reply, he just hung up the phone and threw it aside. Chapter 175 Maids are too professional. Miko Ito sat on the ground with a rosy face. She looked at Lin Ao charmingly, thinking that she had been out for 2 hours and it was time to go back. She looked at Lin Ao sitting on the sofa, and her inner excitement was still difficult to calm down. Lin Ao agreed to become the backer of their Ito club, which made her truly relieved. Ms. Ito, I'm a little tired. You can discuss the details with President Ito. Hey, Ito Miko responded respectfully. Before going out, she straightened her clothes and put on bright lipstick. Then I'll take my leave first, President Lin. Miko Ito bowed and took her leave, her steps becoming more confident. Lin Ao rested for a while and then took a nice bath in the hot spring, feeling refreshed all over. There are indeed many varieties here. The dinner outside was still going on. After watching the performance, Lin Ao, under the leadership of Yi Duzi, mingled with the local entrepreneurs and showed his arrogance. However, those people liked Lin Ao more. Because they know that as long as they flatter well, there will be benefits. But Lin Ao is different. Although he appears to be very gentle on the surface, he is probably black when cut open. Lin Ao walked around the cocktail party and was able to get along with everyone. Although they are all local medium and small-sized bosses, their advantage is that they are numerous. If Lin Ao can really integrate them together, they will be a terrifying force. Manager Long, I have prepared some surprises for you. They are already in your room. Please enjoy them tonight. Lin Ao nodded perfunctorily, thinking that this Yijuzi Waishui really knew how to behave. Any more gifts? He had had enough fun with it, so he simply let him take it back to his room. Lin Ao took a comfortable shower and prepared to have a good rest. Just as he was lying down, his door was kicked open. He was shocked. Someone was trying to assassinate him as soon as he arrived. As a result, a panicked figure ran in. He was covered with lipstick marks, his clothes were torn, and his hair was messy. He looked like he had just been executed. Brother Lin, save me. My house is full of goblins, I can't stand it anymore. Lin Ao rushed to Lin Ao's bed. Lin Ao held Lin Ao's head and rolled his eyes at this idiot. Get down here. Lin Ao kicked Lin Ao down. What fairy? What's wrong? Don't you like it? Lin Ao climbed up immediately after being kicked down. My dad lost. If Chiwu finds out, I'll be dead. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Lin Ao again. Ao, we are in Japan, not in China. There are no spies from your longmen here. What are you worried about? Lin Ao slowly began to guide Lin Ao, and Lin Ao's eyes gradually lit up. Brother Lin is right. What am I afraid of? Hee hee, hee hee hee. Brother Lin is really quick-witted. Watch how I, Lin Ao, fight those little Japanese goblins. Let them experience the strength of us Chinese men. Lin Ao's face was full of excitement, and Lin Ao showed a cunning smile. Ao, the night is long, enjoy it. Brother Lin, I'll take my leave now. I'll go and deal with them properly. Good. Ao, your expression is very good now, very good. That smell is coming out. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? Brother Lin, what are you recording with your phone? What's the meaning? Go ahead, Ao, show off your prowess to the fullest. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao laughed out loud. Finally, revenge, he finally got his revenge. You recorded it last time. Can't I record it? Lin Ao immediately wilted and looked at Lin Ao with frustration, his hands ready to move. Hey, don't move. Do you think you can beat me? Lin Ao knew what he was doing and immediately took the phone away. Brother Lin, why are you so anxious? Can't you see Duzi is crying? Lin Ao surrendered immediately. The anger that had just been aroused by Lin Ao disappeared immediately. He was only panicked in his heart. If Feng Qiwu or his mother knew about it, he would be finished. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. I didn't record it. I was just trying to scare you. You're my best brother, how could I lie to you? Right. Then show me your phone. No. It contains a lot of my privacy. I said I didn't record it, so I didn't. Just like that, the two of them just stared at each other on the bed. Brother Lin, if you don't delete the video, I'll sleep with you every night. I can't do anything bad, and you can't even think about it. Is Lin Ao just throwing in the towel? Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and he knew that only this bastard could come up with such a disgusting method. Okay. I'll delete it. Lin Ao took out his cell phone and deleted the message in front of Lin Ao. Just now you said you didn't record it, but I don't have time to chat with you right now. I'm full of energy right now, I want to beat 10 of them. Lin Ao disappeared in a flash. Lin Ao smiled, took out his mobile phone, and downloaded a video from the cloud. Boy, you're not the only one who understands cloud storage. The next morning, Lin Ao was already up and the people in the manor were already busy. When Lin Ao just woke up, he saw several women in maid uniforms standing respectfully at the door. They are tall with full breasts, all wearing black stockings and high heels, and the leader is wearing a pair of thin black framed glasses. Seeing Lin Ao get up, he immediately walked over respectfully. Master, now that you are awake, please allow us to help you bathe and change your clothes. The leading woman bowed respectfully, and the other women skillfully helped Lin Ao get off the bed. May I have your name? They helped Lin Ao take off his pajamas. Master, you can call me Lisa. Lin Ao nodded. He knew without a doubt that this was definitely arranged by Yujuzi Waishui. But it's really enjoyable. Under Lisa's leadership, Lin Ao didn't have to move at all. They helped Lin Ao bathe, shower, change clothes, and comb his hair. Of course, there are also some special wake-up services in the morning, which I won't go into detail about here. Because it is so depraved. Master, it's time to have breakfast. Lin Ao nodded with satisfaction and walked outside the manor. Oh hi, President. Yujuzi Waishui had been waiting down there for a long time. Well, have you had breakfast yet? If not, then let's have breakfast together. Afterwards, take me to see the consortium's assets. Lin Ao sat at the dining table and the maid immediately prepared breakfast. Then one of them helped Lin Ao cut the food and slowly put it into his mouth. Waishui, are you the one who arranged all these trainings? I've only been in Japan for 1 day and I've already become a little corrupted by all this. I have really broadened my horizons. Maybe I was too conservative before. Hey, these are the people I carefully selected. They are professionals. Lin Ao sighed, you guys still know how to live. Lisa, go wake senior manager Long up. Lisa responded and muttered a few words into the Bluetooth headset in her ear. I guess there is someone in charge on Aoshin's side. It still has to be you, Yujuzi Waishui. President, I have secretly searched the people on the list as you instructed. I have a friend at the immigration office and I believe I will have news soon. Lin Ao nodded. Yujuzi Waishui was not only good at taking care of people, but was also very efficient in completing tasks. Great. Keep it up. Lin Ao's praise made Yujuzi Waishui feel like he was injected with more than 10 pounds of chicken blood. Chapter 176 Development. Long Aoshin finally came down, accompanied by a maid. Lin Ao looked at the somewhat embarrassed Long Aoshin with amusement. It seems that this kid is not used to the one-stop service he just received. Not to mention him, Lin Ao himself is also a little uncomfortable with it. Hurry up and eat breakfast, we still have things to do after that. Long Aoshin scratched his head and sat down. The maid immediately brought food and fed him. At first, the boy was a little shy, but later he became calm and enjoyed it very much. Brother Lin, what are we going to do now? Have you found the person? They are now in a car dealership, and the President Yujuzi has become the driver. Let's go to the consortium headquarters first. They're already looking for people. I believe there will be news soon. I believe in President Yi's ability to get things done. Lin Ao's words filled Yujuzi Waishui, who was driving, with energy. Soon, they arrived at a prosperous area, which was Marunouchi in Tokyo, the dream of Japanese men and women. Many famous companies had their headquarters here. Lin Ao and his friends stopped in front of a building, which was originally named Shanchang Group and is now renamed Ao Group. As soon as they parked at the door, someone came forward to help open it. There were people standing neatly on both sides, but they were not men in suits and sunglasses, but men and women dressed for work. Welcome, Chairman, welcome, Executive Director, welcome, President. They chanted in unison and bowed at exactly the same angle. Yujuzi smiled and got out of the driver's seat and asked someone to park the car. He walked happily to Lin Ao's side. Mr. President, these are the backbone members of our consortium. Yujuzi introduced it to Lin Ao enthusiastically. Well, take me to the conference room for a small meeting. Hey. After Lin Ao and the others entered, the core members immediately started talking. Mr. President is so young. That's right, the CEO is also right. They are so young and yet they possess such powerful abilities. Only our president affects their overall atmosphere and seems out of place. Shish. Be careful and don't let the president know. I really want to be the president's woman. He's so handsome. Me too. I want to be the woman who manages the business. He doesn't seem so cold. You're dreaming. You women can't slow down the president's sword-drawing speed. They were all very curious about Lin Ao and Long Aoshin. They were the typical young and wealthy people with both money and power. Lin Ao and the others arrived at the conference hall. There were hundreds of people sitting inside, all sitting upright, waiting for Lin Ao's speech. Please introduce the main person in charge of the consortium. Lin Ao sat in the main seat and looked at his employees. When they were swept by Lin Ao's gaze, they all straightened their chests unconsciously. Hey, ministers, please introduce yourselves. After Yujuzi Waishui finished speaking, someone immediately stood up to answer. My name is Kasuga Masako, and I'm in charge of the consortium's large supermarket projects. Our consortium owns 1,280 large supermarkets across the country. After saying this, Masako Kasuga sat down immediately, looking very capable. My name is Inashita Yujin, and I'm in charge of the consortium's medical projects. We have a presence in several large private hospitals across the country, and we own many patents for medical equipment. My name is Kenta Kojima. I'm in charge of the consortium's banking business, including project investments and other matters. The persons in charge took turns introducing themselves, covering supermarkets, medical care, banking, gaming industry, animation, film and television, and many other businesses. After listening to this, Lin Ao had an idea in his mind. I'm proposing a project here. Please find a way to use the resources you have to integrate it and have all departments work together. Everyone below was concentrating intently, waiting for Lin Ao's next words. They believed that a new official would have three major things to do upon taking office, and he must not let anything burn him. Nowadays, Japanese people's social media is all on platforms like Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. There's a video app called TikTok. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it probably isn't available here yet. My request is that you develop a similar software. I need it to support social networking, live streaming, shopping malls, and other functions integrated together. Don't you like underground idols and two-dimensional singers? Give me some money and let them start online singing competitions on the software to attract users. We need to tell them that this is a free and democratic platform, a channel for young people to express their opinions. Aren't you under a lot of pressure here? Then this is a channel for them to vent. Don't be afraid to spend money. I have plenty of it. I need this software to cover all of Japan. No matter where public opinion is, as long as you control it, it is equivalent to controlling most of the wealth. As for how to deal with those officials in your country, I believe you are more familiar with this than I am. I need you to put together a plan for me within a week. Can you do that? Lin Ao's project proposal made them a little confused, but it sounded very promising. Hey, everyone underground bowed 90 degrees. In this country, employees must obey orders from their superiors, and the distinction between superiors and subordinates is very clear. This is also a rule that capitalists have cultivated for hundreds of years to facilitate their control over employees. Lin Ao nodded with satisfaction. You know what to do next, right? Lin Ao looked at Yujuzi Waishui. No problem, please leave it to me, President. I will definitely give you a satisfactory project plan. Yujuzi Waishui's eyes lit up. This was the first project assigned by the president, and he had to do it beautifully. Well, then I don't have anything to do. Go do your thing and don't worry about me. The director and I will just go out for a walk. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he and Aoshin walked out. They stayed inside to continue the meeting and discuss Lin Ao's proposal. Brother Lin, you want to be a little Japanese TikTok. Then can you invite that NHK dance troupe to join? Their dance is amazing. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Aoshin and said, the product hasn't even come out yet, and you're already thinking about the girl group. Next, I'll take you to see the local gangs. Lin Ao walked outside the building and found a driver waiting for him. He called Miko Ito. Moses, Master President, do you have any instructions? The charming voice of Miko Ito came from the phone. Where is your headquarters? I'm going to visit it now. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Master President, I'll send someone to pick you up personally. Where are you now? Miko Ito was very excited. She had not expected that the president would come to visit. No need, just tell me the address and I'll go there myself. Lin Ao hung up the phone and told the driver to go to a place called Shibuya. The gang is actually what Lin Ao cares about the most, because the chance of encountering Lin Feng here is the highest. He was in the United States, and the family behind him was a gangster. When he came to Japan, he didn't believe that Lin Feng would not come into contact with local gangs. Tianming said that as long as Lin Ao and he were in the same place, fate would definitely make them meet, so before the meeting, Lin Ao had to make sure that both the commercial and underground forces had a certain say. In this way, from the moment they met, Lin Ao would not be alone in this place. Aoshin, go over there and make a big scene, and beat all those little devils into submission. Long Aoshin's eyes lit up. He had been wanting to fight for a long time and wondered if there were any experts among the local gangs. Chapter 177 Wanlonghui. Lin Ao and Long Aoshin soon arrived at an 8-story building. This building belongs to the Ito family. It seems like they've been really oppressed and forced to stay in this place. Lin Ao sighed. No wonder Ito Miko tried her best to get the support of the Ao group. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Ao saw Ito Miko wearing a kimono. She and an elderly man were standing at the door, probably waiting for Lin Ao's arrival. Many muscular men with various tattoos also stood side by side downstairs. Lin Ao discovered that the Japanese really liked to do this, and they would bow in 2 rows wherever they went. Welcome, President and Director Long, to my humble abode. The old man, supported by Ito Miko, walked over excitedly with a cane. Hello, President. My name is Ito Taichi, and I'm Miko's grandfather. Thank you very much for agreeing to our Ito Association's request. Thank you very much. After saying that, Ito Taichi bowed to Lin Ao excitedly. Mr. Ito, you're too polite. Isn't this cooperation? A win-win cooperation. Lin Ao replied politely, and Ito Taichi respectfully took Lin Ao and Long Aoshin into the Ito Club. Master President, please come in. I have prepared a banquet and am waiting for your arrival. They came to the reception room, where 2 girls in cool clothes were already sitting there waiting for Lin Ao and the others to come in. Lin Ao saw that wherever you guys are, you're always thinking about how to squeeze me dry. Hey, President, I wonder if they suit your and the executive director's tastes. Ito Taichi, with a smile that all men understand, invited Lin Ao and Long Aoshin to sit on it. Long Aoshin thought to himself, as expected, if I follow Brother Lin, I can always get meat to eat wherever I go. As soon as they sat down, the girls came over. Ahem. Ito Miko coughed and naturally sat next to Lin Ao. So 2 people suddenly appeared beside Long Aoshin, which made him very happy. Hey, Brother Lin, I won't be polite. The 2 girls huddled close to Long Aoshin, toasting each other with cups. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Aoshin. This kid really hasn't seen the world. Mr. President, I'd like to offer you a toast. Ito Taichi raised his glass to toast, because he was very excited about Lin Ao's arrival. Ever since the assassination of Ito Miko's parents, the Ito society has been in decline and has been suppressed and swallowed up. Everyone knows who the murderer is, but they don't have the ability to take revenge. His granddaughter has been struggling to support the company, and his eyes are full of heartache. The reason she was able to join the Ao group was because Ito had done her some favor to Yuduzi Waishui before he was promoted to president. Otherwise, in their current state, they would not be qualified to attend such a banquet. In the end, his granddaughter lived up to expectations and successfully obtained support from the Ao group. He couldn't sleep that night. As for the process of his granddaughter's acquisition, he was tactful enough not to ask in detail. Haha, Mr. Ito, you're welcome. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact President Yi and call him anytime. Lin Ao wanted to win over Ito, so he was very polite to him. Thank you, President. The Ito Club, will become the best sword in your hands. Ito Taichi's eyes were red with emotion, and Ito Miko was even more moved. If there hadn't been so many people at the scene, she would have rushed over and hugged Lin Ao tightly. Lin Ao moved his body and found a comfortable position. By the way, Mr. Ito, could you please keep an eye out for a few people on the road for me? They are Lin Feng, Daniel Hall, Sean Smith, and Sophia Elizabeth. Lin Ao thought of taking 2 approaches at the same time, and he didn't believe that he couldn't find them. Also, keep an eye out for some of the forces that suddenly rise up in your community, or for new forces that emerge, the kind that sweep across an area as soon as they appear. Lin Ao thought that this force that suddenly emerged and killed everyone must be connected with Lin Feng, the son of destiny. Ito Taichi lowered his head and thought for a while. He always felt that he had heard things similar to what Lin Ao described. It was more difficult to think when he got older. 10,000 Dragons Society. The cool girl next to Long Aoshin said this name. Suddenly everyone was looking at her, which made her a little nervous. Haha, don't be nervous, continue and let me hear it. Lin Ao's gentle smile made the girl relax immediately. I heard my sisters talking about this. Recently, there's a new faction in Tokyo called the Wanlong Society. Their leader is unknown, and I heard there are quite a few foreigners in it. They're entrenched in Saitama, and it seems like they've wiped out all the surrounding forces. The cool girl's words suddenly reminded Ito Taichi of something. By the way, Master, I've heard my subordinates mention it. It's a new force called the Wanlong Society. They said they're very strong. It's just that the Ito Society used to be in trouble, so I didn't remember it very well. I only remembered it after hearing the little girl mention it. Ito Taichi gave a bitter smile, as if he recalled the memory of his son and daughter-in-law's death. Ito Miko's expression also became a little gloomy. Haha, Mr. Ito, isn't it true that the clouds have parted and the moon is shining? With our Ao group behind you, what are you worried about? Days like that will never happen again. Lin Ao comforted Ito Taichi a little, and moved Ito Taichi again. Miko Ito's hand speed has also increased a lot. Then please help me investigate Heiyu's situation, Mr. Ito. By the way, check if there are any members on my list. I will ask President Ai to send you their portraits later. Wanlong Hui. Lin Ao thought this might really be related to Lin Feng, as it sounded like the names they like to change. What does he want to do? Why come to Japan? Why not go back to the United States? Luo Yanren's contact was also cut off. Did he know about Jiyu Wanqing and the others' conspiracy? Or was it fate's warning? Lin Ao could only guess at the moment. Suddenly, Lin Ao frowned and stopped thinking. It turned out to be Ito Miko, and she poked Lin Ao lightly with her finger. Lin Ao was thinking about responding to Ito Miko. Bang! There was a loud noise, which frightened Lin Ao. What is the 10,000 Dragons Society? How dare a tiny loach call itself a dragon? Do you think I, the leader of the Dragon Gate, am dead? Lin Ao rolled his eyes. This name actually hit a certain point in Long Ocean. Brother Lin, let's go now and meet them. What's this 10,000 Dragons Society? I want to see what kind of dragon it is. Long Ocean stood up, walked hurriedly to Lin Ao, and tried to pull Lin Ao up. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Ocean speechlessly. Aocean, calm down, we are still eating. Long Aocean looked at the surprised expressions of the people around him, scratched his head and returned to his seat. We'll discuss it after dinner. Lin Ao smiled and thought, Wanlong Society. Lin Feng. Chapter 178 Blade Dragon. The banquet was a great success for both the host and the guests. Lin Ao was very satisfied with the attitude of the Ito family, especially Ito Miko. Master President, I have a request, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Ito Tai showed sincerity, and Lin Ao looked at him in confusion. Please tell me, Mr. Ito, I will do anything I can to help you. Ito Taichi took a deep breath, buried his head deeply in the ground, and knelt down towards Lin Ao. President, thank you for giving the Ito Club a chance to be reborn. Since we are new, please give us a brand new name. Ito Taichi knelt on the ground and spoke in a loud voice, which made Lin Ao stunned for a moment. On the contrary, Long Aocean was very interested in this. Brother Lin, promise him, I'll come up with a name. Long Aocean rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Ao pleadingly. That pitiful look made Lin Ao want to go over and beat him up. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Aocean, probably because of the name of the Wanlong Society. Why are you so obsessed with the word, dragon? Mr. Ito, are you sure? Lin Ao first asked Ito Taichi's opinion. This was a disguised way of handing over Ito completely and making him completely dependent on the Ao group for a living. Hey, I'm absolutely sure, President. I beg you to give our Ito Club a chance. Ito Taichi's voice was firm, with an indomitable spirit. Master President, I beg you. Ito Miko on the side also pleaded softly with Lin Ao. Lin Ao didn't care. He originally supported the Ito Society just to have an extra blade of his own in Japan. Okay, I agree, Aocean, don't you want to come up with a name? Then I'll leave it to you. And, you can also participate in the management of the Ito Club, how about it? Lin Ao agreed to their request and thought about letting Aocean carry out the task. After all, Longmen was also a superpower in China. Wouldn't it be easy for Aocean to develop and capture this small-time gang? Yes. Long Aocean became excited. Brother Lin finally arranged something for him to do. Although he had only been there for 2 days, he felt like he was getting rusty. He was a person who could not sit still. Although some different good things happened every day, was he, Lin Ao, the kind of person who would indulge in depravity? So what if our new name is Blade Dragon? Slaying 10,000 dragons with my bare hands, I think that's fine. Lin Ao excitedly told Lin Ao every name he could think of, causing Lin Ao to roll his eyes. For every Wanlong, you have a Blade Dragon. Are you completely going against them? Fortunately, it wasn't some tacky dragon slayer society or something, otherwise Lin Ao wouldn't want to agree. Okay, let's do as you say. The Ito Society will officially change its name to the Blade Dragon Society. Lin Ao agreed to Lin Ao's request and he jumped for joy. Lin Ao's forehead veins bulged. He was a father. Couldn't he be more steady? He even wanted to arrange a marriage with me. No way. Thank you, President. Thank you, Executive Director. Ito Taichi kowtowed several times on the ground, and now his Ito family was completely tied to the Ao group. He couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. The hard days were over. Don't be too happy too soon. Lin Ao's words made Ito Taichi hold back his tears. He was completely stunned. Did I offend the president? I'm not talking about you, Mr. Ito. You can continue crying. Lin Ao looked at Ito Taichi in surprise, feeling a little embarrassed. Ito Taichi realized that it was none of his business, and continued with tears in his eyes. I'm talking about you, Aoshin. Lin Ao looked at Lin Ao helplessly. Sometimes he really had no way to deal with Lin Ao. As a brother, he had to be spoiled. You will be responsible for the development of Blade Dragon from now on, understand? If you have any questions, ask your father. He can teach you a few tricks, and you can easily do anything in Japan. In fact, Lin Ao also felt that he had to find something for Lin Ao to do. Otherwise, following him all day and pulling him up from time to time like he just did would not be very pleasant. Don't worry, brother Lin, I will definitely do it well. I can manage such a large dragon gate, let alone a small blade dragon. Lin Ao listened carefully to Lin Ao's words and nodded. Well, I believe you can do it. It's possible that Blade Dragon will become another department in Japan, right? If your father knew that you created a Blade Dragon in Japan and then dominated the entire country. Lin Ao winked at Lin Ao and continued. Will your father think you are better than him? Will Feng Qiwu be more obsessed with you than before? Will your child think his father is a great hero and idolize you from a young age? Didn't you say today that you were going to come over and show off your muscles? How about now? Boom. Lin Ao's words were like an atomic bomb exploding in Lin Ao's heart. The whole thing was full of excitement. He got goosebumps just thinking about it. Brother Lin, no one knows me better than you. Good, 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 Mr. Ito. Lin Ao's shout interrupted Ito Taichi's tears. Hey, does Chief Long have any instructions? Ito Taichi immediately bowed and treated Lin Ao with the same respect as Lin Ao. Call all the members of our Blade Dragon. Get them to assemble. I need to see their strength so I can formulate a training plan. Lin Ao was very excited at this time, and he couldn't wait to develop the Blade Dragon Club into a towering tree. His heart was full of ambition. Hey, Agent Long, this way, please. I'll take you there right away. Follow Agent Long and serve him well. So Ito Taichi took the heroic and high-spirited Lin Ao out of the private room, and asked the two cool girls to serve them well along the way. Lin Ao watched them all leave, his eyes thoughtful but not slightly frowned. Master President, is there something bothering you? Ito Miko couldn't help but ask when she saw Lin Ao frowning and thinking seriously. Oh, nothing. Lin Ao waved his hand and didn't say much. I thought to myself, it seems that Lin Feng and the others have already started developing on this version. Fortunately, the progress on my side is not too slow. Next, it depends on what his trump card is. Will he be like Yi Chen, with a mysterious person behind him? Ito Miko smiled slightly and walked behind Lin Ao without asking any more questions. Although I can't help you, Master, I will give you a good massage so you can relax. Miko Ito gently massaged Lin Ao's shoulders. Haha, thank you very much, Miko. Miko Ito's eyes moved and she smiled gently. Lin Ao closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed the massage. Chapter 179, Destiny's Hint. Another hour passed, and Lin Ao was very satisfied with the meal. Thank you for the hospitality, Miss Miko. Lin Ao looked at the breathless Ito Miko and smiled. Ms. Miko, who murdered your parents. Lin Ao sipped his tea leisurely. He was thinking about starting from here, letting the newly born Blade Dragon Society avenge the old grudge first, letting them sacrifice the sword for the Blade Dragon and boost morale. Yes, we're from the Fusheng Society. We were originally two major gangs in Shibuya. We clashed over a new territory. My parents were assassinated by them while they were out, and the Ito Society has never recovered since then. Miko Ito's eyes showed sadness. If Lin Ao did not agree to the Ito Association's request this time, they probably wouldn't last more than a year. Then one of Blade Dragon's goals is to eradicate the Fusheng Society. Lin Ao drank the tea in one gulp and let Aoshin handle it on his own. He had other things to do. Ito Miko's eyes widened. She never expected that Lin Ao would let the Blade Dragon Society's first target be their enemy, the Fusheng Society. Thank you, President. I, Ito Miko, will always be your most loyal servant throughout my life. Miko Ito knelt on the ground with her head bowed to the ground, in a completely prostrate posture. Get up and take me to see what Director Long has been doing for so many hours. Lin Ao smiled faintly. It was not bad to keep Ito Miko as a plaything or a vase. They came to the underground first floor of the building, which was full of training equipment. It seemed that their members were training here. As soon as I approached Lin Ao, I heard a familiar command. Stand at attention. At ease. Turn right. Bang. Do you know you're slow? With your reaction rate, you can't even eat shit as fast as it's hot. Lin Ao heard Long Aoshin's voice. He was teaching a hairy muscular man a lesson with great momentum. Lin Ao walked over curiously and found that more than 50 people were lined up in neat rows. Why did this look so much like China's military training? Moreover, all of these 50-odd people had bruises on their faces. Long Aoshin's small movement scared them so much that they trembled all over. It seemed that Long Aoshin had made them obedient during this period of time. Lin Ao sensed that only a few people could barely reach the innate level of strength. No wonder they couldn't defeat others. One more time. If you can't practice well again, you will stand here all night. Do you understand? Long Aoshin stood at the front with his back straight and his voice was loud. In Lin Ao's eyes, he did have a sense of majesty. In the eyes of the current members of the Blade Dragon Club, he was a god of war. Yes, head. More than 50 people shouted in unison, and the whole floor was shaken by the shouting. Aoshin. Lin Ao walked over to say hello, but found that none of the other members even glanced at him. How could he be trained like this so quickly? What on earth had Aoshin been doing for over an hour? What have you done? Why are you so obedient? Lin Ao couldn't help but ask curiously. Hee, I knocked them all down without a word as soon as I came down, and then used your chicken soup for the soul cough. After learning your rhetoric, they got a few injections of strong hormones, and became hot-blooded. Speaking of which, the Japanese are really easy to deceive. After saying this, Long Aoshin looked at the group of new recruits with a sly look. Well, you train them using the same training methods as in the military. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Give me back my old tricks. It looked like that video would have to be shown on the big screen when I got back to Zhonghai. I think this is the fastest way to integrate them. Recently, I will be eating and living with them, paying attention to brainwashing them, and building a sense of teamwork. There was a gleam in Long Aoshin's eyes, because he found this quite fun. When he thought about the people he trained going to Saitama to sweep away those people from the Wanlong Society, he felt a sense of comfort and accomplishment. By the way, Brother Lin, I just asked Chi Wu for a recipe for a pill that can quickly increase my strength. Can you help me get it? Long Aoshin asked Feng Chiwu for a prescription that could help people unleash their potential and achieve rapid improvement. For this kind of thing, you can just ask Yijuzi Waishui directly. I have other things to do. Lin Ao asked Long Aoshin to go directly to Yijuzi Waishui. He did have something to do next and he had some things to verify. Because just now Tianming said that he sensed something in his mind. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Contact me if you have anything else. Long Aoshin didn't have time to deal with Lin Ao anymore. He was now concentrating on training his Blade Dragon Club. Lin Ao nodded, said goodbye to Ito Miko and the others, and left the Blade Dragon Club. When he got outside, the driver was already waiting. After Lin Ao got in the car, he asked him to drive in any direction. He wanted to see the scenery of Japan. Tian Ming, you said you sensed a weak energy. Yes, I sensed a very weak energy of destiny. I guess it's because the distance is too far. What's the meaning? Over the long years, people are born naturally carrying the energy of destiny. This is a mechanism I customized earlier. These are the natural children of destiny. So you mean, let me find him and absorb him. Or, I suggest you inject the energy of destiny within you and cultivate it. Lin Ao showed a puzzled expression. Cultivate. If you inject the energy in your body into that person, they will be infected with your aura. Once you cultivate them, they will become a great help to you. The children of destiny will be attracted to each other. One day, he will either meet Lin Feng or someone else. If it is Lin Feng, then fate will definitely affect him and he will become the next Lin Feng, Yi Chen. So before that person meets someone else, you can get there first. Take the initiative. Okay, give me some direction. Go east. Wang Dongkai. The driver heard Lin Ao's order, turned right in front and drove forward. To the west, very close. West. Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a little excited about what kind of person this Japanese boy of destiny would be. We kept changing directions several times and drove for nearly an hour. The feeling is strong now. It's right in front of me. I can clearly determine its location. I can stop now. Driver, stop the car. By the way, where is this place? Lin Ao asked the driver. Mr. President, this is Chiba Port Park. Okay, wait for me here, I'll go down and walk around by myself. Lin Ao nodded and got out of the car. Near the seaside. Lin Ao followed the guidance of destiny and walked slowly over. He saw a man fleeing in a hurry. There were several people chasing her. Tian Ming, is this what the girl of destiny meant? I don't know. Chapter 180 Nozomi Sasaki. Stop right there. The man behind was chasing the girl in front in a rage. Lululu, only a fool would listen to you. If you have the guts, catch up with me. The girl made a face at the person behind her, then immediately sped up and ran forward. The people behind immediately blushed when they heard the girl's ridicule, and chased after her with heavy breathing and gritted teeth. They had already chased her for several blocks, but they didn't expect that the girl could run so fast this time. Lin Ao watched this farce quietly from the side, not knowing why the girl was being pursued. Is this the early treatment of the girl of destiny? Everything was arranged by fate. The girl actually ran towards Lin Ao with her head covered. Such a wide road, such a big seaside park, but it just ran towards Lin Ao. Hey, Shota-kun, that's great, you actually came to save me. The girl ran and shouted. Lin Ao turned his head to look around. Who? Shota-kun. Where? Could she be calling me? The men behind him also saw Lin Ao, and they stared at him fiercely. You little white face, you still want to save people. That's just wishful thinking. Lin Ao was stunned. Where are your brains? Huh, just one sentence led you astray. No wonder you can't catch him. He's my boyfriend. He'll beat you down. The girl saw that Lin Ao was unmoved and stood there in a daze, and she gave him an apologetic look. Hey, thank you for suddenly appearing and helping me draw the fire. I'm so sorry. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely compensate you for your medical expenses. A fragrant breeze blew towards me. The girl was extremely beautiful, bright and charming, and looked harmless, natural and sweet. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at the girl and said, okay, you're using me as a shield, right? The girl wanted to run away as soon as she finished speaking, but found herself caught. She turned her head and saw Lin Ao's hand firmly grasping her arm. Hey, why did you catch me? How about you run with me? Or run separately? How about you help me disperse the fire a little? How about 10,000 yen? The girl was very anxious, fearing that she would be finished if she was caught. May I have your name? Lin Ao ignored her and continued to hold her tightly. The girl was completely unable to struggle free. You're still asking me my name at this time. Let me go. Lin Ao remained unmoved, and those people were about to catch up with him. Oh, my name is Nozomi Sasaki. I said, can you let me go? Nozomi Sasaki's lively eyes were full of helplessness. She blinked her long eyelashes, looking pitiful. She knew she had hit a wall. She should have just run away. She was really shooting herself in the foot. Sasaki Nozomi. Lin Ao did not let go. He waited until those people ran up to him. Nozomi Sasaki looked frustrated. It was over, all was over. Boy, are you her boyfriend? A bald, muscular man with a face full of flesh looked at Lin Ao viciously. He clenched his hands and twisted his neck, as if showing his ferocity to Lin Ao. Really? Lin Ao ignored the bald man and instead looked at the captured Nozomi Sasaki. Huh, yes. He's my boyfriend, and he said he could beat you all down by himself. He said you're ugly and you're still out here scaring people. Nozomi Sasaki simply admitted what Lin Ao said, since you won't let me go, then no one should leave. Muxi, how can you say that? He looks very creative, and he lives very courageously. Ugliness is not his intention. Can you not always tell the truth? Nozomi Sasaki's eyes widened. Is there anything wrong with this guy? Adding fuel to the fire. Good, good, you really have courage. The bald man and the people behind him all had red faces and fierce eyes. Just as he was about to take action, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Wait! Lin Ao suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped them, scaring them so much that they all took a step back. What did my girlfriend do? Why are you chasing her like this? Lin Ao asked curiously. He really wanted to know what would happen to this girl of destiny. She doesn't even know what's going on, and yet she dares to come out and stop us. She's offended someone she shouldn't have. The bald man probably wanted to regain some momentum, so he spoke a little louder. How about you tell me? Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki, and she looked at him innocently and shrugged. Kuroya, are you treating us as if we don't exist? The bald men shouted loudly and rushed forward, even taking out baseball bats and telescopic batons. Nozomi Sasaki screamed, and seeing this, Lin Ao picked up Nozomi Sasaki. Looking at the girl of destiny who looked like a frightened rabbit, he complained in his heart, how dare she be called the girl of destiny when she has no fighting power at all. Nozomi Sasaki was startled by Lin Ao's sudden action. She looked at the man with handsome features and sharp features, and suddenly seemed to feel relieved. Bang 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 bang. Nozomi Sasaki's attention was always on Lin Ao's face, and she didn't notice what was happening outside at all. Lin Ao held Nozomi Sasaki in his arms and defeated these acquired warriors in a few moves. He kicked each of them in the stomach. Of course, he controlled his strength, otherwise they would all have died. The bald man and his group were twitching on the ground, holding their stomachs. Have you seen enough? Girlfriend, I want to collect my reward for helping you. Lin Ao looked at the delicate face in front of him, and seeing that she had no reaction at all, he simply lowered his head and kissed her. This time she reacted, and it was very strong. Her little fists kept beating Lin Ao's chest very hard. But it didn't affect Lin Ao's performance at all. In the end, the little fists became as weak as cotton, and the little hands gently grabbed the clothes in front of Lin Ao. Nozomi Sasaki's skills are very clumsy. It can be said that she has no skills at all, only instinct. He was led by Lin Ao, and the initiative was completely in Lin Ao's hands. After a long time, Lin Ao let go of Nozomi Sasaki. Never been in love. Nozomi Sasaki lay weakly on Lin Ao's chest and let out a soft, "Hm. Everyone I like is dead." Lin Ao was confused. What does that mean? Suddenly, Lin Ao was stunned and his face was bitten by Nozomi Sasaki. What are you doing? Are you born in the year of the dog? Nozomi Sasaki's eyes were slightly red, and her face was full of stubbornness and unwillingness. Lin Ao didn't dare to use force, as if she did, all her teeth would be broken. After a while, Nozomi Sasaki finally opened her mouth and licked the blood on the corner of her mouth. It was on Lin Ao's face. There was a deep tooth mark on Lin Ao's face, and blood was drawn from it, but he didn't even frown. Did you finish venting? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao in surprise. How could he be so calm? HMPH, who told you to kiss me so casually? Is my first kiss so easy to get? How many people's dream kisses were taken away by you just like that? Sasaki turned his head away, indicating that he was in a very bad mood. Lin Ao gently put her down, loosened his hand, and without paying any attention to her, walked up to the bald man and stepped on him. Tell me, who did my girlfriend offend? The bald man screamed as Lin Ao stepped on him. Only then did Nozomi Sasaki come to her senses and found that all the people chasing her had fallen to the ground. She covered her mouth in shock and looked at Lin Ao, who was emitting a cold aura. When did it happen? How come she didn't know? Plop. My heart skipped a beat. Chapter 181 Ninja. In Yagong Park, 6 tattooed men in suits were kneeling on the ground inside the pavilion. They had bruised faces and noses, and were crying. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Ao sat on a chair in the pavilion. Nozomi Sasaki stood behind Lin Ao, massaging his shoulders with a look of gritted teeth. Humph. Ask them. I don't want to tell you. Nozomi Sasaki turned her head away angrily. Damn man, is it a big deal to know martial arts? She couldn't help but press down hard with both hands, but unfortunately Lin Ao didn't react at all. She sulked alone again. Then tell me. Baldy, tell me. Lin Ao looked at the bald muscular man, his whole body trembled, and he immediately fell to the ground, trembling. Hey, respected sir, I am from the Saito family. The others are from the Moriki family, the Yamashita family, and the Inishita family. Lin Ao turned his head and glanced at Nozomi Sasaki, his eyes full of scrutiny. How could a woman like you offend so many people from so many families? Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes at Lin Ao and turned her head away proudly. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. I saved you, so why are you so angry just for a kiss? Didn't you want to shift the blame to someone else at first? Oh, woman. That young lady, she single-handedly crippled several of our young masters and is now lying in the hospital receiving treatment. Lin Ao turned around again, staring at Nozomi Sasaki with wide eyes. How many men had been ruined by this delicate beauty? Now Nozomi Sasaki showed a smug smile, looking at Lin Ao, her face full of words saying, you didn't expect it, right? How did it become useless? Lin Ao continued to ask the bald man directly. He became interested in the situation where several grown men with bodyguards were knocked down by a woman. Ahem, well, that young lady was drinking alone at the bar, and a few of our young masters took a fancy to her and put drugs in her glass. Who knew this young lady was so secretive? I wonder what tricks she used to get the young masters into a private room with her. The bald man looked at Lin Ao and Sasaki Nozomi cautiously. Because this wasn't the first time our young masters had done this. We were out at the bar, and then from the private room, we heard screams from our young masters. Their private parts were all crippled by this young lady. The bald man swallowed his saliva because Lin Ao's eyes became colder. How did you do that? Lin Ao pulled Nozomi Sasaki in front of him, and Nozomi Sasaki reluctantly sat next to Lin Ao. What? Are you still sulking? Don't forget that I saved you. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki, who was like a punching bag. It's just a first kiss, and you're so stingy. I didn't expect Nozomi Sasaki to be such a traditional girl. You were trying to trick me before. If I were an ordinary person, have you ever thought about the consequences? You still have the nerve to be angry. If I hadn't mastered martial arts, I would have been lying in the hospital by now. Lin Ao spoke in a serious tone. He was telling the truth. If it weren't for the sake of the girl of destiny, he would have slapped her twice. Nozomi Sasaki also felt a little guilty after hearing what Lin Ao said. It was indeed her fault at that time. Anyway, all men are bad. They will cheat you if they want to. But Lin Ao did save her. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Nozomi Sasaki prepared herself mentally for a while, but finally apologized to Lin Ao. Well, you took my first kiss too, so we're even, okay. There was still some aggrievedness in Nozomi Sasaki's tone. That was her first kiss that she had kept for 20 years, and now it was gone just like that. She must have felt a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, Lin Ao's appearance made up for most of her inner grievances, and he also saved her, so let's call it even. Okay, we're even, okay. Then tell me how you made them behave and then knocked them down. Lin Ao smiled, feeling that he was even with Nozomi Sasaki. He wanted to see what magical skills this little Japanese girl of destiny had. With my beauty and figure, shouldn't they be obedient? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao, with her head held high and chest puffed out. Lin Ao looked up and down at this girl of destiny again. Her appearance was indeed top-notch, and her full and round breasts were also very attractive. She had long beautiful legs, fair skin, and peach buttocks. She was indeed on the same level as Lin Ao's woman. But can this alone make a few rich kids obey you? If you don't tell the truth, I'll ask you to leave and go back with them. You'll have to serve those young masters for the rest of your life. What do you say? Lin Ao leaned over to Nozomi Sasaki's ear and whispered softly. At first, Nozomi Sasaki's ears began to turn red, and then her face began to turn pale. Are you a devil? How could you treat a beautiful woman like this? Sasaki covered his mouth. As expected, all crows are black. Every man is a bad person. I am, %n. Nozomi Sasaki's speech was unclear. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't explain clearly, I'm a ninja. Before Lin Ao finished speaking, Nozomi Sasaki told it. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Ninja. The traditional skills of Japan. What? If you want to laugh, then laugh. Humph. Nozomi Sasaki thought Lin Ao wanted to laugh at her, Her little face puffed up, and she turned her head to the side and sulked. I see, this is how you started. Lin Ao muttered to himself, and Nozomi Sasaki didn't hear clearly what he said. Where is your master? Who is he? Or is he still dead? Lin Ao was thinking, either she had an awesome master who was always teaching her behind the scenes, or the awesome master had died and left behind a set of skills. Do you believe me? Nozomi Sasaki turned around when she heard Lin Ao's question and asked, aren't you going to laugh at me? Why are you asking me about my master? She's already dead. Nozomi Sasaki's tone was a little depressed. Her master passed away a year ago. Since then, she has no relatives in this world and has become a complete orphan. Did she leave you a secret manual, asking you to practice well, and also a manual on martial arts? And then your master was still murdered. With every word Lin Ao spoke, Nozomi Sasaki's eyes widened. How could this man know so much? Had he been spying on her and her master? And then you're filled with hatred, practicing secret techniques to avenge your master, yet you're constantly being treated unfairly by others, right? Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki's expression and knew that he was at least 90% right. He was familiar with this plot and had seen many versions performed by others. Tian Ming, can't you be more creative? These 3 tricks are really hard currency. I don't know. Chapter 182, Recruiting a Disciple. Have you been following me? Watching me? Are you from the Haidu family? Nozomi Sasaki's eyes were filled with fear. She looked at Lin Ao warily. This man was too scary. He had been lurking around her for so long. Nozomi Sasaki's little hand reached to the edge of her skirt, as if she wanted to take something out. Lin Ao glanced at Nozomi Sasaki indifferently. He stretched out a hand and grasped the air in the direction of Nozomi Sasaki's skirt. A kunai flew out from Nozomi Sasaki's skirt, flew towards Lin Ao, and was pinched by his 2 fingers. Nozomi Sasaki and the bald man kneeling on the ground were both shocked by the scene in front of them. I thought, is this some kind of sorcery? Were they dazzled? What on earth just happened? Nozomi Sasaki broke out in a cold sweat. Is there such a strong young man in the Haidu family? Master, I'm sorry. I can't avenge you. When Nozomi Sasaki saw Lin Ao's strength, she had no desire to resist, because an ant is like an ant in front of a giant, and no matter how hard you fight back, it will be useless. Lin Ao didn't look at Nozomi Sasaki, but instead looked at the bald man. Hey! Lin Ao called out to those men, and they immediately started shaking non-stop. Lin Ao tossed the kunai in his hand. Watch carefully. Lin Ao exerted his strength and threw the kunai in his hand behind them. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, scaring everyone present so much that they shuddered all over and the ground was shaking. The bald man and the others collapsed to the ground. If the kunai had just been thrown at their feet, they would have been. This is just an ordinary kunai, yet it can actually cause such powerful force. Nozomi Sasaki stared at Lin Ao in amazement, her face full of disbelief. This guy was so strong. Could it be a legendary monster? Or a leader? Is it Daitengu? Or is it Hachia? Judging from its appearance, it can't be a 9-tailed fox, right? Nozomi Sasaki kept fabricating identities for Lin Ao in her mind and fell into self-delusion. Tell your family head that if you want to cause trouble for me, you are welcome to come over. We at the Blade Dragon Club will welcome you warmly. Lin Ao left a word, picked up Nozomi Sasaki and disappeared from their sight. Monster awe. The bald man and his companions were so scared that they crawled on the ground, and the patrolling police around also rushed over. Because the explosion was so loud, it attracted many people nearby, who thought it was a terrorist attack or someone throwing a bomb. The patrol officers arrived at the scene with alert faces and found several tattooed men in suits, who were suspected to be members of a gang, and they quickly arrested them. But they kept their mouths shut and insisted that they didn't know what had happened. Later, because there was no substantial evidence to prove that they did it, they were sent away. Several families were even more panicked, thinking that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. I also learned about an organization called the Blade Dragon Society. They are looking for this organization all over the world to see if they can make an apology, but that's a story for another time. Lin Ao came to the front of the car holding Nozomi Sasaki. The driver was startled by the sudden appearance of Lin Ao, who was holding a stunning beauty in his arms. But he quickly calmed down, after all, he was trained. Go back to the manor. Lin Ao gently put Nozomi Sasaki in the back seat and sat with her, then told the driver to go back to the manor. Nozomi Sasaki only came to her senses at this time. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. But if you want to possess me, I will commit suicide before you do. Lin Ao was stunned by Sasaki Nozomi's inexplicable words. What do you mean? I saved you, didn't I? Why would I kill you? Why would I want to possess you? It's not like I don't have other women around me. Are you suffering from paranoia? The more Lin Ao explained, the more disbelieving Nozomi Sasaki looked. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Nozomi Sasaki and ignored her, lying on the chair with his eyes closed to rest. Nozomi Sasaki kept looking at Lin Ao warily, and her eyes never left Lin Ao until they arrived at the manor. Have you seen enough? Is he handsome? Can you get off now? Lin Ao opened his eyes, glanced at the tiger-like Nozomi Sasaki, and got out of the car first. Nozomi Sasaki gritted her teeth and followed him. If she died, she would die. Humph. Thinking of this, she became bolder. The Kuroda family is truly extravagant. They actually bought such a large manor in Tokyo. Nozomi Sasaki couldn't help but complain when she saw the manor. What Heidu family? This is the property of the Ao group. So which small Kurami family is this Heidu family? Lin Ao wondered if this girl thought she was from the family of her enemy. What kind of brain circuit would classify him on that side? Destiny, will your brain still not work properly even if it has the blessing of destiny? Look at Long Aocean. Well, that's right. I'm not from the Heidu family. I think you may have misunderstood something. Lin Ao felt it necessary to explain things to her clearly. To someone like her who wasn't very smart, you had to make your words clearer. My name is Lin Ao. I'm from your motherland, China, and I'm the chairman of the Ao group. Lin Ao brought Nozomi Sasaki into the manor, and the maids on both sides lined up to welcome them. Ahem, they are all my employees. I have nothing to do with the Heidu family you mentioned. Forget it, I'd better go ask them myself. Lin Ao explained it very clearly. But Nozomi Sasaki still retained some doubts. Lin Ao took out his cell phone and made a call. Moses. My respected president, do you have anything to tell me? Yi Duzi Waishui answered Lin Ao's call immediately. President Yi. Check out the Heidu family or something. Lin Ao didn't say much. Yi Duzi on the other side said please wait a moment and immediately ordered someone to check. Lin Ao hung up the phone and soon knew what Nozomi Sasaki was talking about. He took Nozomi Sasaki to the dining room and told the servants to prepare dinner. They sat facing each other, and Nozomi Sasaki looked around the manor curiously. You, what's the matter with you bringing me here? Nozomi Sasaki's tone was a little nervous. She began to believe what Lin Ao said, because if it was really the Heidu family who caught her, the first thing they would probably do is ask her to hand over her master's secret book. If I don't pick you up, do you have anywhere to go? Nozomi Sasaki widened her eyes and was shocked. This man was definitely monitoring her and had been plotting against her for a long time. Don't look at me like that, I can guess some things. Lin Ao swirled his red wine glass and took a sip. Destiny, Pa. Again, what do you want to do? Nozomi Sasaki no longer cared how Lin Ao knew it. She just wanted to know what he wanted from her. He must have a purpose. I want to take you as my apprentice. Help you get revenge. Rule Little Japan. The third one doesn't count. I just said it casually. Lin Ao's words once again stunned Nozomi Sasaki. Accept me as your apprentice. And help me get revenge. Why? What? Am I not strong enough to be your master? Lin Ao narrowed his eyes and looked at Sasaki Nozomi. Didn't Destiny say that he would kidnap and kill the wild Destiny girl? This is the best way. No, I just don't know why, I don't believe it. To be honest, Nozomi Sasaki has nothing to show for herself except her looks and figure. She practiced her master's secrets for so long but was still chased around the streets by a group of bodyguards, which proved that she had no talent in martial arts. Why did Lin Ao fall for me? Could it be that he was after my body? The reason? Perhaps you'll know later. For now, just stay in the manor and have a good rest. Lin Ao didn't say it clearly, and she wouldn't believe it even if he did. Don't you have any other intentions towards me? Nozomi Sasaki asked again. Why, do you think I'm attracted to your body? Lin Ao's words made Nozomi Sasaki blush. She really thought so. Lin Ao curled his lips, took out his cell phone and dialed a video number. Chapter 183 They are all my wives. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao in confusion and asked, what do you mean by trying to make a video call with me? Soon Lin Ao's call was connected. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Ao looked at the phone with a gentle tone, which surprised Nozomi Sasaki. At this time, a gentle and pleasant female voice came from the phone. I'm playing mahjong with Union and the others. Gu Wanqing put the phone aside with the stand. Hey, are Anna and Xiying back tonight? Lin Ao saw Joanna and Zhang Xiying, Lu Mengan and Luo Yanren playing mahjong at another table. Ever since Gu Wanqing got pregnant, they all moved into the Lin family manor. The new house prepared by Li Wanyu really played a big role. Lin Ao chatted with them one by one. Nozomi Sasaki was even more puzzled. Why did she start chatting in front of me? And she was smiling so sweetly. There are also different female voices, and each voice is very nice. What does that mean? Where did our conversation drift to? And she doesn't understand a word we're saying. It seems that what Lin Ao said is true, he is Chinese. Wanqing, how do you feel about this young lady? At this time, Lin Ao's camera had flipped over, facing the confused Nozomi Sasaki. Oh Mr. Lin, you found your spiritual home so quickly in your daily life sisters, come and help him think about this little sister. Lin Ao was very upset. Those girls were like fish that smelled fishy smell. They stopped playing mahjong and came to the camera. Qin Yun said nothing and directly projected the video call onto the ultra-high-definition screen in the living room. It seems that she has been using TikTok too much, and all her little tricks are just waiting for the right opportunity to show off. They were all carefully examining Nozomi Sasaki. She was like a rare animal, being commented on by Gu Wanqing and the others. She does look alike to us, and her breasts are round and firm. I'm sure she'll have plenty of milk for the baby in the future. Gu Wanqing pinched her delicate chin and actually started to make comments. Yeah, I agree with Wanqing's statement. I just can't see her lower body and height. Lin Ao, why don't you ask her to stand up and see? Joanna also chimed in. Yeah, I want to see it too. Sha Qianzhe's face was full of curiosity, and her delicate little face was about to touch the screen. Ahem. Little disciple, could you please stand up for a moment? Lin Ao dotes on his wives and will definitely satisfy their demands. Ah, Nozomi Sasaki, who was eating steak, suddenly lost her mind. What does that mean? I just asked you to make a video call. Okay, I'm eating now and you asked me to stand up. What are you thinking? 100 yen, do you want to do it? As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Nozomi Sasaki stood beside him. You said it, don't go back on your word. Otherwise I will. What could she do? She couldn't beat him, she had no money, and I'm just angry. She made an angry face, and laughter broke out on the phone. Almost all of them are proficient in multiple languages, so they definitely know what Nozomi Sasaki is talking about. So cute. Lin Ao, where did you find such a Hello Kitty? Yeah, her angry look is as cute as Yanren's. Oh Hanyan you too, Qianzhe too. There was an endless stream of sweet laughter, and Lin Ao gave the woman in the video a smile like an ant. Sasaki Nozomi noticed Lin Ao's smile, which made her skin crawl. Could this guy be a pervert? Okay, just turn around and then you can continue eating. Nozomi Sasaki frowned, turned around again, then gave it one more turn before returning to the table. Peachy buttocks, good for childbearing, small waist, you can go full throttle tonight. Gu Wanqing is still as bold as ever. She has actually restrained herself somewhat after becoming a mother, but she still can't help it. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. This girl of destiny was found today, in the wild. Lin Ao explained helplessly. Ah, like Lin Feng and the others. Then you are going to be ruthless and destroy the flowers. Gu Wanqing and the others were shocked. Did he bring a bomb home? Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. She can be said to be the same as Xiao Fan, Yi Chen, Lin Feng and others, or she can be said to be different. Lin Ao began to explain slowly. She is a beneficiary of the destiny mechanism, what we commonly call a child of destiny. She has not been tainted by fate yet, she is wild and pure. Destiny said that she will be of great use to me if I keep her with me. Every country and region has a chance of giving birth to a few beneficiaries of destiny every 60 years. They have extraordinary luck and extraordinary encounters. This person is Japan, one of the beneficiaries in the country. I wonder if there are any more. After Lin Ao finished his explanation, Gu Wanqing and the others understood. In other words, Xiao Fan and the others were deliberately created by fate, and they were not originally the beneficiaries. So, are you planning to take her into Hongyanlu? Gu Wanqing's words made Lin Ao stunned for a moment. Is that what I meant? Well, I plan to take her in as my apprentice and train her to be a capable person. I found that she has gone in the wrong direction in her cultivation. If I correct it, she will make rapid progress. Lin Ao expressed his thoughts, but the women in the video all looked at him suspiciously, which made Lin Ao feel a little embarrassed. He picked up a glass of water and started drinking. Even in Japan, people started cosplaying, including the Chong Disciple and Chong Master styles. Ji Wanqing's words choked Lin Ao, and he kept coughing. Across from her, Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao in confusion. What's wrong with this guy? He just looked at me strangely. Wanqing, what are you thinking? I really am teaching her. Lin Ao was helpless. To be honest, he really didn't have this idea at the moment. He had been fed well by the ripe Ito Miko these days. Why don't you just let her practice the Yin Shen Ju? She'll reach Grandmaster status in no time, and there won't be any side effects. I think this training method is the most beneficial and fastest. It can also help you as quickly as possible, giving you more protection against the Japanese. Ji Wanqing and the other girls nodded. Lin Ao was touched for a moment. It turned out that they considered this. Don't worry, I'm safe here. After I confirm Lin Feng's location, I'll go over and get him myself. By the way, I called you today so you can meet her. Otherwise, you'll always think I'm after her body. Let her see what a beautiful woman's paradise is like. Only then did Lin Ao remember the original intention of making this video call. Then Lin Ao turned the screen of his mobile phone to face Nozomi Sasaki. Nozomi Sasaki, who was eating heartily, was suddenly stunned. What was going on? Hello Kitty, oh, not little sister Sasaki Nozomi. Hello little brain tiger. Hi. In the video, Ji Wanqing and the others greeted Nozomi Sasaki one by one. Nozomi Sasaki opened her mouth so wide that the flesh in her mouth fell out. Puff. Little sister, are you scared? In the video, Ji Wanqing and the others were giggling, their reaction was so cute. Lin Ao they are. Nozomi Sasaki's brain completely froze at this moment. The girls inside were so beautiful, each of them looked like a fairy. Where could so many beauties gather? She bent her head blankly and looked at Lin Ao. They are all my wives. Lin Ao smiled proudly. Did you save the galaxy in your previous life? Nozomi Sasaki said this unconsciously, and then her mind froze again. All of them are this man's wives. What kind of blessing is this? Ha 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 ha, so cute. The silver bell-like laughter was heard again in the video. Hey, I died a miserable death in my previous life. Chapter 184 Master's Wife. Little sister, can you please call the master's wife over to listen? Ji Wanqing's words made the stunned Nozomi Sasaki nod her head. Master's wife. Ji Wanqing covered her mouth and smiled, she was really cute and brainless. And me too. And me. Nozomi Sasaki called them, master's wife, one by one. At this time, a very young voice came. And me. How could you forget me? Lun Yen climbed onto Joanna. Nozomi Sasaki's mind suddenly exploded. No way, how old is she? You want me to call you, master's wife, too? Call me now, senior sister. Lun Yen's childish voice was filled with irrefutable momentum. Nozomi Sasaki breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her entire sentence. But then she looked unconvinced and asked, why should I call a little kid, senior sister? Little sister, if you call me, I'll give you a welcome gift. It's about your master's weakness. Do you want to know? Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister. Nozomi Sasaki quickly called out, senior sister Lun Yen, 3 times. Uncle Lin Ao, take out your headphones and give them to my junior sister. I have something to tell her in private. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Lun Yen, it seems you haven't done enough homework. It seems your butt hasn't been burdened lately, right? Is your skin itchy? Lin Ao, give it to her. I also have something to tell her in private. When Lin Ao heard Ji Wanqing say this, he took out the Bluetooth headset and handed it to Nozomi Sasaki. Nozomi Sasaki took it and put it on. Lin Ao gave her a displeased look, then started eating his meal. Let them chat. What fatal weakness could he have? It was just a joke. Have you put on your headphones? After Lun Yen asked, Nozomi Sasaki nodded. What is this man's weakness? It really proved what Ji Wanqing was thinking, that cute girl has no brains. You estimated that Lun Yen is only 6 years old, and you actually believed what a child said. This is really unheard of. Let me tell you, Uncle Lin Ao, your master's most fatal weakness is women's tears. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao with wide eyes. Women's tears. Lin Ao looked at her doubtfully, and Nozomi Sasaki looked back at the video screen. If you cry in front of him, the more miserable you cry, the softer he'll be. If you don't believe me, try to find a reason later. Lun Yan had a cunning look on his face, and this trick always worked. When she saw the mountain of homework books, she cut through most of them by crying. Although Lin Ao later bought her 2 more mountains of homework, it worked wonders at the time. Gu Wanqing and Joanna looked at Lun Yan with displeasure, knowing that they were trying to trick your uncle Lin Ao. Then Gu Wanqing answered the phone. Nozomi Sasaki became a little nervous. Master's wife. Her voice was weak and soft, and Gu Wanqing's aura completely suppressed Nozomi Sasaki through the video. Relax, it's just small talk. Gu Wanqing smiled gently, which made Nozomi Sasaki less nervous. Your master is a good man, so you can stay with him and learn the skills without any worries. He told me that he wants to take you as his apprentice, and he will definitely teach you his skills seriously. Gu Wanqing could see that Nozomi Sasaki was a simple-minded and stupid girl. No matter what the problem is, your master can solve it. If you encounter any problems, he will definitely help you. Nozomi Sasaki nodded repeatedly. The master's wife speaks so gently, just like her former master. Suddenly her eyes became red and she felt like crying. What's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Gu Wanqing was a little surprised. She didn't seem to have said anything wrong, right? It's okay, master's wife reminds me of my old master, who is no longer alive. Woo woo woo. Nozomi Sasaki couldn't help crying. Lin Ao froze. Why was she crying while we were chatting? Did Wanqing scare her? Impossible. What should he do now? What should I do? Lin Ao stiffly picked up the tissue on the table and handed it over. Nozomi Sasaki took it and wiped her tears. Lin Ao continued to eat with his head down, without saying a word, but he looked at Nozomi Sasaki from time to time. Be good, don't cry. Later, come to master's wife and let her take good care of you. Gu Wanqing comforted Nozomi Sasaki. Can I go find you with my master? Nozomi Sasaki wiped her tears and nodded, revealing a bright smile. She found that she had fallen in love with this gentle teacher's wife. Of course, you're always welcome. There's no problem living with my wife in the future. Gu Wanqing's words made Nozomi Sasaki look surprised. This was the best news she had heard in recent years. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki curiously, crying and laughing at the same time. What are you two talking about? But it's good that he smiled back, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do. Then Nozomi Sasaki kept nodding and smiling. It seems that he had a very happy chat with Gu Wanqing and the others. Your master, ask you to take good care of him in Japan. Can you do it? Nozomi Sasaki looked serious and nodded heavily. I will definitely get it done, don't worry, master's wife. Gu Wanqing nodded with satisfaction. Please give the phone back to your master. I have something to say to him. Nozomi Sasaki and Gu Wanqing waved goodbye, then returned the phone and headphones to Lin Ao. What are you talking about? Why are you crying and laughing at the same time? Lin Ao picked up the phone and asked in confusion. I won't tell you. Why do you care so much about women's affairs? I like this little girl very much. Remember to take her into Hongyan building. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. What do you mean? You like it so much that you want me to keep it? Okay, if there's nothing else to do, let's continue playing mahjong. You guys should cultivate the master-disciple relationship well. The call ended with Gu Wanqing's meaningful laughter. Lin Ao took back the phone and looked at Nozomi Sasaki. The two of them stared at each other. Are you full? Lin Ao spoke first. Are you willing to be my apprentice? Are you clear about your master's strength? Does he have any intentions towards you? What do you mean by being silent? Why are you crying again? I don't mean to scold you. What are you doing? From 1,000 yen, Nozomi Sasaki stretched out her white and tender hand to Lin Ao while crying. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. The price has increased tenfold, and you're still calling me stupid. How come I'm so good at math? But he still took out a card from his wallet. Here's 5,000 yen, spend it sparingly. The password is my birthday, 000917. Lin Ao put the card in Nozomi Sasaki's hand to prevent her from crying again, and immediately ran back upstairs to take a shower, and the maid followed him. Left in the restaurant was Nozomi Sasaki, who had stopped crying and was in a daze. Did I succeed? Senior sister really didn't lie to me. But is there really 5,000 W yen in this card? Nozomi Sasaki immediately logged into the online banking and entered her card number and password to check. For a moment she thought she was hallucinating and pinched her thigh. Hiss, is this true? Nozomi Sasaki looked towards Lin Ao on the second floor. She was sure of this master. Ha! She was determined. Miss, I'll take you to your room. A maid came over, smiled, and took Nozomi Sasaki, who was still smiling foolishly, to her own room. The moment the door opened, there was another visual shock. Master, you are so extravagant and inhumane. The maid covered her mouth and smiled. Miss, let me help you bathe and change clothes. The clothes that the president has tailored for you are on their way. Nozomi Sasaki looked at the maid in surprise. My master made clothes for me. The president sent us a text message before he came back. Nozomi Sasaki felt a little touched. Maybe Lin Ao really had other purposes, but now was the happiest time in her life. She didn't want her dream to be shattered, so she decided to enjoy it first. But how did he know my size? Chapter 185, Cultivation begins. Nozomi Sasaki had a sound sleep. When she opened her eyes, she seemed to be dreaming. She stared blankly at the gorgeous ceiling and felt the soft bed beneath her. Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, I hope I never wake up. Nozomi Sasaki murmured to herself that this dream was too sweet. She suddenly got 5,000 W yen last night. Thinking of this, she immediately took out her cell phone from under the pillow. Her heart beat faster as she opened the banking app, and a series of numbers appeared on the screen. 50 million yen. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, this is not a dream. I love you, master. Nozomi Sasaki rolled, twisted, and took deep breaths in the quilt. Are you done? Why aren't you getting up after having fun? Nozomi Sasaki seemed to hear her master's voice in her bed. Is this what she thinks about during the day and thinks about at night? But it's morning now. She lifted a corner of the quilt and looked towards the source of the sound. Ah! She let out a loud scream and immediately pulled the quilt over her head. Lin Ao was sitting on the sofa next to her bed, drinking tea. Master, why are you here? Nozomi Sasaki could be heard buzzing in the bed. She covered her mouth with a blush on her face, remembering that her master had seen such an embarrassing scene. She twisted and turned in the bed again, as if she had suddenly disappeared. What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and you're still lying in bed. If you were my employee, I would have scolded you until you cried. Your master, used to scold women very fiercely, okay. Lin Ao crossed his legs and drank tea leisurely. It seemed that this girl had a hard life in the past. Is it true that the script always has to be bitter first and sweet later? Tian Ming, I'll give you a script next time. You'll get tired of doing this every time. How about letting them out so they can become invincible and kill you, the villain? Hee, just pretend I didn't say anything, hee. Master, I'm sleeping with no clothes on, can you please go out first? Nozomi Sasaki's voice was heard again from under the quilt. Your master has seen a lot of storms. Is it really necessary for you to worry about him? Lin Ao curled his lips and said, my life is full of ups and downs every day. Why would I care about a small fry like you? Master, if you keep doing this I won't get up. I'm going to tell master's wife. There was a sound of door closing outside, and Nozomi Sasaki lifted the quilt. She was really sleeping naked, with fair skin, high breasts, petite waist, and a peach-like figure. The ultimate pure desire was revealed from her. She stretched. You really aren't wearing anything. Ah. In the restaurant, Nozomi Sasaki kept looking at Lin Ao with resentment. In the end, Lin Ao left. The problem was that she had been seen naked. Okay, I thought you were joking, but who knew you were serious? Nozomi Sasaki listened to Lin Ao's insincere words, and the eggs on the plate were smashed into pieces by her. Master. Hentai. Nozomi Sasaki kept chattering away, poking at the egg inside. Here you go, take it as my apology gift. Lin Ao took out a gift box from his chest and placed it in front of the evil Nozomi Sasaki. Nozomi Sasaki finally stopped destroying the eggs. She snorted and took the box. She was actually a little looking forward to it. She slowly opened it, revealing an exquisite necklace with a delicate 4-leaf clover inlaid with emerald green jade. This is my apology gift, can you calm down now? It was originally a gift for apprenticeship, but now Lin Ao is temporarily using it as an apology gift. HMPH, I'll let you go this time. Nozomi Sasaki secretly smiled and happily ate the broken egg. I'm going to start training you now. From now on, be here for breakfast at 8 o'clock every day and start training before 9 o'clock. Remember. Lin Ao trained with her every morning to introduce her to the basics, and then thought of sending her to the Blade Dragon Club for internship. He wondered what kind of chemical reaction would occur if she met Lin Feng later. Oh, so what does the master want to teach me? Nozomi Sasaki agreed to Lin Ao, but she didn't know what she needed to learn from Lin Ao. Martial arts. Killing skills. I thought you would definitely encounter something in the future that would require them. Lin Ao wiped his mouth and looked at the girl of destiny who looked like a newborn baby. He wondered what she would become in the future, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Master, how did you know that? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao curiously. Why did he seem to know so many things but never told her, including suddenly bringing her back to the manor and accepting her as his apprentice? Most importantly, it seemed that the master knew all her experiences clearly. Chinese culture is vast and profound. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Anyway, I won't harm you. Besides your beauty and figure, what else can you offer me? You've seen your wives, and none of them are inferior to you. Lin Ao spoke in a very serious manner, a bit sanctimonious. Is that so? And Nozomi Sasaki narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Ao. She thought about it and realized that there was nothing on her that her master was planning to do to her, but... Anyway, I think you must be hiding something from me. There's an old Chinese saying, those who know the current affairs bah, those who don't seek small gains must have big plans. Master, are you sure you won't harm me? Nozomi Sasaki is not stupid enough to immediately believe a tall, rich and handsome guy whom she has only met for one day. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, time reveals a person's true character. So, let's just wait and see. Lin Ao was still a little relieved, at least his new apprentice was not completely brainless. It is better to be successful sometimes and unsuccessful sometimes than to be unsuccessful all the time. Have you finished eating? If you're done, come with me to training. Nozomi Sasaki nodded. Lin Ao and I came to the specially prepared training room. The technique your master taught you before isn't suitable for you. To achieve perfection, you need to constantly kill people and hone your murderous aura. Eventually, you might go insane and become an emotionless killing machine. Lin Ao's words shocked Nozomi Sasaki. How did you know this? Her former master did not teach her this martial art. She said that it was a magic skill that she found after her master's death. She practiced it to avenge her master, but she never dared to attack anyone or take their life, so she has not yet mastered the skill. Now, you should practice a new technique. I will guide you through it. Lin Ao took out a book that he had written himself. He had previously collected all the martial arts techniques in the world, and this was one of the top ones for women to practice. Xuanvi Heart Sutra. This technique is powerful, but it has a prerequisite: you must be a virgin before the age of 20. This is because it requires a sufficient number of years of yin yuan to support the practitioner. Therefore, this technique is very suitable for you. After practicing it to perfection, your body movements will be like the nine heavens' mysterious woman, ethereal and uncertain, and you can easily carry the 9 cauldrons. The most abnormal thing is its recovery ability. As long as you are not beheaded, there is a chance of recovery. How is it? Are you excited? Lin Ao held the Xuanvi Heart Sutra in his hand. If he had not been a man, he would have practiced this book long ago. Master, what does it mean to lose one's virginity and have a sufficient number of years of yin yuan? Nozomi Sasaki asked Lin Ao with an innocent look on her face. Virgins and spinsters, Lin Ao explained seriously. Chapter 186, 8 Virtues. Master, how long will you maintain this position? Nozomi Sasaki was pressed on the yoga mat by Lin Ao in a very awkward position. The soft figure shows infinite charm at this moment. Master, you've been pressing on me for so long I feel a little. The more Nozomi Sasaki spoke, the hotter her ears felt because the posture was too ambiguous. Nozomi Sasaki could clearly feel Lin Ao's body temperature, and her heart was pounding. How dare you say that? You even said you'd trained before, and you were screaming in disgust over a simple yoga pose. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Nozomi Sasaki under him, and even doubted whether she could successfully enter. Alright, now you just need to get used to your current position, stretch the flexibility of your muscles and bones, and then strengthen them. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time even getting started, so how can we expect you to avenge your former master? Lin Ao continued to correct Nozomi Sasaki's movements for another half an hour, and Nozomi Sasaki was already covered in sweat. Okay, let's take a break. Lin Ao finally let go of Nozomi Sasaki. She collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely, completely disregarding her image, and kept gasping for breath. Master, can I continue my training now? Nozomi Sasaki asked weakly while lying on the ground. She had no idea what she had been through that morning and her whole body felt sore and weak. It's still early. Once you can hold each movement for half an hour without moving, then you can start the real practice. Lin Ao didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It was quite comfortable to have a sweet and soft girl under him all day. Ah, how many moves are there in total? Nozomi Sasaki looked disappointed, but once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back, and she was determined to persevere. 36, can I finish 5 a day? I'll try to get started in a week. Lin Ao pulled Nozomi Sasaki up and handed her a bottle of water. Master, I can only say that I will try my best. Lin Ao nodded. It was okay to teach slowly. He didn't expect Nozomi Sasaki to get started quickly. Come on, let's have lunch, then you can practice on your own. I have my own things to take care of. I'll come back in the evening to check your homework. If you think you've practiced well, you can ask someone to take you out shopping. Lin Ao rubbed Nozomi Sasaki's head, messing up her hair. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao angrily. That's what you said, once I'm done practicing I can go shopping. Yes, I said it. After the two finished lunch, Lin Ao asked the driver to take him to the Blade Dragon Club, while Nozomi Sasaki rested for a while and went to practice on her own. Master President. When Lin Ao arrived at the Blade Dragon Club, those people immediately stood up and bowed to him at a 90-degree angle. Don't worry about me, I'll go downstairs to find Director Ha Long. Lin Ao took the elevator to the underground first floor and heard the uniform slogans inside. 1, 1, 121, 1, 121. Dozens of people were marching in place. Long Aoshin changed into camouflage clothes, wore sunglasses and stood at the front, staring at the 50 people. Who are you? Long Aoshin asked loudly. Blade Dragon. Dozens of people answered enthusiastically, and the entire underground floor felt the vibration. What is Blade Dragon's purpose? Long Aoshin continued to ask questions. Filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trustworthiness, courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame. The members responded very quickly. Lin Ao almost fell to the ground. You have made all these 8 virtues. Don't you want to talk about training the underworld? You are doing this to whitewash yourself into society. Explain. What are filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trustworthiness, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? Long Aoshin continued to ask questions, and the eyes of the people below all lit up. They had been reciting the whole night, and now it was finally working. Loyalty, fulfilling one's duty to the society. Filial piety, endless love. Sincerity, the quality of seeking truth and being pragmatic. Trust is the foundation of success in life and career. Etiquette, the norm of interpersonal civilization. Righteousness, the guide to the righteous path in the world. Integrity, the foundation of honesty and uprightness. Shame, the bottom line of being human. You, what kind of person do you want to be? We want to be the gangsters that everyone loves. Everyone in the venue was so excited that their blood was boiling and they were about to overflow. There was only one person standing there in a daze, almost breaking. Aoshin, you really surprised me. Lin Ao was in a mess in the basement. Master President, this has been going on for a whole day, and their enthusiasm hasn't faded at all. The soft voice of Ito Miko appeared behind Lin Ao. In just one day, the former members of the Ito Society, who were full of hostility, have now become the Blade Dragon Society, and even their temperament has completely changed. He let him do whatever he wants. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and he completely let Aoshin do whatever he wanted. Now he was looking forward to seeing what this team would become by then. Ito Miko smiled and came to Lin Ao. She had changed her outfit today, wearing a white suit, a short skirt, and a black shirt. She looked very capable now. The fullness of her chest is about to burst her shirt. Your outfit looks pretty good today. Lin Ao's eyes lit up and he praised her, causing Ito Miko to smile brightly. Since the executive director is still training, would you like to come to my room and rest for a while? Miko Ito unbuttoned 3 buttons, and a deep white cleavage appeared in front of Lin Ao's forehead. They trembled as if they needed fresh air. That's exactly what I meant. Lin Ao smiled slightly and left in the elevator with Ito Miko. More than an hour later, Lin Ao wanted to go to the first floor to look for Long Aocean, but his younger brother said that he had just gone out with the team. I know where they went. Let me take you there to see it. Miko Ito was radiant. She rode a heavy motorcycle to Lin Ao. She changed her clothes into a belly-bearing top, tight leather pants, and high heels, looking heroic. Then let's go. Lin Ao sat in the back, the roar of the motorcycle sounded, and the two disappeared at the entrance of the Blade Dragon Club. After driving for a few minutes, Lin Ao finally saw the Blade Dragon Society. I saw Long Aocean leading the running, and there was a team behind him. All of them were members of the Blade Dragon Society. 1, 1, 121, 1, 121. People all over the street were looking at Long Aocean's team curiously. Left front, elderly people are crossing the road. 2 people are passing by. At Long Aocean's command, 2 people came out of the team and immediately ran towards the 2 white-haired old men. The 2 old men stood there shivering with their crutches, thinking, it's over, it's over, it's over. 2 strong men rushed over, picked up the 2 elderly people without saying a word, and put them steadily across the street. We are the Blade Dragon Society. Please remember us. After saying this, the 2 members saluted the 2 elderly people and immediately returned to the team. The 2 old men stood there, disheveled in the wind. What the hell just happened? The team passed by them in a mighty procession, and gave them a cute smile. Chapter 187 Aocean Plan. Very good. Hirota Koki and Suzuki Ichiro each scored a point. Long Aocean's words made the 2 people who had just stepped out of the line very excited, and the other team members gritted their teeth secretly, determined to seize the opportunity next time. Along the way, they helped the elderly to cross the road when they met them, and helped maintain traffic order when they met elementary school students so that the children could pass safely. Some shops were unloading goods, and everyone rushed over and placed the goods neatly on the ground in a few minutes. We are the Blade Dragon Society. Please remember us. Every time they finish a task, they will shout out the name of the Blade Dragon Society. Some people began to bow and thank those members. It made those people more enthusiastic, as if this run was not tiring at all. When they were in the Edo Kai before, they would bow to them, especially when they were acting fierce and aggressive. But I have never felt as happy and comfortable as I do today. A refreshing feeling that makes you feel comfortable from the inside out. This was their first experience. Long Aocean brought them out yesterday, but he always scared others. But today, someone actually bowed to them sincerely to express his gratitude. Suddenly they all had tears in their eyes. I've never had the experience of being treated like this by others. You guys did a great job today. They ran to a park and stood together in a neat row, looking very proud and confident. Hey, maybe it's because their actions just now have made them feel like they are finally recognized. Countdown. Aocean nodded with satisfaction. 1, 2, 3, 58. Stand at attention. At ease. Turn to the right and look Chi. Lin Ao got out of the car and looked at the group of people. It felt like it was a Chinese military training, and the effect was very good. It seems that Aocean hit the mark by accident. Lin Ao walked over, and Long Aocean did not greet him foolishly like he did in the past. He nodded coldly at Lin Ao. Haha, this kid has made some progress. Lin Ao didn't disturb him and stood beside him. Watanabe Shota, step out. Long Aocean issued an order, and a muscular man with short hair came out trotting. I'm very pleased with your performance today, so you'll be the team leader today. From this afternoon to this evening, you'll lead the team and continue training according to my instructions. If you see someone in need of help, you should know what to do, right? Hey, very good. Watanabe Shota, you will be responsible for recording everyone's scores. If I find out that any of you behave in a way that is not in line with our Blade Dragon Club, you know the consequences. Now, let Shota Watanabe lead you in your training. Let's go. Hey, Watanabe Shota saluted Long Aocean, turned to the team members, and began to lead them to continue their journey. Aocean, it's okay, you've trained this pair quite well. After seeing them all leave, Lin Ao went over and teased Long Aocean. Lin Ao, watch your words, I'm an instructor now. Long Aocean's words were serious and arrogant, which made Lin Ao stunned for a moment. It was just right, as they hadn't strengthened their brotherhood for a long time, and the park was spacious enough. A red light flashed in Lin Ao's eyes. Not long after, a young man with a bruised face and nose in green camouflage uniform and a handsome guy in casual clothes with a dry body were squatting on the slide. "Brother Lin, you're being too harsh." Long Aoshin rubbed his face and looked at Lin Ao resentfully. "Tisk, you're the instructor of the Blade Dragon Club, and you're blaming me for hitting you too hard. Tell me, what's your plan?" After beating up Long Aoshin, Lin Ao felt refreshed. Hee. "Brother Lin, to train a person, you must first train their mind. I will first polish their character, and then twist everyone into a rope, and then start the real team combat training. I want to train them until they only recognize the Blade Dragon Society. Then when China attacks Japan, they will help us." The prescription Chiwu gave me, Yijuzi was really quick and has already completed it all for me. Starting tonight, they can all take a medicinal bath together. It won't be long before you see a team of elite soldiers and brave generals. Long Aoshin's eyes lit up. This was a team he had built himself. As Lin Ao said, building a branch of Longmen will really make a rush to Asia. As for the techniques, we at Longmen have a complete training system. I can just follow it. With a good foundation, I can reach the innate great perfection. Those with good talent can even strive for the Grandmaster level. With this kind of strength, I think we can run rampant in Japan. My Aoshin plan is no joke." The corner of Long Aoshin's mouth twisted into the shape of Nike, and it seemed that he was in a very happy mood at the moment. This was Long Aoshin's plan, which he named it himself. Aoshin plan. Lin Ao was slightly surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that this kid had really considered this matter seriously and knew how to train people. He thought that he would be full of energy during this period of time. It was good that way, so he could do his own thing. "Well, I'll be traveling around Japan during this time. I have things to take care of. If you have anything, please call me when the time comes." Lin Ao stated the purpose of coming here today. Lin Ao also has a plan. He wants to recruit the natural-born sons or daughters of destiny from Japan under his command. "Okay. By the way, Brother Lin, I feel like my strength has suddenly increased a bit recently. I don't know why." Long Aoshin scratched his head. He had been in Japan for a few days and his strength was getting stronger day by day. He was not trained by Yan Dong like before, so his strength would still gradually increase. Lin Ao's left eye turned golden. He looked at Long Aoshin and found that the destiny energy that had been injected into his body had actually grown. "Tian Ming, what's going on?" He absorbed the remaining destiny energy of this world. "Actually, you are also absorbing it, but Long Aoshin's strength is low, so the feeling is more obvious." Residual destiny energy. What does that mean? Whenever a child of destiny dies, their energy will usually dissipate between heaven and earth. After 1 or 2 generations, it will gather again to forge a new child of destiny. In other words, a child of destiny in this world has died, and before the next child of destiny has coalesced, the energy of destiny wanders aimlessly between heaven and earth. "Are you saying that a destiny child died?" Lin Ao was shocked. Could it be related to Lin Feng? Yes. Was that a recent death? Can you deduce that? The faint golden energy in the air slowly floated into Lin Ao's body. 300 years ago. Hearing Tianming say this, Lin Ao felt relieved. "Brother Lin, I already have a child. I won't like men anymore if you look at me." Long Aoshin avoided Lin Ao's gaze, with a hint of fear in his tone. "It's hard, Lin Ao's fist is hard." About 10 minutes later, Long Aoshin, with dark circles under his eyes, said goodbye to Lin Ao. Lin Ao asked Ito Miko to go back by herself, and he asked the driver to take him directly back to the manor. "I need to plan where to go first when I go back tomorrow and communicate with Tianming. The best thing is to enter the destiny space." Lin Ao decided that he must go in at least once tonight. He was a little curious about what destiny had become. Chapter 188 Unraveling Nozomi Sasaki's Heart Knot. When Lin Ao returned to the manor, it was already evening. As soon as I got out of the car at the door, the maid Lisa came to greet me. "Is Nozomi Sasaki still training?" Before going out, Lin Ao asked her to help Lin Ao keep an eye on whether Nozomi Sasaki was slacking off. "Ms. Sasaki has been practicing all day and hasn't had much rest. After you left, she kept saying she would go shopping after practice, but she's still in the practice room now." Lisa smiled. Before Lin Ao left, Nozomi Sasaki made a bold statement, saying that she would be able to practice well in a while. But it seemed like she was slapped in the face. She practiced silently and was stubborn with herself. "Really? Lin Ao also laughed and came to the practice room. At this time, Nozomi Sasaki was standing in the center of the venue with her eyes closed, doing a serious posture. It looked a bit weird, but it was the entry requirement for the Xuanvi Heart Sutra. Lisa, go prepare dinner. Ms. Sasaki and I will be there soon. Lin Ao asked Lisa to prepare dinner. He sat aside and looked at the serious Nozomi Sasaki. He originally thought that Nozomi Sasaki would want to go out and play while he was away. Unexpectedly, she didn't slack off for a single day, and she made great progress in her movements and her mind was calm enough. If she keeps up her current state, it will take less than a week for her to get started. Half an hour later, Nozomi Sasaki exhaled and slowly opened her eyes. She saw Lin Ao dozing off beside her. She didn't make a sound. She looked around and saw that there was no one else around. She tiptoed and gently came to Lin Ao. She looked at Lin Ao seriously, looking at his three-dimensional facial features and long eyelashes. Her slender fingers stretched out unconsciously, and she couldn't help but want to poke Lin Ao's face. HMPH, you met me for no apparent reason, saved me for no apparent reason, kissed me for no apparent reason, brought me back for no apparent reason, accepted me as your disciple for no apparent reason. Master, this shouldn't be a dream, right? I really don't want to wake up. Nozomi Sasaki muttered to herself, saying she had been homeless in the past. Ever since her former master was assassinated, she had been hiding from the Kurodatsu family for the past year. She had also encountered all kinds of bad luck, like that time in the bar, when she was inexplicably drugged by some young men. If she didn't have some basic skills, she wouldn't have noticed that there was something in the cup and would have been in trouble. Then she met Lin Ao, who said he had no plans for her. Nozomi Sasaki didn't believe it. He was rich, handsome, and had so many beautiful wives, but now he rescued a woman who was nothing. Master, what on earth are you planning? You're young, wealthy, and surrounded by beautiful women, yet you're not even trying to gain control of the only thing I have. What on earth do you want from me? She would rather Lin Ao was after her body, so that she would know what his purpose was. No one could understand such inexplicable kindness, and this matter became a thorn in her heart. Her eyes were blurred, her thoughts drifting away, and her hand unconsciously touched Lin Ao's face. I want you to stay by my side forever, to accompany me. Is that okay? When Lin Ao held Nozomi Sasaki's hand, she immediately came to her senses and her face turned a little red with embarrassment. Did he hear everything I just said? Was he pretending to be asleep? Lin Ao was not pretending to be asleep. He woke up when Nozomi Sasaki opened her eyes. A 9th grade grandmaster didn't even have this little bit of vigilance, so he deserved to be killed. Why? You won't feel at ease until I have a purpose, right? Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki, whose eyes were a little evasive. Nozomi Sasaki nodded. Alas, there are some things I might tell you that you won't believe, but there is something in you that I need. Lin Ao actually didn't know how to explain it. How could he explain the arrangement of fate? What? I have no money, no ability, and you don't even look down on my martial arts book. I just have this body, and you're not interested in me. Nozomi Sasaki's voice became softer and softer, and the last sentence really hit her self-esteem. His most impressive thing had no advantage in front of the masters and mistresses. Who said I'm not interested in your appearance? Well, let's not talk about that for now. I need you as a person. I don't need your life or wealth. I simply need you as a person. You can help me with many things. I can tell fortunes, and I've figured it out. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. I'm investing. I'm leveraging your luck. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Ao gave a half-truthful explanation, but Nozomi Sasaki was confused. I'm a fortune teller. Otherwise, how would I know so much about you? Right. Fortune telling is one of the oldest traditional skills in China. It's far more powerful than the divination that's popular here. Do you understand? Nozomi Sasaki widened her eyes, as if she suddenly understood something when it came to divination. Master, you said you can tell fortunes. Is that why you know so much? Lin Ao nodded. You predicted that I would become very powerful after I was born. Lin Ao nodded again. Nozomi Sasaki already began to trust Lin Ao a little, otherwise how would he know so much about her experience? Then I met you on the beach and read your fortune. The fortune showed that you were one of the people destined by heaven, and that you had a calamity in your fate. Seeing that we were destined to be together, I felt pity for you and brought you back to become my disciple. Lin Ao lied directly, otherwise she would have been worried that something bad would happen one day. Nozomi Sasaki finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lin Ao say this. The world is full of strange people and strange skills. Nozomi Sasaki finally believed Lin Ao's reasons. Now you should finally feel relieved, right? I hope my investment won't fail. I've been so good to you, I just hope you won't stab me in the back in the future. Lin Ao accidentally said what was in his heart in the second half of the sentence. Master, what do you mean? Do you think I, Nozomi Sasaki, am an ungrateful person? Nozomi Sasaki got a little angry after hearing this. Humph, you hope I won't backstab you in the future. Am I that kind of person? Lin Ao smiled awkwardly. He had spoken too quickly. But thinking about it, I was just worrying too much. She was found by Lin Ao before she was contaminated by fate, so there was no such thing as being controlled by fate and backstabbed. Unless you're asking for trouble and doing something to let her down. It's better to be careful when dealing with this kind of thing that will cause adventures when you're angry and escalate when you're hurt. Because I was deeply hurt by someone before. Let me tell you a little story. Lin Ao had to pick up the acting skills that he had hidden in his body for a long time. There was a boy before. She was the person he trusted and loved the most. A few meetings consumed his entire life. Life is so unpredictable. Actually, I don't know where her charm lies, but the boy felt that being good to her was his only responsibility. But in the end, she chose to betray him. Sigh. Lin Ao sighed deeply. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao's sad expression and saw that it didn't seem fake, so she softened her heart. Little boy, you're not the one talking about me, are you? Who is she? Master. Nozomi Sasaki asked curiously. Her name is Tan Shengsheng, an ordinary name, but never be fooled by her ordinary appearance, because you don't know what her core is. It's common for her to be white and black. Their relationship started out sweetly, with the boy completely devoted to her. But she was like a money bag, never admitting their relationship to outsiders. In her social circle, the boy was invisible, just a tool for her to exploit. Lin Ao's eyes were filled with sadness, and his rims were slightly red. Nozomi Sasaki squatted down and took Lin Ao's other hand, feeling very angry. What kind of person is this? How could he meet such a good person and not know how to cherish him? So how is she now? Where is she? I feel like hitting someone, master. Nozomi Sasaki held Lin Ao's little hands and unconsciously used force. She was really angry. The boy gradually lost hope in her. In his last moments, all he could think about was her. Lin Ao lowered his head and sighed, then his eyes turned cold. In the end, I discovered that she had harmed quite a few people. In the end, that woman was tortured by me until she went to a place where she belonged, a place where people like her should go. Are you afraid of me, master? Nozomi Sasaki was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. Master, I can only say that you did a great job. Nozomi Sasaki gave Lin Ao a thumbs up. Okay, now that the story is over, is the thorn in your heart still there? Nozomi Sasaki smiled and shook her head. From this moment on, she was determined to be with Lin Ao. Chapter 189 Back rub. This is tradition. Following Lin Ao's rhythm, the thorn in Nozomi Sasaki's heart has completely disappeared. Nozomi Sasaki also smiled. But suddenly her nose twitched, her smile disappeared, and she suddenly moved closer and closer to Lin Ao. What are you doing? Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki, who was sniffing him with her eyes closed, his mind full of questions. Master, did you go out and have a secret meal? You smell like a strange woman. Nozomi Sasaki opened her eyes with a look of disgust. Lin Ao was amazed at Nozomi Sasaki's unique skills. Destiny. Is this your selection criteria? Little kid, why do you care so much? Go eat. Lin Ao stood up, pinched Nozomi Sasaki's small nose, and walked towards the dining room, causing Nozomi Sasaki to roll her eyes repeatedly. I'm already 36E. And I'm still a child. Nozomi Sasaki curled her lips and muttered softly as she looked at Lin Ao's back. It turns out that all men are the same, they love to cheat. She followed Lin Ao, waved her little fists, and showed a cute and fierce expression. What are you mumbling about? It seems like you don't want to go out and train with me. Lin Ao walked in front, and his words immediately diverted Nozomi Sasaki's attention. With excitement on her face, she ran to Lin Ao and took his arm, and her 36E breasts pressed tightly against him. But you see, I am not a child. Master. Really? Where are we going to train? When do we leave? Nozomi Sasaki was very excited. In her opinion, experience was equivalent to going out to play, and there was a peerless master to play with her. Anyone would be excited and happy about this. After all, she is just a 20-year-old girl. Lin Ao smiled helplessly and patted her little head. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but you can't fall behind in your daily homework. You must train seriously. During the training period, I will assign tasks for you, and you must complete them. After discussing with Tianming tonight, we should set off to travel around Japan. Hey, I promise to complete the mission. He. Nozomi Sasaki agreed readily. All the fatigue from a day's training disappeared because of this one sentence, and she was now full of energy. Okay, I'll just listen and go eat first. The two arrived at the restaurant and Lisa immediately ordered dinner to be served. After dinner, Lin Ao made a video call to Jiyu Wanqing and the others as usual. Master, is this master's wife? I want to chat with her. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and said, why are you disturbing my warm time? Lin Ao, give it to she, I also want to chat with her. Lin Ao was speechless. Just because Jiyu Wanqing said that, he handed the phone to Nozomi Sasaki. Nozomi Sasaki smiled brightly as soon as she took it. Is master's wife senior sister here? Jiyu Wanqing smiled and called Lun Yen over. Nozomi Sasaki secretly glanced at Lin Ao, picked up her phone and walked aside, whispering something with Jiyu Wanqing and the others. From time to time, he looked at Lin Ao with a suspicious expression, which made Lin Ao feel a headache. He took my phone and snatched my wife away, and now he dares to look at me like this. I'll make you scream with those moves tonight. Hey, miss, if you guys like it, just add me as your friend and chat with me, okay? Half an hour later, Nozomi Sasaki reluctantly returned the phone to Lin Ao. Okay, stingy guy, I also get along well with she girl, why are you blaming her? Jiyu Wanqing gave Lin Ao a charming look in the video. Wanqing, I miss you. Miss me. I heard from she that you went out to cheat today. You have such a beautiful girl at home, well, how could you still be interested in someone outside? Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and he looked at Nozomi Sasaki fiercely. Are you going to give it away just like that? Nozomi Sasaki looked up at the sky and whistled, ignoring Lin Ao's gaze. Ahem, don't listen to him. The little Japanese guy is too small and easily squeezes others, so he smells like other people. Lin Ao and Jiyu Wanqing chatted for more than half an hour, then grabbed Nozomi Sasaki and went to training. Go on, be still, don't move. In the training room, Nozomi Sasaki was covered in sweat. Lin Ao was correcting her movements, and the difficulty and amplitude of her movements were increasing. However, Nozomi Sasaki did not feel as tired or uncomfortable as she did in the morning. Because since she has already identified with this master, whatever the master does to her is right. This is also a traditional concept here. As long as you follow, it will be of a completely different nature. After a while, Lin Ao finally let go of Nozomi Sasaki. Very good. This morning I thought you had no talent, but now I take that thought back. You did very well. Lin Ao praised Nozomi Sasaki, and Nozomi Sasaki suppressed her happiness and nodded. This child is so arrogant. We're tired after a day of training. You should take a shower and rest. I'm going to take a shower and rest too. After saying that, Lin Ao walked out of the practice room. Nozomi Sasaki bowed to Lin Ao as he left, and a different light appeared in her eyes. I want to take a shower, my skin feels good. Lin Ao lay comfortably in the indoor hot spring in his room. With a towel covering his head, he looked very happy. At this moment, the sound of the door outside being opened was heard. The sound of bare feet landing came from behind. She slowly approached Lin Ao without saying a word. Lisa, I told you I don't need you to help me take a bath. Go and do your own thing. Lin Ao continued to close his eyes and did not open them. There was a sound of water entering the water nearby. Lin Ao felt a little angry for a moment. He stretched out his left hand and pulled Lisa over. Ah! Lisa couldn't help but let out a small cry of surprise. A warm and soft girl was embraced in Lin Ao's arms. Lin Ao thought, Lisa doesn't look that big. He couldn't help but weigh it with his hand. Ah! The person in his arms exclaimed again. Lin Ao frowned. This voice seemed familiar. He opened his eyes immediately. When Nozomi Sasaki saw that she was covered in white stripes, her face flushed with shame, her eyes sparkling, and she collapsed in his arms. I'm taking the test, what are you doing? Lin Ao was startled by the appearance of Nozomi Sasaki. I wanted to come to give master a back rub. Thank you for your careful teaching and care. This is a tradition here. Nozomi Sasaki's voice was as weak as cotton. Lin Ao thought, it seems that the Japanese really have such a tradition. Aren't they afraid of accidental discharge of guns? Then you don't have to be naked. Lin Ao was speechless. Then you should at least wear a bathrobe or something. If I can't hold it back like AK in a while, you're done. We have mixed bathing here. Nozomi Sasaki's words seemed somewhat natural. Oh, of course, this is my first time bathing with a boy, I'm not just doing it casually. Nozomi Sasaki suddenly became a little flustered. She was afraid that Lin Ao would think that she was the kind of woman who would casually take a bath with boys. Alright, then help me wipe my back. Lin Ao turned around and lay down beside the hot spring pool. The sound of water moving due to Sasaki Nozomi came from behind. Really, this kind of thing without words or pictures, but the sound really makes people angry. Lin Ao was shouting in his heart, this is too exciting. Nozomi Sasaki came to Lin Ao, and the unintentional touch of their skin made both of them feel like they were electrocuted. Lin Ao closed his eyes and forced himself to recite the meditation mantra. The soft and tender little hands were massaging Lin Ao's back. Every minute and every second was torture for Lin Ao. I say, my dear disciple, don't do this next time. Master is really afraid that impulsiveness will lead to your virginity. You must remain virgin before you can begin your cultivation. Lin Ao warned Nozomi Sasaki helplessly. Nozomi Sasaki muttered something in a low voice behind Lin Ao, but no one knew what she said. Lin Ao didn't hear clearly. It seems I have to lock the door next time I take a shower. Hiss. Lin Aojing's mantra interrupted Nozomi Sasaki's spell again. You should pay attention to the distance when you go to the next place. 36E is pressing on my back. You make me so sad. Chapter 190, A Home in My Mind. The long time in the hot springs almost drove Lin Ao crazy several times. I don't know whether this little girl did it intentionally or unintentionally, but every time Lin Ao was about to give up, she would immediately stop. Very tired. Master, I will withdraw first. Nozomi Sasaki smiled cunningly, stood up in front of Lin Ao, then wiped her body with a clean towel and changed her clothes. Lin Ao widened his eyes and said, okay, just wait patiently. If it weren't for your martial arts technique, he wouldn't have let Nozomi Sasaki leave so easily at this moment. But what should I do with this anger? Lin Ao looked at the door fiercely, this little girl. I'm in such a good mood, how can I let myself down? Lisa, who was standing outside the door, pushed it open and walked in. She didn't answer as the maid's clothes were taken off one by one. Lisa is a pure American in Japan. She has a Western figure and an extreme gourd-shaped curve. She slowly made her way to the hot spring, her fair skin gleaming in the moonlight. She came to Lin Ao and smiled charmingly. Her long, beautiful legs slowly stretched into the water, covering her waist. Before Lin Ao even reached out his hand, she took the initiative to hug him. A sweet kiss is immediately offered. Dividing line. After a long time, Lin Ao finally came out dressed and felt refreshed. Yijuzi Waishui is looking for young girls, he is really thoughtful, it is impossible for him not to fall into depravity in this little Japan. Lisa, you should rest here tonight. Lin Ao picked up the slightly weak Lisa and put her on the bed. Master President, I'm actually fine. I'm afraid this will disturb your rest. Lisa's voice was soft, and she was still thinking about Lin Ao's sleep quality at night. This kind of maid is indeed very rare. No, just listen to me. Lin Ao also climbed onto the bed and held Lisa in his arms. Lisa didn't say anything. She carefully found a comfortable position in Lin Ao's arms. She secretly glanced at Lin Ao, who had closed his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. It's okay for them. In Japan, it's a buyout system and they are trained by professional maid agencies. Everyone inside, including the male servants, are orphans who grew up and studied in the institution. You can't decide what kind of master you will meet. Lisa feels she is lucky. The next morning, it was not Lin Ao who called Nozomi Sasaki to get up. Instead, it was her apprentice who sat by the bed and looked at Lin Ao's sleeping face. Lisa was gone. She had quietly left at 6 in the morning and started her day as a maid. Master, the upper beam is crooked, and the lower beam is crooked. It's already 9 o'clock, and you're still sleeping. Didn't you tell me to get up early? Today, Nozomi Sasaki got up at 8 o'clock in the morning and sat by the bed for almost an hour. I don't know if I need to maintain it after getting started. Nozomi Sasaki's face suddenly turned red, and she thought of the mixed bathing last night, and her body temperature also rose. Suddenly she looked around, her eyes wandering, and she quietly climbed onto the bed like a thief. She was almost sticking to Lin Ao, looking at him closely. She poked his face lightly with her finger, giving him a goofy smile. Bad master. Nozomi Sasaki stretched out her hand again, and Lin Ao, who was originally asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Ah! Nozomi Sasaki was startled and screamed. Okay, shut up. Can't you just go practice on your own before I get up? Why do you have to disturb me here? Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki helplessly. You said you were going out to practice today. That's why I came to see you. Did I wake you up? Nozomi Sasaki puffed up her face. He was indeed a bad master. It seemed that he woke up early in the morning but just didn't want to get up. Okay, I'm going to wash up and have breakfast. You go to the restaurant and wait for me. Lin Ao let go of Nozomi Sasaki's little hand, pinched her cheek, and sent her out. Lin Ao then got up and washed up. He changed his clothes and sat on the sofa in the room. Destiny, I want to see you. If you have anything to say, just communicate directly in your mind. Can't we meet and communicate? I want to enter the Destiny space. Lin Ao had originally planned to go into the Destiny space to find him last night, but his plan was completely disrupted by Nozomi Sasaki and Lisa. It's not necessary. I have something very important to tell you in person. Lin Ao insisted on going in. The more Tian Ming refused to let him go, the more curious he became. What are you afraid of? Lin Ao's tone was drawn out, sounding a little sarcastic. His expression outside was also a little bit mean. Hurry up, otherwise I might break in at any time. Maybe someday, if I open my left eye, you say. Lin Ao's words seemed to make Tianming silent for a while. After Lin Ao opened his left eye, he could vaguely sense that he seemed to be able to connect to the Tianming space. The feeling is indescribable and exists in instinct. Come in. Tianming, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, but Lin Ao still decided to raid in one day. He wanted to take a look secretly to see what Tianming was doing in the Tianming space. A flash of white light flashed before Lin Ao's eyes, which was very dazzling. He immediately closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was already in that pure white space. Where is God? Where are you, Tianming? Lin Ao looked around and saw nothing but white. He did not see Tianming. Why are you hiding? That's weird. We agreed to meet in person, not chat somewhere else. If you have something to say, just tell me. A ball of light fell from the sky, and the voice of destiny emanated from it. I know this isn't you, Tianming, what are you hiding? This is me. If this were you, I, Lin Ao, would still be a virgin. Don't hesitate, I won't eat you. A sigh sounded above the space. A quaint wooden door opened in the pure white space above, and a figure appeared at the door. Ah, you also have a home hidden in there. Lin Ao looked up at the space in surprise. Nima, I've been standing at your door all along. Your home is inside. Don't you think I'm not qualified to go in? You've made your home in my mind. Tian Ming, I want to go in and take a look. After Lin Ao finished speaking, his mind moved, and his body slowly flew up, ready to fly up and take a look. As a result, after flying for a while, a golden palm came down from midair. Bang! Like slapping a mosquito, Lin Ao enjoyed a pure big slap. Don't you know you shouldn't barge into someone else's bedroom? Lin Ao's head was buzzing at this time and he didn't pay attention to what Tianming said. He lay on the ground, watching the destiny slowly falling from the sky. His form changed again. Chapter 191 I find you becoming more humane. Lin Ao shook his dizzy head left and right. Tian Ming, why are you reacting so strongly? Your form is completely human now, isn't it? It's not a human form, it's a restoration of the original form. Humans are also derived from our form. There is a layer of light curtain outside Tianming's body that completely covers his body, making it impossible to see, but from the outside it looks like a human. Tianming, can you remove the light curtain? Who are you guarding against? Lin Ao curiously circled around Tianming and looked him up and down. The light curtain had a 360-degree coverage, but it was golden and blurry. Lin Ao was extremely curious. He recalled the glimpse he had seen before, a white and smooth chin. This gave Lin Ao endless imagination. People are just so humble and curious. For example, when you are curious about someone in a relationship, you will often find yourself trapped without realizing it. Tell me, what's going on? Tianming ignored Lin Ao's request and said lightly while standing there. Well, I'm planning to collect all the wild fates from Japan, and I want your advice. Lin Ao knew that Tianming would definitely not remove the light curtain, so he simply did not mention it again. But he must find a chance to sneak in and get into that room. This reminded him of fate, because didn't he say that he had been ambushed by fate? I wonder if the eyeball that assimilated the clone of destiny has any special abilities that can be developed. That's it. Lin Ao felt some dissatisfaction in Destiny's tone. Did he come in to see her just for this? Even if you say you have no bad intentions, God will never believe you. Yes, I'm afraid that taking a wrong step will lead to other unknown consequences. Since I have accepted Nozomi Sasaki, I feel that there should be others among the Japanese. Lin Ao spoke clearly and seriously, but Tianming just looked at Lin Ao quietly through the light curtain without saying a word. Why aren't you talking? Isn't this a big problem? Snort. Then sit as you wish. Gather them all together. I can't predict what will happen next. If they can truly gather together, with the blessing of destiny and luck, incredible things should happen, but this will take time to find and cultivate. If that person cannot become a training target, I can recover his destiny energy. That's not bad. Destiny thought for a while and gave his own advice. Normally, he would not choose to forcibly recover energy, but it doesn't matter in this situation. Did you just hum? Lin Ao ignored what Tianming said, his mind full of the snort just now. Tianming, you are becoming more and more human. Lin Ao had a smile on his face. He didn't know why this happened, and Tianming probably wouldn't tell him either. He simply sighed. Lin Ao. Tianming's voice sounded calmly, but this time it carried other emotions. Huh, what's wrong? Suddenly calling me by my full name makes it feel like something big is going on. Lin Ao looked at Tianming with a smile, and saw an unprecedented golden ball floating out from behind Tianming. Boom 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 boom. The huge golden pill popped out 5 fingers and turned into a huge palm. Tianming stood there. Lin Ao seemed to sense the smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Go. As soon as Tianming finished speaking, a big slap came out at such a speed that it left an afterimage. Bang. There was a loud noise in the destiny space and Lin Ao flew up in response. This damn familiar feeling made him give a blank look at destiny in midair and even changed his posture a few times. In reality, Lin Ao suddenly fell forward, and this inertia was brought into reality. Oh my, does it really need such a big slap this time? Lin Ao held his waist and stood up while shaking his head. Next time, it won't just be a slap. The voice of destiny sounded in Lin Ao's mind. I say, why are you so stingy? Lin Ao couldn't help but complain. Oops. Lin Ao suddenly covered his forehead with his hand, his face full of pain. Damn it, how could you come out and flick my head? He was shocked. Could destiny come out of his mind? Did I ever say I couldn't come out? I think your suggestion is feasible. Go ahead and do it. Before you meet your destiny's clone, try to strengthen yourself to the greatest extent possible. New. Lin Ao covered his forehead with his hands. This time he had learned his lesson and secretly wrote it down in his little notebook. He washed his face and walked to the restaurant. Master, why is your forehead red and swollen? As soon as Lin Ao appeared, Nozomi Sasaki noticed that there was a red mark between Lin Ao's eyebrows. Oh, I accidentally stepped on a sulking tile in the bathroom and fell. Nozomi Sasaki was stunned. Sulking tiles. What kind of tiles could make a 9th grade grandmaster fall into such a state? Okay, let's have breakfast. After that, we'll see where to go first. You can plan the route. Lin Ao ate breakfast in a depressed mood. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao suspiciously but said nothing. Master, where do you want to go for training? After breakfast, she took out her cell phone and made plans. Anywhere is fine, just arrange the route. Lin Ao didn't have any specific target. As long as he appeared within the range, Tianming would give a prompt, and then Lin Ao would just look for it according to the prompt. In that case, how about we go to Hokkaido first? And then we can go all the way there. What do you say? Nozomi Sasaki's eyes were shining. She had wanted to go to Hokkaido for a long time. Taking advantage of this time with her master, she wrote down many places on her mobile phone. Things I want to eat, things I want to play, things I want to see. Hee hee hee, ha 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 ha. Nozomi Sasaki let out strange cries of excitement as she wrote, and her fingers almost became afterimages on the phone. Lin Ao glanced at Nozomi Sasaki, who was gradually falling into madness. When you get there, you will know what experience is. Work hard and take good notes. The more detailed the better. Hee hee hee. I'll make you laugh when the time comes. Lin Ao smiled with a hint of evil humor. After breakfast, Nozomi Sasaki returned to the room and took out a very large suitcase. There are all kinds of skin care and beauty products in it, as well as various beautiful clothes. Let's go, master. Nozomi Sasaki's eyes are sparkling, like a puppy wagging its tail. Lin Ao gave a meaningful smile. Then let's go. Lin Ao asked someone to take the luggage and brought Nozomi Sasaki to the airport. What will the next destined person be like? Lin Ao couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 192 Hokkaido. Little Japan Hokkaido. The weather is -10 degrees Celsius. It was snowing lightly, the waves kept hitting the beach, the ground in the distance was already covered in white, and the howling cold wind kept blowing from the seaside. Not far from the beach, there is a hotel that has been dyed white. On the beach outside the hotel, there are a girl wearing a down jacket and a boy wearing a thin long shirt and trousers. It looks very weird. Master, when are we going back to the hotel? Why are we training here in such cold weather? Nozomi Sasaki was wearing a down jacket and doing some weird movements in the sub-zero weather. She had a sad face and covered her mouth. When your body can dissipate heat automatically, and you can wear something as thin as me without any problem, then you'll pass. Lin Ao was holding a bottle of hot drink in his hand. He sat aside and supervised Nozomi Sasaki, with a smile full of gloating. As soon as the two got off the plane, the happy Nozomi Sasaki originally wanted to take Lin Ao out for shopping and sightseeing, but Lin Ao took her to this remote hotel without saying a word. At first, Nozomi Sasaki thought that Lin Ao wanted to come here to see the sea first, but he was taken to the beach just as he put his things away. He said under the pretext that he could not stop practicing for a single day and had to continue every day. Then Nozomi Sasaki started this training. Woo 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 woo, bad master. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out to train with you, humph. I want to see the snow, I want to go out and play, I want to go back to Tokyo. Nozomi Sasaki collapsed. This was completely different from what she had imagined. It was completely different from the power she had imagined. Stop shouting. If you have the energy to shout, you might as well save it to warm your stomach. Hurry up and practice. Lin Ao ignored Nozomi Sasaki's complaints, breathing out hot air while admiring Nozomi Sasaki's funny expression. Tianming, is there such a place in Hokkaido? Lin Ao asked about fate in his mind. I can't sense it at the moment. I'll stay for a few days and look around. How many Japanese are there? Lin Ao couldn't help but wonder how many people with destiny there were in this place. Unknown, even I don't know. What Tianming said was true. The original rules were random, and he didn't know where and how many people would appear. Okay, then I'll just wander around for a bit. Maybe I'll run into him soon. Lin Ao stretched and thought to himself, that's right, it's only been a day, how can it be that easy to find it? Let this little girl train here for a few more days. Lin Ao looked at the waves on the sea and felt the falling snow in the air. Lin Ao looked back at Nozomi Sasaki and found that her expression with closed eyes gradually relaxed, her face slowly turned red, and there were fine beads of sweat on her nose. Lin Ao showed a satisfied expression. This guy's potential really needs to be pushed to be brought out. At this time, a group of young people in strange clothes came to the roadside of the hotel. They should also be here for vacation. Seeing Nozomi Sasaki's strange behavior, several people couldn't help but look towards the beach curiously. A girl who was in the lead said something and a group of them walked towards this side. Several young men enthusiastically surrounded a young girl, and the girl seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere very much. Akira, the scenery in Hokkaido is truly beautiful. I never thought there would be such a stylish hotel here. Shangtai is truly a master planner. One of the boys surrounded Mingmei and kept talking. The boy named Shangtai looked at Mingmei expectantly, as if he wanted to get her praise. Unfortunately, Mingmei kept looking at the cold boy who was walking behind her without saying a word, and the cold boy kept looking at Shangtai who wanted to get praise. What kind of polyamory is this? Lin Ao had already noticed several people and kept imagining various plots in his mind. It was too confusing and there were some things he simply couldn't imagine. As they gradually approached, the two people who were originally surrounding Mingmei suddenly became completely silent. Everyone stared blankly at Nozomi Sasaki who was practicing with her eyes closed, their eyes full of shock and amazement. The beautiful girl also saw Nozomi Sasaki and noticed the reactions of the boys. For a moment, Mingmei felt an emotion called jealousy. But Nozomi Sasaki didn't react at all, she had already entered her own world. A heat emanated from her lower abdomen and slowly spread throughout her body. She felt warm and very comfortable. Several people stood not far away and watched Nozomi Sasaki, and Mingmei also noticed Lin Ao, who was wearing thin clothes. Mingmei's heart skipped a beat, she was hit hard. She looked at Lin Ao with a somewhat dull expression. She tidied her hair and clothes and walked over slowly. "Hello sir, I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Senran Mingmei. May I ask what you are doing here?" Mingmei's voice became extremely charming, and her big eyes kept blinking, making her look very innocent and cute. Diphthong. Lin Ao glanced at Mingmei, his eyes filled with some disgust. "Since I know I'm disturbing you, please leave." Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Senran Mingmei. He hated this kind of clip sound the most. His cold and disdainful tone made Senran Mingmei stunned for a moment. How could the tone that usually worked so well be disdained? Is he serious? Suddenly, Senran Mingmei's eyes turned red and she actually shed tears. She secretly glanced at Shangtai. Woo, I'm sorry, sir, I'm so sorry." Then she burst into tears and bowed to Lin Ao to apologize. "Boy, what did you do to our Mingmei?" Shangtai came to his senses immediately when he heard Senran Mingmei crying, and he walked over anxiously. Shangtai's shouting and Mingmei's crying attracted the attention of the other two people. "What happened, Mingmei? Sir, what did you do?" Another boy saw that his friend seemed to be bullied, so he shouted and came to support him. "Tisk, I said you were disturbing us, please leave." Lin Ao looked at them as if he was watching a play, thinking that this woman named Senran Mingmei was of quite high level, and her acting skills were better than many domestic stars. "This is a public area. We can go wherever we want. What's it to you?" Shangtai angrily confronted Lin Ao, but his words made Lin Ao laugh out loud. "Are you Montgomery?" Shangtai and the others were stunned for a moment. Could there be something wrong with this man's brain? What he said was weird. Shoutai Jiro, never mind, we're the ones disturbing others. Woohoo, let's go. Senran Mingmei's timid look immediately irritated Shangtai and Jiro, and they glared at Lin Ao angrily. Then they immediately surrounded Mingmei and started to cheer her on. Lin Ao continued to watch the three people as if he was watching a play. What a scheming woman. No wonder the two men seemed to be possessed. The last boy's eyes flashed, his eyes curved, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Lin Ao. "Yuichi, let's go to the other side. Some people are just born to be annoying." Shangtai followed Mingmei, called the last boy and started walking towards the other side of the beach. Mingmei rolled her eyes at Shota and Jiro and said, "I'm in this situation now, shouldn't you just go up and beat up that boy?" But she didn't say anything else. Just as they passed by Nozomi Sasaki, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Senran Mingmei's eyes. "Oops, Akemi." Senran Mingmei screamed, and her companions around her were also frightened by her. She seemed to have tripped and suddenly fell towards Nozomi Sasaki. At this time, Nozomi Sasaki was standing on one leg, with the other foot close to her left leg and stretched out, and her whole body was in a half-squatting position. This is one of the movements she needs to train, and it looks like she could fall very easily. Moririn Akemi fell towards Nozomi Sasaki, her eyes fixed on Nozomi Sasaki's abdomen. With this force, Nozomi Sasaki would definitely fall down immediately, and her abdomen would be injured by Akemi Mori. Lin Ao did not take action, he just watched calmly. Just as Mori Ran Mingmei was about to hit her, Nozomi Sasaki opened her eyes. Chapter 193 Nakamura Family. Nozomi Sasaki's left foot rotated on the spot. Because she turned the direction, her outstretched right foot was facing directly towards Senran Mingmei, who was swinging towards her. Nozomi Sasaki's lips curled up in a wicked smile. Senran Mingmei's eyes widened, and the soles of Nozomi Sasaki's shoes became more and more enlarged in her eyes. Ah! Senran Mingmei let out a loud scream, and her facial expression was completely distorted. She was truly frightened from the bottom of her heart at this moment. She never expected that Nozomi Sasaki would suddenly change direction. Bang! Ouch! Mori Ran Mingmei's face hit the sole of Nozomi Sasaki's shoe directly. She screamed and fell to the ground completely. However, despite the impact, Nozomi Sasaki did not move at all. "Ame, are you okay? Ame." Shangtai and his friends immediately ran up and helped Senran Mingmei up. A large shoe print appeared on her fair face, which was particularly obvious. Her nose was bleeding bright red, and her false eyelashes were all over the place. She was moaning and screaming, looking particularly painful. Mingmei, don't scare me. Shota and Jiro looked at Moririn Akemi nervously, and she burst into tears. Do you think this is a bit too much, miss? Jiro looked at Nozomi Sasaki, and his voice was not loud, but rather seemed a little restrained. Right, you can obviously pull your foot back, why do you have to maintain this weird posture? Shangtai comforted Moririn Mingmei and helped Jiro speak, but there was no trace of anger in his tone, just like Jiro. Lin Ao even seemed a little happy when he heard him. Being able to talk to Nozomi Sasaki like this makes me a little secretly happy. Lin Ao couldn't understand why this little Japanese guy was so weird. Senran Mingmei seemed to have noticed that her companion had become a little different, and she became louder and louder. The boy named Yuichi came out. Are you a warrior? He looked at Nozomi Sasaki thoughtfully, but his attention was always on Lin Ao. When Moririn Mingmei heard Yuichi's question, she stopped crying. Xiaotai and Jiro also turned around and looked at Yuichi. Lin Ao also looked over. This boy knew about warriors. But he didn't seem to have any cultivation skills. Brother Yuichi, you said she is the warrior you often mentioned. Moririn Mingmei took the opportunity to walk over and took Yui's arm. There were tears on her face that had not yet been wiped away, which made people feel pity for her. Lin Ao felt a little annoyed. It seemed that this girl could always figure out what behavior to do to maximize benefits in any situation. Nozomi Sasaki ignored them. She'd put her feet down and skipped over to Lin Ao. Master, I'm tired, let's go back. I'm a little hungry too. As soon as Nozomi Sasaki opened her mouth, Shotosu and Jiro's expressions changed, and Nozomi Sasaki's cute performance deeply attracted their attention. Sir and Miss, we didn't mean to offend you. I want to apologize to you on behalf of Mingmei. Yuichi continued to walk forward, his voice slightly more feminine. My name is Nakamura Yuichi, the second son of the Nakamura family. You should have heard of our family's name. Nakamura Yuichi's words seemed to make Shota, Jiro and Moririn Akemi feel honored. They straightened their backs as if they had let out a gust of anger. They looked at Lin Ao and Sasaki Nozomi, hoping to see astonishment, shock, and panic on their faces. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, Lin Ao and Nozomi Sasaki looked at each other and shook their heads. Master, haven't you heard? Your business is so big. Nozomi Sasaki asked Lin Ao curiously. Haha, how can our Ao group look down on such a small family? The two of them whispered to each other, and the situation was awkward for a while. Let's go back if you're hungry. We can continue training tomorrow and just maintain the same state as before. Lin Ao touched Nozomi Sasaki's head, and Nozomi Sasaki smiled like a flower. In an instant, this brilliant smile gave Shota and Jiro a critical blow. Seeing Nozomi Sasaki like this, Moririn Akemi became more and more unhappy. At this time, Nakamura Yuichi's face was also not very good. He had even told them which family he came from, but they had no reaction at all. Their Nakamura family is a well-known and prestigious family in Japan. Their family also has many warriors as bodyguards, so Nakamura Yuichi concluded that Nozomi Sasaki should be a warrior. He also wanted to use this to explain Lin Ao. As a result, Lin Ao and Nozomi Sasaki simply ignored them, not even bothering to reply, and walked straight towards the hotel. Brother Yui, those two weirdos were so rude. They didn't even apologize just now. Senran Mingmei's face was full of anger. Haha, maybe others really haven't heard of it. Come on, let's go find Heidu's and the others. Nakamura Yuichi gently pushed away the hands that were wrapped around his arms, his eyes fixed on Lin Ao's back. Master, from my perspective on young people, that Nakamura Yuichi is definitely a female zero. You better be careful. An abstinent male god like you is a deadly poison to him. Nozomi Sasaki secretly glanced at Yuichi Nakamura behind her and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Can you please stop talking? I respect homosexuals, but if he dares to harass me, he's totally a fool. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. He also felt Nakamura Yuichi's intentional or unintentional gaze, which gave him goosebumps all over his body. The two returned to the hotel. This little incident was not worth their attention, and they soon had a pleasant dinner. While eating, Nozomi Sasaki suddenly froze. Nakamura, why do I feel familiar with you? She was mumbling to herself, and it sounded very familiar. Ah, I remember now. Lin Ao, who was eating, was startled. Looking at Nozomi Sasaki strangely. Master, the Nakamura family and the Heidu family are in cahoots. Nozomi Sasaki was so excited that she stood up and knocked over all the wine glasses on the table. It was the Haidu family who killed my master back then, and the Nakamura family also contributed a lot. Nozomi Sasaki became more and more angry as she spoke. She had not remembered it at the moment because the Nakamura family was only involved in part of the incident, and the rest was led by the Haido family. In other words, the Nakamura family is also one of your enemies. Lin Ao gestured to Sasaki to sit down and speak slowly. Well, you could say that. I haven't fully investigated what happened back then. Nozomi Sasaki was a little upset. When she returned to the shrine that year, she found that her master was gone, leaving only a suicide note. It said that Nozomi Sasaki should take the secret book away, hide it well, and be careful of the Haido family. The letter also briefly mentioned the Nakamura family, who were in the same group as Haido. Then go ahead and check it out. Work hard these few days and by then you should be able to reach the peak of your acquired strength. There shouldn't be any danger in checking something out. Lin Ao suddenly thought of something. In that case, I will issue you your first task. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao in confusion, waiting for what to come. First, master all the moves within 3 days. Learn the Xuanvi Heart Sutra on the 4th day. Then, investigate the truth behind your master's death. This is my final test for you. Lin Ao thought that since he was going to travel around Japan, he might as well take the opportunity to really polish Nozomi Sasaki. Hey! Nozomi Sasaki's eyes were full of fighting spirit. She was determined to avenge her former master. By the way, master, do you want me to scrub your back tonight? Roll. Chapter 194. Give me one more slap. After dinner, they left the restaurant and happened to meet Senran Mingmei and others. Because there were 2 more people, a man with a crew cut and wearing a black leather jacket. His aura was completely different from theirs, and rather fierce. The other girl was holding the boy's arm. She had curved eyes that were naturally smiling. Everyone looked at Lin Ao and Nozomi Sasaki who came out. The man with a crew cut has been staring at Nozomi Sasaki ever since she appeared. Lin Ao and Nozomi Sasaki simply ignored them and passed them by. Suddenly, the man with a crew cut stretched out a hand to block their way. Senran Mingmei's expression suddenly brightened. If Heidus took action, then both of them would definitely be in trouble. She looked at Heidus, Lin Ao and others with excitement on her face. Excuse me for disturbing you two, can we be friends? Heidus smiled, but his words were full of arrogance. Lin Ao rolled his eyes in his heart. How could a person who didn't even have the aura of destiny be so arrogant here? An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this be what Nozomi Sasaki, the natural child of destiny, was destined to encounter? Neither Lin Ao nor Nozomi Sasaki said anything, and Lin Ao was too lazy to deal with them directly, so he left them for Nozomi Sasaki to use slowly in the future. Kuro Watarazawa walked straight up to the 2 of them. His eyes were only on Nozomi Sasaki, and the woman who had her arm around him didn't say much, but just kept looking at them with a smile. My name is Kurotos, and I'm the next heir to the Japanese Kuroto family. I wonder if there's a chance I can become friends with this young lady. Heidus simply ignored Lin Ao's existence and attacked Nozomi Sasaki. When Nozomi Sasaki heard Kuro Watarazawa's introduction, a murderous intent surged in her heart. Is this horny monkey with a buzz cut the next heir of the Haidu family? Good, I met my enemy as soon as I came out. It was a wise decision to come to Hokkaido. Lin Ao saw the change in Nozomi Sasaki's expression and felt the murderous intent in her, so he gently pinched Nozomi Sasaki's little hand. Nozomi Sasaki suddenly came to her senses. She was just an ordinary warrior at the moment and had just put one foot in. The person in front of her was from the Heidu family and was the next heir, so his strength must be not much different. Do you need the master to help you get rid of your stinginess first? Get some interest first. Then wait until you are stronger and then do it yourself. Lin Ao whispered in Nozomi Sasaki's ear that Heidus was at the early stage of innate cultivation, and Nozomi Sasaki could not beat him, but as a master, he couldn't let his apprentice suffer, right? However, Lin Ao respects Nozomi Sasaki's idea. If she nods, I'm sorry, everyone here will have to bear the wrath of my apprentice. No need, master. I want to wait until I am stronger and do it myself. Nozomi Sasaki really wanted to kill him right now, but she wanted to do it herself. Lin Ao nodded without saying another word. Heidus watched them whispering in front of him and ignoring him, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Miss, you haven't answered my question yet, or does it mean that our Heidu family is not qualified to be friends with you? Heidu's had a forced smile on his face, and there was even a threatening look in his eyes. Not interested, please move aside. Nozomi Sasaki's face also turned cold. As expected, everyone in the Kuroda family was so annoying. Brother Z, they didn't even pay attention to Brother Yui. They probably look down on people like us. Senran Mingmei was fanning the flames. Lin Ao was shocked. Holy crap, you know all this. We really don't think highly of you. I never thought someone with a brain as small as a sesame seed would even know this. Yuichi Nakamura glanced at Akemi Moririn indifferently, but he did not continue speaking because the initiative was now in the hands of Kuro Watarazawa. In addition, Nakamura Yuichi actually had no ill feelings towards Lin Ao and the others. Instead, it was Senran Mingmei who was at fault first. For some reason, he had to accompany them. Master, I want to beat that woman even more now. I feel like she's so noisy and makes me look like a clown. This time, Nozomi Sasaki did not speak in a low voice to Lin Ao, but said it directly in front of them. When Moririn Akemi heard what Nozomi Sasaki said, she immediately shrank behind Shota in fear, which made Shota and Jiro feel distressed. Look, this woman is so scary. She scared me and even hurt me on purpose on the beach just now. Senran Mingmei spoke in a delicate voice, with a look of fear in her eyes. Her voice gave Lin Ao goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't stand that kind of clipping sound the most. Master, it's approved. Lin Ao said to Nozomi Sasaki lightly that no one could tolerate that clip sound. Thank you, Master. Nozomi Sasaki smiled brightly. He, no one has ever dared to say such things in front of me, Heidus. You guys are great. Kuro Watarazawa smiled grimly, staring at Lin Ao and Sasaki Nozomi with gloomy eyes. Yuichi Nakamura frowned and sighed in his heart. Kuro Watari did not have as good a temper as him. It seemed that the man and woman were going to be hurt. If Kuro Watari went too far, he would plead for them. Go ahead, give her 2 hard slaps. Lin Ao continued to ignore Heiduzi. When Nozomi Sasaki heard Lin Ao asking her to take action, she immediately walked towards Senran Mingmei. You dare. Kuro Watarazawa stood up and tried to reach out and grab Nozomi Sasaki. Shota and Jiro immediately stood in front of Moririn Akemi and protected her tightly behind them. Lin Ao's aura suddenly changed, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Everyone present, except Nozomi Sasaki, felt 1,000 pounds of pressure on them. Moririn Mingmei and the others even lay on the ground, and Heidus was already kneeling on one knee. The girl with smiling eyes was also fine because she didn't offend Lin Ao, so no punishment was imposed on her. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao in surprise. Is this the strength of the master? In her eyes, Lin Ao was just the first look, and suddenly everyone fell to the ground. Everyone looked at Lin Ao in horror. The extreme pressure made them speechless. Okay. Lin Ao leaned against the wall and looked at Nozomi Sasaki, signaling that they could start. Nozomi Sasaki's lips curled up into a wicked smile. She deliberately walked slowly towards Senran Mingmei. Senran Mingmei's eyes were red and tears as big as beans were shed. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't speak or move. Nozomi Sasaki came to Akemi Moririn and squatted down. You know what? If you openly say you hate me, I won't treat you like this. I hate hermaphrodites like you the most. Bang! Nozomi Sasaki slapped Moririn Mingmei in the face, and her face became visibly red and swollen. Bang! This is for my master. If you dare to talk to me like this again next time, I'll scratch your face. I'll make you act pitiful and act sarcastic. Nozomi Sasaki was very relieved. She stood up, looked at Shota and Jiro, and kicked each of them. If you're going to be a licker, then be a good licker. Stop looking at me like that. After beating the 2 men, she glanced at Nakamura Yuichi who looked calm, but did not go over to beat him. She finally came to Hiwata's and looked at Hiwata's who was kneeling on the ground with sweat all over his forehead. She found a vase from the side. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki in surprise. Bang! There was the sound of a vase breaking and Heiduzi's head was bleeding. I'll slowly settle your score later. This time I'm borrowing the power of my master. Wait a few days and I'll come and touch your neck myself. Nozomi Sasaki's eyes were cold. The vase hit Watarazawa on the head, and he was already dizzy and in pain. This sentence made him even more confused. Nozomi Sasaki glanced at the smiling girl who covered her mouth, turned around and prepared to go back to Lin Ao. Who knew that the smiling-eyed girl pulled out a dagger from behind her and stabbed straight at Nozomi Sasaki. Chapter 195 Wild Destiny Energy. Lin Ao looked at the woman suddenly, and a stream of energy flew towards her chest at the speed of light. There was a muffled, bang, sound. The tip of the knife was only 5 centimeters away from Nozomi Sasaki and could not move forward any further. Nozomi Sasaki was frightened by the noise behind her and turned around immediately. The girl flew out, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. Deadpool. Lin Ao looked at the woman. Her expression remained the same. Even though she was seriously injured, she still didn't show any expression. What kind of training did he go through to become like this? The Heidu family's torture methods are probably more inhumane than those in the Hall of Hell, right? Lin Ao squatted down and looked at Heidu's. Hey, is she your Deadpool? Heidu's didn't move at all. Lin Ao slapped him on the back of the head. He forgot that Nozomi Sasaki had just hit this place. For a moment, blood flew out like a small fountain. Damn, you scared me. I didn't expect you to be so patient. You didn't say a word. Lin Ao rolled up his sleeves and prepared to give him a few more hits. Nozomi Sasaki came to Lin Ao's side. Master, it seems like you just used some means to make them unable to move. Nozomi Sasaki reminded Lin Ao, and then Lin Ao suddenly realized. The power was immediately withdrawn and everyone lay on the ground. And Heidu Z let out a terrifying scream. Ah ah ah. He held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground, the pain making him unrecognizable. The pain wasn't from the hit from Nozomi Sasaki, but from the hit from Lin Ao. He felt like there was a dent there. You scream again. Do you believe I'll strip you naked and throw you out in the snow? Lin Ao warned impatiently towards Heidu's, who was like a dead dog. He immediately covered his mouth and made a whimpering sound. He was breathing heavily and his body was sweating. I'm asking you, is she your Deadpool? Lin Ao grabbed Heidu's hair and looked at him quietly. Heidu's tears fell directly. He felt like an ant in front of Lin Ao, facing death at any time. He had been a rich young master all his life, and this was the first time he encountered such a thing, so he was not mentally prepared at all. Say. Lin Ao's voice sounded again. Hey, Watars nodded. Bang. Lin Ao slapped him. I asked you to speak, not to nod. Yes, yes. Blood was flowing from Hiwatazi's nose, his voice was trembling and his breathing seemed a little difficult. Where did you train? Lin Ao let go of Heidu's and wiped his hands on his clothes with a look of disgust. He didn't even know whether this bird man had washed his hair. The Black Dust family always finds some orphans to train as Deadpools. Heidu's did not dare to hesitate and answered immediately. How do you control them? Controlling Deadpool must be a combination of brainwashing and drugs. Simple brainwashing may cause more contact with the outside world when on a mission, which may lead to some accidents. Therefore, a terrible chronic poison must be added to ensure that there is no risk of error. The antidote to the bone-eroding pill must be taken once a month. Otherwise, the bones all over your body will feel like they're being bitten by countless ants, causing both pain and itchiness. You'll be unable to resist tearing your own flesh and breaking your own bones. Death is certain. Heidu's confessed honestly and did not dare to lie. He did not dare to gamble. If Lin Ao got angry, he would confess here today. You, the Heidu family, are truly evil, using such unscrupulous things. But you're lucky, you won't die today. Lin Ao originally wanted to slap Heidu's on the face but suddenly stopped. It is better to avoid touching dirty things. He withdrew his hand and kicked him in the stomach. Kuro Watarazawa made a ho 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 sound. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He left this life to Nozomi Sasaki. He got a good deal today. I'll take her. Lin Ao stood up and said lightly, then looked at Senran Mingmei whose face was pale. You, come here. Senran Mingmei trembled all over, and her face was completely pale. She glanced at Xiaotai and Jiro, but they simply turned their heads away, not looking at her. She looked at the two of them in shock. They actually backed off in this situation. She then turned her head and looked at Nakamura Yuichi, as if he was the last hope. However, Yuichi Nakamura did not avoid the gaze. He looked at Akemi Moriran, but his eyes were those of a stranger. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, you green tea. Come here. Senran Mingmei crawled over trembling. This sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please let me go. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. Senran Mingmei crawled to Lin Ao's feet, crying with tears and snot, but Lin Ao was not at all soft-hearted. Since you have provoked him, even if you are a woman, even if you cry, Lin Ao will not be shaken at all. Lin Ao was shocked by Senran Mingmei's next action. Sir, I'm a natural. I will definitely give you a flying experience. Please trust me. I'm apologizing for this. She started taking off her clothes and begged Lin Ao as she did so. Lin Ao took a step back. A figure rushed out from beside him. You are thinking of eating fart. Bang. Moririn Akemi was kicked away by Nozomi Sasaki. I haven't even had a chance yet, and you dare to take the lead. Nozomi Sasaki looked angrily at Akemi Moririn, who was curled up on the ground. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Traitor. Look at what you're saying. Originally, Lin Ao just wanted Senran Mingmei to come over and warn her, but who knew she would react so strongly? Shotai and Jiro didn't dare to look over here, only Nakamura Yuichi looked at Lin Ao with flashing eyes. If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. I don't like men. I'm warning you not to have any other thoughts about me. Lin Ao was frightened by Nakamura Yuichi's eyes. Lin Ao didn't teach this gay man a lesson because he didn't say anything rude. If he used such a look again, Lin Ao couldn't guarantee that he would be able to bear it. Yuichi Nakamura immediately lowered his head, he had other thoughts in his mind. Let's go. Take that woman with you. She will be your sparring partner from now on. Lin Ao glanced at the people on the ground and felt a little bored. He didn't want to take action at first, but the Deadpool woman's attack on Nozomi Sasaki made him a little angry, so he took action to teach them a lesson. However, this woman Lin Ao has other uses. Of course it is not as simple as letting her be Nozomi Sasaki's sparring partner. Then Lin Ao turned around and prepared to leave. Sir, please wait a moment. Nakamura Yuichi's voice sounded behind Lin Ao. Bang. Suddenly, Nakamura Yuichi flew backwards like the girl with smiling eyes. Lin Ao walked out with Nozomi Sasaki and the girl without looking back. Just when they had walked about 10 meters, footsteps were heard behind Lin Ao again. Please, wait a moment. Yuichi Nakamura staggered over with blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin Ao frowned and looked at Nakamura Yuichi. This time he did not continue to attack. He wanted to see what Nakamura Yuichi wanted to say. When Nakamura Yuichi saw Lin Ao stop, he was delighted. He ran over and knelt down. Sir, I am willing to submit to you. This sentence confused Lin Ao. What did it mean? Suddenly, a golden energy floated in from outside. The amount was not large, but Lin Ao would definitely not be mistaken. That is destiny energy, and it is wild. They merged into Yuichi Nakamura's body. Lin Ao was stunned. Tian Ming, are you doing Bian K? What the hell are you doing? What's going on? Lin Ao shouted in his mind. This. Chapter 196. Okay, I agree. Master, please accept me. Yuichi Nakamura knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and showed a state of submission. Lin Ao wanted to refuse in his heart, and then the energy of destiny suddenly floated out of his body. After thinking about it, he decided whether to accept it or not. The energy entered Nakamura Yuichi's body again. This happened over and over again, and the energy of destiny floated directly in front of Lin Ao's eyes, sometimes larger and sometimes smaller, as if it was angry. How about being a normal person? No, what does this mean? Please explain it to me. These are the rules you set before. Lin Ao was also confused. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. I just set a rule and look for people they approve of. I didn't interfere too much. Perhaps this man was the one it recognized. Why do I think if I agree to it, I will blend in, but if I refuse it, I will fly out? He is submitting to destiny. Isn't that easy to understand? It wants me to surrender. It's you who is destined. Your left eye recognizes you as destiny, or an agent, akin to an incarnation of fate. And with me inside you, isn't that a surrender to destiny? You said that it seems to be right. So should I accept it or? It's up to you. I said I won't interfere with any of your decisions. Nakamura Yuichi was very nervous. Lin Ao didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. This might be the most critical crossroads in his life. Everything happened in Lin Ao's mind. The power of destiny sensed Lin Ao's decision and slowly flowed into Nakamura Yuichi's body. Tell me, what's the reason, what can you bring me? Lin Ao decided to give it a try and see what the effect would be. Since Yi Chen's death, Lin Aofa's luck seemed to have made a qualitative leap. What a good day. It seems that letting Aoshin roar this song a few times can improve it. Hey! Nakamura Yuichi kowtowed, his face full of excitement, a slight blush on his fair face. Get up first and go to my room. Lin Ao walked up the stairs by himself. Nozomi Sasaki tilted her head and left the girl to Yuichi Nakamura. He took it with a smile, holding the girl, and followed Lin Ao. It was then that the hotel owner poked his head out from the corner, trembling with a look of panic on his face. The boss had been watching their conflict just now, but he didn't dare to show up. There was no one he could afford to offend. "Anata, what should we do?" a middle-aged woman asked the middle-aged man with a worried look on her face. "Darling, it's okay. We can just pretend to be deaf and dumb. As long as they don't demolish my hotel, they can do whatever they want." The middle-aged man pulled the woman away, completely ignoring the people in the corridor. "Sit down. Now tell me why you're following me." Lin Ao returned to the room and sat on the sofa, and Nozomi Sasaki and the others followed him in. Nozomi Sasaki came to Lin Ao to help him make tea, looking at Nakamura Yuichi with curiosity. "Hey, master." Yuichi Nakamura acted very humbly, completely unlike when they first met. She put the girl on a sofa, then turned around with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Of course, this is not directed at Lin Ao and the others. "I want revenge." Nakamura Yuichi's eyes were slightly red, his body was trembling a little, and his hands were clenched into fists. Revenge. Lin Ao was not too surprised. Nozomi Sasaki started with a revenge, so you should also start with a revenge. Nozomi Sasaki is an orphan and a master, what are you? "I want to kill my father." After saying this, Yuichi Nakamura seemed to have used up all his strength, and those dark memories were already flashing back in his mind. Continue. Lin Ao began to get interested. It wasn't something that was outrageous to both humans and gods, and it wouldn't make a person want to kill his relatives. "I am the second son of the Nakamura family. My mother was one of my father's lovers. My mother and I have never been welcomed by the Nakamura family. From childhood to adulthood, we have lived an inhuman life in the Nakamura family. We would be beaten and scolded if we were not careful." Nakamura Yuichi's face was filled with pain as he spoke slowly. "My father has a habit, he likes to torture people during sex. Yuichi Nakamura wanted to continue speaking. Stop. Stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll put you in the dark room." Lin Ao called a halt urgently, as he had already imagined what would happen next. "Your mother died just like that." Lin Ao's mouth twitched. This little Japanese guy is really playing tricks. "Yes, she died alive in her bed. She was tormented by this nightmare day after day, year after year. Perhaps death was the greatest relief for her." Nakamura Yuichi closed his eyes in pain. "The next day she was thrown away like trash. I went crazy that day, but I was too weak. My eldest brother and father beat me severely. They spread the word that my mother and I had an accident, one dead and one injured, The nails had sunk deeply into Nakamura Yuichi's palm, and bright red blood flowed out like hot magma, and anger permeated his whole body. Nozomi Sasaki listened to Yuichi Nakamura's story and was moved by what he had experienced. Her face was as gloomy as water and her hands were clenched tightly. "I originally wanted to die, but I couldn't help but avenge my mother. I've been living under the Nakamura family's humiliation and following their wishes until now. Including this time." Yuichi Nakamura leaned weakly on the sofa. "The Nakamura family sent me here for two reasons. The first is to arrange a marriage between me and Mori Ran Mingmei to gain benefits for the Nakamura family. Because she and I are classmates, and she likes me, but I have no feelings for her. However, I must complete the Nakamura family's mission." Nozomi Sasaki handed over a cup of tea, and Nakamura Yu nodded in thanks, and he took a sip. "The second reason is to entertain Kuro Watari. He is a partner of our Nakamura family. He is also the next clan leader. There is another important reason for me to entertain him, which is Kuro Watari is popular with both men and women." Nakamura Yuichi smiled bitterly and continued. "I was arranged to be close to them and become their classmate since I was a child. The road behind me has been completely arranged by the village family. If I had no value, I would probably be abandoned by them immediately." After Nakamura Yuichi finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ao. "Master, I am willing to dedicate my entire life to you. Please help me get revenge." Nakamura Yuichi knelt down again. As the second son of the family, he had no property and relied on his family for survival. He had no military power and only had good looks. For someone like him, the help of Lin Ao was the result of his lifelong luck. Lin Ao rubbed his temples. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable after listening to it. When he said it, Lin Ao's brain automatically filled in the blanks. It was like forcing him to watch a few gay videos. But since he has agreed, and I want to try it myself, I might as well help him. I have an important question for you. Lin Ao looked at Nakamura Yuichi with a serious expression. Are you gay? Lin Ao's question surprised Nakamura Yuichi a little. He thought Lin Ao would ask something else. I'm not. Nakamura Yuichi smiled, probably because he made Lin Ao misunderstand something. However, his sexual orientation is normal. As for why he was asked to entertain Watarazawa, it was because he had no choice. Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Nakamura Yuichi's answer. That's good, okay, I agree. A small amount of destiny energy gathered outside the window again and merged into Nakamura Yuichi's body. By the way, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it or not. Lin Ao was a little hesitant, but he was also very curious. Master, you say it, I promise that every word I say from now on will only be the truth. Nakamura Yuichi looked serious. You and Kuro Watarazawa did that happen. Chapter 197 Suzuki Masami. Yuichi Nakamura said that it has not reached that stage yet. Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes at her master and asked, what's the meaning of your disappointed expression about not being able to eat the melon? Wasn't what he just said shocking enough to you? How do you want revenge? Lin Ao's words revived Nakamura Yuichi's spirits, and his eyes were full of hope. Master, I want to take revenge with my own hands. Nakamura Yuichi spoke out the answer in his heart. Although he knew that Lin Ao could help him complete revenge in one go, this was not what he wanted. He wanted to take revenge himself. He wanted to let them slowly experience fear. Well, then you and she have something in common. From now on, don't call me master. Call me master. She is your senior sister. Lin Ao simply accepted him as his second disciple. It seemed very strange to always let a pretty boy serve as the master, making him look like a male concubine. Ah, really? Master. Nakamura Yuichi looked at Lin Ao in surprise. Call me senior sister, then you can talk about the Heidu family together. Lin Ao nodded lightly. It seemed that he would gather a bunch of people seeking revenge and form an Avengers alliance. Senior sister. Yuichi Nakamura bowed 90 degrees to Nozomi Sasaki, very respectfully. Nozomi Sasaki raised her head proudly, which was considered as approval. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'm going to go check on that woman. By the way, what's her name? Lin Ao looked at the unconscious woman with smiling eyes. This woman would be the main sparring partner for Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura in the future, and might become a nightmare in their training career. Master, her name is Suzuki Masami, she is the dead servant of the Kuroda family, responsible for protecting Kurodos. Nakamura Yuichi gave a brief introduction, but he was not very clear about the rest of the information, and Kuro Watarazawa would not tell him. Lin Ao walked over, moved Suzuki Masami to the bed, put his hand on her hand, and his power slowly entered her body. The poison is all in the bones. The Heidu family is truly vicious. Lin Ao closed his eyes and looked inward at Suzuki Masami's body, and found that there was a thin layer of black on all her bones. These were the poisons used by the Heidu family to control people. His strength is at the peak of acquired talent, which is pretty good in Japan. Lin Ao opened his eyes, and the Yang Shenju began to work. A stream of hot energy flowed through Lin Ao's fingers into Suzuki Asami's body, and her bones were slowly washed away by the power of the Yang Shenju. Suzuki Masami frowned, and beads of sweat the size of beans slid down her head. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Lin Ao, the man who seriously injured her with just a light blow. Lin Ao lightly tapped his right hand, and Suzuki Masami was pinned to the bed, unable to control her limbs freely. Suzuki Masami slowly closed her eyes, ready to accept her own ending. As Deadpool, she was born to serve her master, and now she is in the hands of the enemy, and all she faces is terrible torture and death. She accepted her fate. The bones in her body were filled with severe pain. Was this the poison taking effect? But this kind of pain is not like that, it is not extremely itchy. Bear with it, it will be fine soon. Lin Ao stopped her from moving because he was afraid that she would move around in too much pain. He was using the Yang Shenju to remove the poison. Every time a part was eliminated, it was accompanied by intense pain. Suzuki Masami's face was as white as paper and covered in cold sweat, but she did not cry out. Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura were both a little frightened watching from the side. Lin Ao couldn't help but admire her willpower. He could imagine what kind of training Suzuki Masami had undergone in the Kuroda family before. After 20 minutes, Lin Ao finally withdrew his hand. In fact, he could have finished it quickly, but he was afraid that Suzuki Asami could not bear it. In addition, her bones had been invaded by toxins for a long time, and he would have to use his strength to warm her up after clearing the toxins. Lin Ao doesn't want to save someone and make him disabled. Lin Ao placed his palm over Suzuki Masami's body, and slowly moved upwards from the toes. He had just completely stripped the poison from the bones, and now it was time to force all the poison out. Ahem, sorry, I was so focused that I didn't notice your twin peaks standing there. I'm so sorry. Some small incidents happened in the middle, which made Nozomi Sasaki roll her eyes. Finally, Suzuki Masami's throat rolled and a black liquid came out. Lin Ao immediately wrapped it up with his strength, forming a 5-centimeter black ball. He led it to the balcony and threw it onto the snow outside. When the venom came into contact with the white snow, it immediately emitted black smoke and then dissipated, leaving behind a small area of corroded ground. Lin Ao clapped his hands and went back inside, releasing Suzuki Masami from her restraints. Suzuki Masami collapsed on the bed exhausted. What do you mean? Suzuki Masami saw everything. After the pain in her body, she felt a comfort she had never experienced before, and her whole body was warm. The toxin that Lin Ao just forced out of her body should be the bone-eroding pill from the Heidu family. I just don't know why Lin Ao saved her, considering she clearly wanted to kill Nozomi Sasaki for Heidu Z just now. Save you. From now on, your life belongs to me, Lin Ao. Lin Ao spoke calmly, his meaning simple and clear. Suzuki Masami didn't say anything, just looked at the ceiling quietly. Suddenly she showed an expression of resignation. She probably would be a toy in the hands of others for the rest of her life and would never be able to break free. She sat up shakily, got off the bed and knelt on the ground. Meet the master. Lin Ao didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. Suzuki Masami also knelt on the ground with her head lowered. After a few minutes, Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura didn't dare to speak because Lin Ao's face didn't look very good. Lin Ao was indeed a little angry, but not at Suzuki Masami, but at the Heidu family. Such a good girl was tortured like this. It seems that Nozomi Sasaki needs to be given more important tasks, otherwise he will not be able to swallow this anger. Look up and look at me. Finally, Lin Ao spoke. Name. Suzuki Masami. Life experience. An orphan. Adopted by the Black Du family and trained to be a Deadpool since childhood. The two asked and answered each other, while Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura watched from the side, not daring to say a word. What's going through your mind right now? Survive. What's the reason for living? Suzuki Masami was suddenly stuck. She moved her throat but couldn't speak. A reason to live. Why do I have to live? Is it out of instinct? Yes, why do I have to live? Why didn't I commit suicide before? To free myself. Am I such a coward? Lin Ao continued asking without waiting for her answer. What is the wish? Suzuki Masami was stunned again. It was the first time in 20 years that someone asked her what her wish was. Unfortunately, in the past 20 years, she has had no time or opportunity to think about what her wishes are. Why are you asking me this? Can it be realized if I say it now? I want free. After saying these two words, Suzuki Masami shed 2 lines of tears. This was the biggest emotional fluctuation in her life. Yes, she longs for freedom and a normal life. No matter rich or poor, she wants to live an ordinary life. Congratulations. You're free. Lin Ao smiled. He needed to ignite the desire for life in Suzuki Masami's heart, otherwise she would just be a body without a soul, which was not what he wanted to see. Suzuki Masami raised her head blankly. She seemed to have auditory hallucinations just now. She closed her eyes, laughed at herself, and lowered her head. Hey, congratulations, you're free. Seeing her expression, Lin Ao couldn't help but repeat it. This time, Suzuki Masami finally heard clearly that it was Lin Ao who said this, not an illusion. She widened her eyes and looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. Am I worthy? Chapter 198 The So-Called Freedom. Lin Ao walked to Suzuki Masami and lifted up her hands. There's no such thing as being worthy or unworthy. I'll give you freedom, so please hold on to it tightly. Lin Ao slowly gathered Suzuki Masami's hands and fingers together and clenched them into a fist. How is it? Did you feel it? Freedom is an elusive thing, and everyone has different criteria for judging it. First, do what you want to do and can do. Second, don't do what you don't want to do and can't do. The same applies to people and things. First, see the people you want to see and can see, and second, don't see the people you don't want to see and can't see. These are all definitions of freedom. Hold on tight. Suzuki Masami stared blankly at her fist. Well, then you should feel it well. Lin Ao let go of Suzuki Masami's hand and looked at her quietly. Suzuki Masami looked at her hands and seemed to feel a force. She clenched her fist slightly, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. Freedom is this freedom, he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. She had lived in bondage before, with nothing she wanted to do and no one she wanted to see. She is a puppet without a soul. And now, Lin Ao gave her freedom and suddenly injected her with soul, but she didn't know how to face this sudden change. Suzuki Masami took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knows that freedom does not mean doing whatever she wants, but requires taking on more responsibilities and choices. And there is something in this world called equal exchange. Thank you, Master. Suzuki Masami said softly, I seem to understand something. Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura were also thinking about the freedom that Lin Ao mentioned. They are all people bound by hatred. In fact, compared with Suzuki Masami, they are the same type of people. Lin Ao understood even more clearly how rare and precious freedom was. In so many timelines, isn't he just like Suzuki Masami, a puppet being manipulated by fate, making him a stepping stone for the so-called child of destiny? Tian Ming, besides me, who has escaped the clutches of fate, are there other people in this world who are like me? Lin Ao couldn't help but ask destiny in his mind. Haven't you already encountered this? Lin Ao suddenly understood. Yes, haven't we encountered this before? Ji Yu Wanqing, Lu Nian, Lu Mengan, Sha Qianj, Qin Yun, and others are just the same as Lin Ao, except that their roles are different. Fate. Thank you, destiny. Lin Ao's sudden gratitude made Tian Ming at a loss for how to respond for a moment. They are just using each other. In the end, destiny only said this. If you're being so honest, how can I continue chatting with you? Lin Ao shook his head helplessly. Yes, he and destiny are actually just using each other. He is worth being used by destiny, and he uses destiny to escape fate. Get up, I don't have any other requirements for you. After a while, you can help me train 2 apprentices every day. Lin Ao asked Suzuki Masami to get up, and he sat back on the sofa. Suzuki Masami immediately went over to help Lin Ao make tea, and her technique was extremely skillful. Nozomi Sasaki stared with wide eyes. Yuichi Nakamura looked left and right, and there was no one he could offend, so it was better not to say anything. Lin Ao took a sip of tea. She's starting tomorrow. If you don't complete all the exercises for 3 consecutive days, I want you to get started as quickly as possible. Lin Ao's tone was a little harsher than before. Nozomi Sasaki shuddered, stood up straight, and bowed 90 degrees to Lin Ao. Hey! Lin Ao nodded in satisfaction at Nozomi Sasaki's attitude. Yui, your task is even more difficult. You are still an ordinary person at the age of 20. If you want to learn martial arts, you must rebuild your muscles and bones. This will involve unimaginable pain. Can you bear it? Lin Ao looked at Nakamura Yuichi. His problem was quite big. If he wanted to change his ordinary body and step into the ranks of warriors, he would have to endure pain thousands of times greater than others. I can do it. Master, please encourage me. Yuichi Nakamura's face flushed because he was excited. He could finally take the first step. Lin Ao smiled slightly, hoping that you would still remember how loud you were speaking now. Then Lin Ao looked at Suzuki Masami. As for you. Suzuki Masami couldn't help but get nervous. Is the master going to issue the first task? Here, you 2 go out with Yamei and have a good look around, buy some necessities for yourself, and bring back some clothes. Yui, I'll give you a prescription. You can buy some of them. They are just common herbs. You should be able to find them here. Lin Ao looked at them with a smile. Suzuki Masami was stunned, while Nozomi Sasaki beside her jumped up excitedly, ran over and held Suzuki Masami's hand. Yeah, I can finally go shopping Yahoo! Suzuki Masami stood there blankly letting Nozomi Sasaki hold her hand. Shopping. Is this also a form of freedom? Go ahead, there are expenses and she will pay for it. Lin Ao added a sentence, and Nozomi Sasaki immediately frowned. Stingy master, but I'm happy today, you can use my private money as you like. Nozomi Sasaki didn't care at all. She pulled Suzuki Masami and urged Nakamura Yuichi to go out together because she didn't have a car, but she knew Nakamura Yuichi must have one and she couldn't do without him as a driver. Lin Ao smiled as he watched the few people walk out of the room. Suddenly, Lin Ao, who was sitting on the sofa, disappeared. He appeared in a room. Several people in the room were frightened by Lin Ao's sudden appearance and fell to the ground one after another. Sir, we didn't do anything. Heiduz immediately turned over and knelt on the ground. The other three did the same, all kneeling on the ground in a gesture of submission. Have you told your family? Lin Ao asked calmly with a cold tone. The people on the ground all shuddered. Not yet, we're still dealing with our injuries. Heiduzi was trembling. Lin Ao looked around the room and saw that there were indeed medical supplies such as medicated oil and gauze. Heiduz's head was only half covered. You can retaliate against me and my disciples, but for the next month, don't let me see any of your people in front of me. Lin Ao looked at Heiduz with amusement. Otherwise I will go to your family in person. Lin Ao's words made them crouch even lower, and they even wanted to blend into the tatami below. After 1 month, I'll let you do whatever you want. If you can kill them, I, Lin Ao, will not retaliate against any of your families. Do you understand? Lin Ao just came to warn them to prevent their family from sending someone over immediately. If his apprentice hasn't completed his studies, wouldn't he become a thug? So he told Hei Watarazawa not to come to visit him until a month later, so that Nozomi Sasaki and the others could directly enter social practice. This master has good intentions. Heiduz had to agree to whatever Lin Ao said now, because his life was more important. By the way, if your people don't show up in a month, I will also visit your family, understand? Heiduz was about to collapse. What the hell are you doing? Chapter 199. Hello, is that Yame? Lin Ao left. Hei Watarazawa broke down and burst into tears in the room. He looked at Senran Mingmei viciously. It was this woman who had been talking about Lin Ao and his group when they met outside just now. He just wanted to show off. The result was that Deadpool was gone from home and he got beaten up. Now they are all being targeted by this powerful man of unknown origin. If his family finds out, he will be dead. Originally he didn't dare to retaliate, but now the strong man asked him to send people to deal with his apprentice in a month. If he told the family the truth, the family would just come and apologize. How could they dare to take action? If you don't take action, he will come to you. Heiduz staggered to his feet, walked up to Senran Mingmei and slapped her. Xiaotai and Jiro looked at the scene in confusion. Brother Z, why did I do something wrong? Senran Mingmei's eyes were red with grievance, and her tearful expression made Xiaotai and Jiro feel nervous. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to fight against Hei Watarazawa, so they continued to lower their heads and remained silent. If it weren't for you, how would I have gotten involved with someone like that? I tell you, if anything goes wrong with our Heidu family, none of you will be able to escape. You are not allowed to tell your family about what happened today. You know the consequences if you tell them. After saying this, Heiduz walked out on his own, leaving the three trembling people in the room. He wanted to leave this place. Heiduz's mind is now full of thoughts on how to deceive his family and trick them into taking action after a month. Otherwise, the Heidu family will be finished. Lin Ao shuttled between various rooftops and trees. The speed was so fast that only a shadow was left. It didn't take him long to lock onto a car on the road. He suddenly accelerated, landed silently on the roof of the car, and lay down comfortably. Yami, how are you feeling now? How is your health? Nozomi Sasaki's voice was heard in the car. I feel very good now. After the master removed the toxins, my strength seems to have improved a lot. Suzuki Masami's voice also came out. Lin Ao on the roof nodded secretly. His strength would definitely increase. He left a lot of energy to nourish Suzuki Asami's bones and muscles. Once her body absorbed it all, she would probably reach the innate realm. Bad master. You took advantage of me while I was helping you remove the poison. Yame, you better be careful with your master from now on. At least you can't kill him before me. When my magical power is fully developed, I will kill him without a single piece of armor left. Nozomi Sasaki's words silenced everyone in the car and on the roof. Lin Ao's mouth twitched on the roof. Traitor, you want to attack your master. You're still too young. Well, that was the master's carelessness. He has already apologized. Yame is not a perfect person. She is dirty and not suitable for the master. Suzuki Masami's calm words once again silenced the people in the car and on the roof. Nozomi Sasaki hugged Suzuki Asami with heartache, and Yuichi Nakamura, who was driving, was also looking at the girl in the rearview mirror. For Suzuki Asami now, the moment she woke up in Lin Ao's room was a turning point in her life, as if she had been reborn. So she can't say that she has completely let go of the things in the past, but compared to the present moment, they seem less important. Lin Ao lay on the roof of the car with his feet up, looking at the blue sky. There is too much darkness in the world, and he cannot light up the entire night sky by himself. Now he can only let the people around him feel the light. I hope that each of you can become someone else's little son in the future. He believes that the world will definitely become a better place in the future. The wind in Hokkaido is cold, but Lin Ao's heart is extremely hot at this moment. Before long, they arrived at the center of the city, which was very prosperous. At this moment, Lin Ao on the roof of the car had disappeared without a trace. Nozomi Sasaki pulled Suzuki Masami out of the car and looked at the shopping mall excitedly. Let's go. She pulled Suzuki Masami inside. Suzuki Masami looked at Nozomi Sasaki in front of her, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, like the sunrise in early winter, warming her heart. Lin Ao, who was standing in the dark, also smiled slightly. Yuichi Nakamura quickly locked the car and followed. Sister, I'm going to buy the things Master asked me to do. We'll meet here in 2 hours. Oh, and tell me your phone numbers. I'll call you later. Nozomi Sasaki told Nakamura Yuichi her cell phone number, but Suzuki Masami shook her head. My phone can only communicate with the Heidu family, and cannot communicate with the outside world. Masami Suzuki took out an antique Nokia, which still had a black and white pixel screen. Nozomi Sasaki grabbed it and threw it to the ground and stepped on it. Let's go buy one. After saying that, he pulled Suzuki Masami inside. Nakamura Yuichi smiled bitterly, turned around and left to buy the prescription that Lin Ao had given him. As soon as the two girls entered the mall, they became the focus of attention. Nozomi Sasaki's appearance is really amazing, and Suzuki Masami's warm smiling eyes have also attracted a lot of people's attention. The two of them walked from the first floor to the 5th floor, carrying a lot of bags of things. Lin Ao had been following in the dark. He wasn't too sure about the two girls, but as for Nakamura Yuichi, as a grown man, what was there for him to worry about? Yummy, this is the latest model of mobile phone. Nozomi Sasaki unboxed a new smartphone and gave it to Masami Suzuki. Suzuki Masami showed a curious expression in her eyes. She had seen other people own such mobile phones when she was with Kuro Watarazawa. Would I be happy to receive such a gift? Nozomi Sasaki helped Suzuki Masami insert a phone card. Then he handed it to Suzuki Masami. Then she ran very far away and disappeared. Suzuki Masami stared blankly at Nozomi Sasaki's behavior. Suddenly, the phone in her hand rang. It was noted, cute she. Suzuki Masami frantically pressed the screen and finally the call was connected. She. Suzuki Masami couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was her first time answering a call from the outside world. Moshi, is that Yami-chan? I saw you at the mall, damn it. You didn't even invite your good sister like me to go shopping, woo. Nozomi Sasaki's tone on the phone was playful, and she actually started acting. Suzuki Asami, who was listening to the phone, was stunned. She was not speechless because of Nozomi Sasaki's performance, but this seemed to be the ordinary life she had always dreamed of. I'm sorry, Shi-chan, I just suddenly felt like going shopping today. How about we go shopping together? Suzuki Masami spoke to Sasaki Nozomi in a somewhat awkward and slightly awkward manner. This is what I want, here I come. Nozomi Sasaki smiled mischievously on the phone, then she hung up and ran out. Reappearing in front of Suzuki Masami, she slowly walked towards Suzuki Masami. Halfway through her walk, she suddenly paused, then rushed directly to Suzuki Masami and hugged her. Because she saw Suzuki Masami holding the phone to her ear without putting it down. She looked at Nozomi Sasaki, who was slowly walking out with a smile on her face, and 2 lines of tears were already in her eyes, tears of happiness. Yami is happy, this is the normal life I want. Nozomi Sasaki hugged the girl tightly, who was so satisfied that she cried with just a little thing. Come on, let's continue shopping. Nozomi Sasaki let go of Suzuki Masami and helped wipe her tears. Suzuki Masami's smile never disappeared. Every minute and every second here was happy. Until a group of blind guys showed up and dared to ruin her hard-earned happy time. Chapter 200. This attack is worth 100,000 yen. Hey, those two little girls over there are holding so many things, do you want us brothers to help you carry them? A man with long hair and wearing a special attack uniform walked over with a dozen men, a smirk on his face. Nozomi Sasaki frowned, and a figure appeared in front of her and protected her behind him. You take care of the things here, I'll be back soon. Suzuki Masami smiled gently at Nozomi Sasaki, then put down what she was holding and turned to look at the group of boys coldly. She did a few movements to relax her body and joints. Although she was still injured, her condition was only better than before. Little girl, these moves are pretty cool, ha 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 ha. The group of men looked at Suzuki Masami with amusement and continued to tease her. Suzuki Masami didn't say anything. Nozomi Sasaki looked at those men with disgust. It was such a different era and they were still wearing special attack uniforms. There was something wrong with them. Suddenly, Suzuki Masami sprinted to the leading man and punched him in the stomach. Ah! Before anyone else could react, the man let out a scream. Suzuki Masami's face was cold. He turned around and stood in front of another person. The man panicked and wanted to fight back, but Suzuki Masami disappeared from his sight again. He felt a sharp pain in his back. He was hit in the kidney by a punch. Kill her for me, damn woman. The leading man curled up on the ground, holding his stomach. He looked at Suzuki Masami with his pupils wide open. Only then did the others react and surrounded Suzuki Masami. The man staggered to his feet. Suzuki Masami did not panic. She just flashed and rushed into the crowd. Using her hands and feet, she knocked down several people in an instant. Seeing this, the thugs rushed towards Suzuki Masami, waving their fists. However, Suzuki Masami's movements were quick and accurate, and every move he made was able to accurately hit the opponent's vital points. During the fight, Suzuki Masami discovered that although these thugs were numerous, they were actually weak guys who had not received professional training. Come on, Yame. Yes, that's the guy. He looks so annoying. Nozomi Sasaki was cheering on the sidelines. Suzuki Masami met Nozomi Sasaki's request, and the man's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Several people noticed Nozomi Sasaki, who was cheering on the side, and their eyes were instantly locked on her. They walked towards her with fierce eyes. Nozomi Sasaki also noticed them and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Suzuki Masami also saw it and wanted to come back to stop them. Yummy, don't worry about me, I'm not that easy to bully. Suzuki Masami nodded, but her attention was still on Nozomi Sasaki. She would not let any accidents happen to Nozomi Sasaki. The few people who were still worried about Suzuki Masami immediately laughed cruelly when they saw Nozomi Sasaki say that. She looked so fragile, like a little lamb, how dare she be so arrogant. Several people rushed towards Nozomi Sasaki in an instant. I saw several things flying out of Nozomi Sasaki's hands. Bang bang bang. The three sharp-looking lipsticks all pierced the three people's eyebrows and then shattered. You can imagine how great the force was. The three of them fell to the ground and twitched. Nozomi Sasaki clapped her hands. With this kind of ability, how dare he tease a woman? Oops, I accidentally picked up three of the most expensive ones. This one shot is worth 100,000 yen. Nozomi Sasaki lamented the loss of three lipsticks, while Masami Suzuki pursed her lips and smiled before continuing to rush into the crowd. Soon, the ground was covered with wailing thugs. Suzuki Masami clapped her hands and looked at Sasaki Nozomi with a relaxed smile on her face. Yummy, you're amazing. Nozomi Sasaki ran over excitedly and hugged Suzuki Masami. She is also very powerful. Suzuki Masami is actually shy. Nozomi Sasaki found the girl really cute, so she hugged her tightly and rubbed her face. Suzuki Masami lowered her head with a blushing face. This was the first time she had such close contact with a girl. She didn't know how to deal with the current situation. What happened? Yuichi Nakamura pushed through the crowd and saw Masami Suzuki and Nozomi Sasaki. There were a dozen thugs in special attack uniforms lying on the ground, wailing. Those bastards molested the little girl and ended up getting beaten up badly. An old lady was explaining kindly, and she looked relieved because some of the bastards there even dared to tease old ladies, and now she finally saw someone taking care of them. Oh, thank you, sister. Nakamura Yuichi thanked him and hurried over. The old lady touched her face and looked at Nakamura Yuichi. Oh, I was wondering why people would tease me. It turns out I am still so charming and young. Hey, you're here, you're too late, otherwise you would have seen the spectacular scene of Yamei bravely fighting a dozen thugs just now. Nozomi Sasaki waved to Yuichi Nakamura. No, they are all ordinary people, and I am a warrior, this is as it should be. Suzuki Masami explained weakly, feeling a little embarrassed. Nakamura Yuichi was carrying a big bag on his back, probably the medicinal herbs that Lin Ao asked him to buy. He was smart enough to buy a bag and carry it with him. And now he is covered with bags, all of which are Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki's things. He smiled wryly and followed them. I almost forgot. I forgot to buy a gift for Master. Suddenly, Nozomi Sasaki slapped her forehead. She had such a great time shopping that she almost forgot to buy some gifts for Lin Ao. I've already bought it, although it's not something valuable. Nakamura Yuichi raised his head. He had just gone out and bought a gift for Lin Ao. Yui actually bought it quietly. No, I have to go buy a gift for Master now. Nozomi Sasaki pulled Suzuki Masami and ran upstairs, while Yuichi Nakamura followed with a wry smile. Lin Ao in the dark was also curious about what gift Nozomi Sasaki was going to buy for him. But wouldn't there be no surprise after he followed? After much deliberation, Lin Ao decided to wait for them there. Half an hour later, Nozomi Sasaki came down with a happy look on her face. Yuichi Nakamura and Masami Suzuki followed behind him, but both of them had strange expressions. Lin Ao tilted his head in confusion, wondering what was going on. What on earth did they buy to make them look like this? Lin Ao was very curious and continued to follow them. The car was already full of things, and Yuichi Nakamura started the car and started back to the hotel. Lin Ao lay on the roof of the car and crossed his legs, just like when he came. It was already night by this time. What on earth did this girl buy? Chapter 201 Official Recognition. After more than an hour they finally returned to the hotel. Several people walked into the hotel carrying a lot of things in large and small bags. They were talking and laughing, and seemed to be in a very good mood. They came to Lin Ao's room and saw Lin Ao sitting on the balcony drinking tea and looking at the night view. Master, we are back. Nozomi Sasaki put down her things and ran to the balcony. Lin Ao turned around and nodded lightly. Master, let me tell you, we encountered some thugs in the mall, and Yamei took care of them in no time. Also, the udon noodles there are so delicious. I thought about packing some for you, but it won't taste good if I bring it back. The noodles will go bad. You should have gone out with us then. Nozomi Sasaki was like a lark, chirping non-stop in front of Lin Ao. Lin Ao just looked at her with a smile and did not interrupt her. Lin Ao stood up, touched Nozomi Sasaki's head, and walked into the house. Yummy, how was it? Did you enjoy your shopping? Lin Ao looked at Suzuki Masami, who seemed a little reserved. Hearing Lin Ao's question, Suzuki Masami smiled slightly. This was the first smile she showed in front of Lin Ao. It's beautiful, like a dream. Her voice was soft, and these words summed up her experience of the day. It was like a dream, so dreamy that it didn't seem real. She was so afraid that when she woke up from a sleep tonight, everything would disappear. He found out that this was the dream he had after being beaten by Lin Ao and falling unconscious. Thinking of this, Suzuki Masami's expression instantly became a little depressed, and she was a little worried. Don't worry, this is not a dream, it's all real. You are real now, and your feelings are real too. Lin Ao walked over and touched Suzuki Masami's head. His gentle voice made Suzuki Masami relax instantly. A faint smile appeared on his face. Nakamura Yuichi on the side looked at Lin Ao with anticipation, as if saying, it's my turn, master. Sure enough, Lin Ao turned around and looked at Nakamura Yuichi, who had a large backpack next to him. Well, have you bought everything I want? Lin Ao's voice was suddenly filled with the authority of a master. This was different from what Nakamura Yuichi had imagined. Master, I have already bought everything. Nakamura Yuichi squatted down and opened the backpack. Lin Ao checked it carefully to make sure nothing was missing. Well, it was well done. Lin Ao gave Nakamura Yuichi a satisfied smile. Hey, thank you for the affirmation, master. Nakamura Yuichi bent down and bowed 90 degrees as usual, and then remained motionless. After waiting for a while, he looked up in confusion and found that Lin Ao and the two girls were looking at what they bought today. Nakamura Yuichi looked at Lin Ao with resentment. Where's my pat on the head? Take your time dismantling it. I'm going to help Yui prepare the medicinal bath. I've opened an extra room next door. Yui, grab your things and come with me. Lin Ao stood up and walked out of the room, and Nakamura Yuichi happily picked up his things and followed him out. The master still cares about me. He prepared a medicinal bath for me today. The master still pays attention to my affairs. Lin Ao came to the bathroom, where there was an extra large wooden bathtub filled with water. Lin Ao took the bag from Nakamura Yuichi and took out some of each medicinal herb. He added them in one by one, and then Lin Ao practiced the Yang Shen Ju. The water in the bucket instantly boiled, and the herbs kept rolling inside. The white water turned reddish-brown. Go change into a pair of swimming trunks, then go in and soak until the water turns pitch black. Nakamura Yuichi came back to his senses and kept marveling at Lin Ao's strength. He could boil the water in an instant. He became more and more excited, and he believed that he would be able to do it in the future. Yuichi Nakamura was naked except for a pair of swimming trunks, but he still had some muscles on his body, and it seemed that he also exercised regularly. Go in. It's going to be painful. Are you mentally prepared? Lin Ao tested the water temperature, and summoned a cool breath to lower the water temperature a little. Then he gave a reminder, and Nakamura Yuichi showed a determined expression. I'm ready. Yuichi Nakamura took a deep breath and walked down slowly. The water temperature was adjusted to be just right by Lin Ao. After he walked down, he felt very comfortable, just like taking a hot spring bath. It was not as scary as the master said. Are you ready? Lin Ao looked at Nakamura Yuichi, who looked very happy and showed a playful smile. The medicinal materials are not the point. They just help Nakamura Yuichi's body absorb them. Lin Ao's next operation is the point. Nakamura Yuichi nodded, and Lin Ao tapped a few times in the air, and Nakamura Yuichi's body immediately became unable to move, only his mouth could move. I'm doing this for your own good. Just bear with it and it will pass. Lin Ao looked at Nakamura Yuichi on WeChat, raised his palm slightly, and a burning energy slowly flowed into the water in the wooden barrel. In an instant, Nakamura Yuichi felt as if his whole body was pricked by needles, and his face changed drastically. Then the energy began to penetrate into the body through the skin, and then all the bones in the body felt severe pain, as if they were corroded by something. The two kinds of pain intertwined together, making him almost faint several times. Lin Ao tapped his brow lightly to help him keep his mind clear. Don't faint. If you do, I'm afraid you won't wake up. Lin Ao continued to channel the Yang Shen Ju internal force into the bucket. The water in the bucket continued to heat up slowly, and the brown potion became darker and darker. Nakamura Yuichi's face became paler and paler, forming a sharp contrast. Lin Ao did not block Nakamura Yuichi's voice, and he did not utter a single sound from beginning to end. This made Lin Ao very satisfied. A person's character determines his future. He was quite satisfied with this unexpected disciple. Lin Ao closed his palms and let him slowly absorb the energy in the bucket. Yui, you are very good. From now on, I officially recognize you as my disciple. Lin Ao stood aside and looked at the pale-faced Nakamura Yuichi with a smile. Lin Ao recognized him. Hey, I won't let master down. After hearing this, a blush appeared on Nakamura Yuichi's paper-white face in the bucket. Lin Ao nodded and walked out slowly. The restraints on his body had been removed by Lin Ao, but Nakamura Yuichi didn't know it. Even though the restraints were removed, he still didn't move and continued to soak in the bucket with gritted teeth. Lin Ao came to the door, but he was thinking about something. These people haven't given me any gifts since they came back. Lin Ao muttered to himself, he was actually thinking about this. He curled his lips and said, HMPH, I'm not looking forward to it. He opened the door and quickly closed it. Because Lin Ao saw two white lambs changing clothes. Nozomi Sasaki, don't you have your own room? Lin Ao stood outside the door, furious. Chapter 202. You need to have your own emotions. After a while, the door of the room was opened. Two gorgeous beauties stood in the room. Nozomi Sasaki showed off in front of Lin Ao like a butterfly, while Masami Suzuki stood there shyly. Master, how is it? Do you feel moved? Nozomi Sasaki was smiling and pestering Lin Ao. Lin Ao rolled his eyes. She was beautiful, but Ito Miko was not around now. If she was stimulated like before, he would probably not be able to control his anger. Okay, my heart is beating all the time. Can you see any normal person whose heart isn't beating? Lin Ao gave Nozomi Sasaki a perfunctory response. The clothes are beautiful. The most important thing is the person. Yamei's dress is also beautiful. Lin Ao treated both of them equally, praising them both. Then he thought to himself, what about my gift? I've been curious about it for so long, why don't you show it to me? I told you, my taste is not bad at all. Even the master praised you for being pretty. Nozomi Sasaki had no idea what Lin Ao was thinking. She skipped over to Yamei and her words made Yamei's face slightly red. Ding 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 ding. Moshi Moshi master's wife, hey hey, it's me. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki holding the phone conceitedly, and a familiar voice appeared on the phone. How come you're so free? Didn't your master force you to train? Hey, is the pretty girl next to you your master's new disciple? Ji-Yu Wanqing's gentle voice came from the phone. Hee, master's wife, that's the maid master took in. She should be considered a maid, right? Right, master. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and he didn't want to respond to Nozomi Sasaki's question at all. Hello, mistress. I am the master's new maid. Suzuki Masami immediately bowed and greeted the phone respectfully with a very respectful attitude. Ji-Yu Wanqing looked at the two cute girls in the camera and started laughing. At first I was worried that Lin Ao would be lonely over there in Japan, but it seems like he has a wonderful time every day. Lin Ao rolled his eyes. After hearing what Nozomi Sasaki said, Suzuki Asami automatically took on the role of a maid. Lin Ao never thought about Suzuki Asami's identity. He just thought she looked quite capable, so he asked her to come back to train Sasaki Nozomi. Now there is also Nakamura Yuichi. Hee, hello. If Lin Ao bullies you, remember to tell me. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Ji-Yu Wanqing's words made Suzuki Masami a little frightened. No, the master won't bully me. He treats me very well. Ji-Yu Wanqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Everyone likes cute girls, and Suzuki Asami still looks like a simple girl. Where's Lin Ao? What is he doing? When Nozomi Sasaki heard Ji-Yu Wanqing's question, she turned the camera over, and Lin Ao, with a helpless look on his face, appeared in Ji-Yu Wanqing's sight. What's wrong, sir? You look helpless even though you have two beautiful girls with you. Ji-Yu Wanqing teased Lin Ao, and Lin Ao shrugged. How have you been these past 2 days? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Ao walked over and looked at Nozomi Sasaki's phone. Ji-Yu Wanqing was walking in the garden. I'm fine. Don't forget that I'm a grandmaster now. How can I feel unwell? Ji-Yu Wanqing smiled sweetly. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Seeing that Ji-Yu Wanqing was the only one there, Lin Ao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. As soon as Ji-Yu Wanqing turned the camera, Lin Ao immediately saw several stunning beauties walking in front of him. They cling to me every day, saying they want the baby to get familiar with them. It's only been a few months, and their belly hasn't even grown. Ji-Yu Wanqing's voice revealed happiness, and Lin Ao smiled as he looked at them. It's a pity that dad is still in the past, and I also want the baby to get familiar with me. Master's wife master and I will go back to see you and the baby. I want to teach the baby ninjutsu. Nozomi Sasaki said with a smile, bang, and gave Lin Ao a slap on the face. Ouch, it hurts, master. You sneaked up on me. Nozomi Sasaki immediately covered her forehead with one hand and blocked her mouth. You're just a half-baked person. You haven't even learned those postures yet you're shouting about teaching my child. You think you're capable, don't you? Lin Ao rolled his eyes at her and took the phone away. Wanqing, I will finish things here as soon as possible. Be careful at home and wait for me to come back. Lin Ao is serious and affectionate. Ji-Yu Wanqing smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll continue my walk with them if nothing else. You can focus on your own things. You don't have to worry about me. There are so many masters and grandmasters at home. Just focus on your work. Lin Ao smiled and nodded. There are now 6 masters and 3 great masters in the Lin family manor. Yan Dong is even a strong man who is about to advance to the Junwu realm. Indeed, any villain who dares to have evil intentions is seeking death. As long as fate does not forcibly intervene, they are invincible. Ji-Yu Wanqing hung up the phone, and Lin Duyu lay comfortably on the sofa. Suzuki Masami immediately walked over to help Lin Ao make tea. Lin Ao waved his hand. Don't worry about me. Just go do your own things. Don't you have a lot of clothes you haven't tried on? Go try them on and let me learn more about them. Lin Ao felt that Suzuki Asami was still a little too reserved now, and she would probably be more relaxed once she got familiar with the place. Suzuki Masami nodded shyly. Lin Ao drank the tea slowly. Puff. Suddenly, He was choked by the scene in front of him and vomited, and the water sprayed all over Suzuki Masami. The naked Suzuki Masami was covered with water droplets, which had a unique beauty. Nozomi Sasaki fell to the ground laughing. Yami, I mean you and Nozomi go back to your room and try on the clothes. You can show me some of them. I don't want you to take off all your clothes and try them on in front of me. Lin Ao felt terrible. The corners of his mouth twitched. He couldn't understand Suzuki Masami's train of thought. Suddenly she stripped naked in front of him and started changing clothes. The stunned Suzuki Masami suddenly turned red all over. Nozomi Sasaki glanced at Lin Ao and Suzuki Masami and continued to laugh on the ground. Hey, put on your clothes quickly. Lin Ao held his forehead speechlessly. Suzuki Masami finally reacted and immediately put on her clothes. She stood before Lin Ao, somewhat bewildered, like a child who had done something wrong, her mind a little confused. Had she done something wrong? Had she displeased her master? She made her master unhappy after just one day as someone else's maid. She is really an unqualified maid. Lin Ao also saw Suzuki Masami with a frustrated look on her face. He smiled helplessly and stood up. Yami, I'm not someone who, has special fetishes. You should have your own ideas. For example, if you don't want to, you can raise it and let us know. You don't have to follow my every word 100%, understand? You are a person, now, not someone else's property, not the first item. You have your own joys and sorrows, your own preferences, and your own emotions. Once she and Yuichi finish their training, you will be truly free. I will give you some money and you can live the life you like. Lin Ao touched Suzuki Asami's head. Suzuki Asami was still thinking about the meaning of the first sentence, but she completely understood the second sentence. Her expression turned into one of horror. 2 lines of tears slid down. Master, are you planning to abandon me? Chapter 203 Hatsune Miku is online. Lin Ao couldn't expect Suzuki Masami to react like this. Yami, I didn't say I was abandoning you. Lin Ao gently hugged Suzuki Masami. Nozomi Sasaki, who was still laughing on the ground, also stopped. She stood up and also went over to hug Suzuki Masami. I mean, you can live the life you want in the future, okay? Live freely, without having to obey the orders of the Kurodatsu family, without having to obey my orders, and without having to care about every word others say. Lin Ao said softly, then picked up Nozomi Sasaki and threw her aside. I want to hug you, but you are still not obedient. Suzuki Masami raised her head and saw Lin Ao close to her. She found herself being hugged by Lin Ao, and she instantly broke free from Lin Ao's arms. I'm sorry, master. Dirty. Suzuki Masami thinks that she is a person covered in dirt, and is not worthy of Lin Ao's embrace. Suzuki Masami lowered her head, looking a little gloomy. Lin Ao felt uncomfortable because she saw Suzuki Masami's humility and lack of self-recognition. He reached out again and hugged Suzuki Masami tightly in his arms. From now on, remember, you are yourself, and you belong only to yourself. Lin Ao whispered in Suzuki Masami's ear. Suzuki Masami's body trembled, and tears flowed even more violently. Thank you, master. After a long time, she slowly raised her head, with a determined light flashing in her eyes. Yes, Yame, master means that you can live the life you want. Of course, if you want to stay with us forever, that's fine too. Nozomi Sasaki pouted and climbed up, rubbing her butt. Okay, you'll understand slowly. Now take your things back to your room. Lin Ao let go of Suzuki Masami, patted her shoulder, and sat back on the sofa. Yami, take it back first. I have something to say to the master. Nozomi Sasaki blinked at Suzuki Masami, her eyes full of cunning. Suzuki Masami seemed to have thought of something. Her face turned red. She'd picked up the bags and left the room. Before leaving, she looked at Lin Ao deeply and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What do you want to say? You're so mysterious. Lin Ao drank tea and looked at Nozomi Sasaki, who had a funny look on her face. Master, I bought you a gift. Lin Ao paused in his tea sip. Tisk, 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 is it finally here? I was wondering why there had been no movement for so long. So you're just shy. Do you need to be shy about giving a gift to your master? Nozomi Sasaki walked excitedly to a corner of the room and took out a box. What gift? I don't need anything. Lin Ao pretended not to care and kept stealing glances at me all the way. Nozomi Sasaki brought the thing to Lin Ao and handed it over with a smile. Lin Ao put down the teacup, feeling a little expectant, and reached out to take it. This box is beautifully packaged. What's inside? It feels quite light in my hand. Master, please open it and take a look. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao with anticipation. She was very confident about this gift. Okay, I see. What's the rush? Lin Ao was actually looking forward to it, but he was a little stubborn. He slowly opened the lid, his jaw dropped in shock. Not only was his mouth hardened, but something else was also hardened. There was a piece of transparent gauze clothing and a black cat's tail in the box. Lin Ao took it out gently. The tulle dress was cleverly designed, with special openings in certain places. And the cat's tail shocked him even more. You let me wear clothes like this? And with a cat tail? Huh, did you take the wrong box? Or did you buy the wrong one? When Lin Ao thought of that scene, he shuddered all over. It was not a good thing that his imagination was too strong. Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. Master, what are you talking about? I bought this for you, but the person wearing it is not you, it's me. Nozomi Sasaki squatted in front of Lin Ao, holding her chin with both hands, and looked at Lin Ao cutely. You wear it. Lin Ao suddenly looked at Nozomi Sasaki. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki's beautiful face and perfect figure, and his mind started to imagine again. Sometimes, having too strong imagination may be a good thing. Meow. Nozomi Sasaki made a cute cat meow and waved to Lin Ao with her right hand like a cat's paw. In Lin Ao's mind, he seemed to see Nozomi Sasaki wearing this dress and the tail, acting coquettishly towards him, and he suddenly felt something coming up in his nose. The flag is raised. Lin Ao quickly put the things back. I silently chanted a calming mantra in my heart. Damn it. This traitor is plotting against my master's body with every move. What's wrong, master? Don't you like it? Meow. Nozomi Sasaki has already entered the role, and Lin Ao held his forehead and no longer looked at Nozomi Sasaki. Master meow. Nozomi Sasaki shook Lin Ao's arm and acted coquettishly. In an instant, Lin Ao disappeared from Nozomi Sasaki's sight, and Nozomi Sasaki looked at the empty sofa in a daze. Damn it, why did you run away? Nozomi Sasaki was a little exasperated. You haven't even told me whether you like it or not, and she was still planning to buy fox tails and puppy tails. Lin Ao stood alone on the roof of the hotel, feeling the cold wind. He was truly a monster. No, he was committing a sin. Suddenly Lin Ao's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Yujuzi Waishui. Hey Moshi, it's me, President, your most loyal Waishui. Hearing his voice, Lin Ao's anger quickly subsided and he felt relieved. What's up? I'm sorry to bother you so late, President. The software you instructed us to create will be available in Japan tomorrow. We've already contacted many top celebrities to endorse our product, and I'm sure everyone in the country will know about it within a day. Yujuzi Waishui reported respectfully that it was the audio plan proposed by Lin Ao that day. Please name our software, President. Lin Ao pondered for a while. What should he call himself? Just call me Hatsune. The first sound, the first starting point. By the way, are you so confident that you just put it on the shelf? Lin Ao thought about it and came up with a random name, and Yujuzi Waishui responded respectfully. Hey, after we've tested Hatsune Miku in many ways, we've found no issues at all. We're confident the president will be satisfied after downloading it. We're very confident in this, so we didn't bother you. You can download it directly from the App Store when the time comes. Lin Ao nodded. Their efficiency was indeed very high. It didn't take long for the finished product to be produced. It seems that Yujuzi Waishui's execution ability is really good. Okay, I'll download it tomorrow and take a look at your finished product. If you're not satisfied, you know the consequences. Lin Ao said lightly. Hey, waggly Mashita. Lin Ao hung up the phone. Let's see tomorrow whether he can become popular in Japan. This thing is a magic weapon when it comes to manipulating public opinion. At this time, Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Nakamura Yuichi had completely absorbed it. Lin Ao disappeared on the roof and walked towards Nakamura Yuichi's room. Chapter 204. This is what you said. Yuichi Nakamura was gasping for breath in the bathtub, looking completely exhausted. He was completely exhausted, and there was no place on his body that didn't hurt. It is really easy to drive a person crazy if he endures great pain while he is awake. Congratulations, you made it through the first night. Lin Ao suddenly appeared in front of Nakamura Yuichi. Nakamura Yuichi was thinking about saluting him, but as soon as he moved, he grimaced in pain. Okay, stop moving. I'll help you get some relief. There are still 6 days left. Take your time. Lin Ao walked over with a smile, and his words almost made Nakamura Yuichi faint. 6 more times. Lin Ao went over and a gentle energy wrapped around Nakamura Yuichi's whole body, and Nakamura Yuichi felt relaxed all over in an instant. A tingling sensation appeared, and the pain in the body was finally relieved. The pale face regained some redness. Okay, take a break and go back to rest. I'm leaving first. Lin Ao was about to leave after he finished speaking. Master, please wait a moment. Nakamura Yuichi stood up tremblingly. What's wrong? Why don't you rest for a while before getting up again? Lin Ao stopped and looked at Nakamura Yuichi in confusion. Master, I went out and bought a gift for you. When Lin Ao heard the word, gift, his body froze for a moment. He remembered Nozomi Sasaki's gift again. If you dare give me a gift like that, I promise you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Lin Ao was muttering to himself. What's wrong with you, master? Why did Nakamura Yuichi feel that his master had a complicated expression? Nothing. What gift? Show it to me. Lin Ao casually greeted Nakamura Yuichi and followed him out of the bathroom. Yuichi Nakamura took out a small gift box from his bag. Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw such a small gift box. Please accept this, master. Although it's not a valuable gift, I hope you won't despise it. Yuichi Nakamura bowed to Lin Ao and handed over the gift box respectfully. Why would you dislike it? You're so thoughtful, Yuichi. Lin Ao opened it and found an exquisite men's mechanical watch inside. It's okay, it's still normal. Lin Ao took it out and put it on his hand. He was quite happy about the gift from his apprentice, but he couldn't stand Nozomi Sasaki's gift. Huh, what did you say, master? Why did Yuichi Nakamura feel that his master seemed relieved? Well, it's nothing. I like the gift very much. Thank you. Make sure you get some rest. You will officially start training tomorrow. I'll be back first. Lin Ao patted Nakamura Yuichi on the shoulder and smiled with relief. That's good, master, take care. Lin Ao returned to her room, but Nozomi Sasaki had already left. This little girl. Lin Ao shook his head in amusement and sat down on the sofa. He noticed a piece of paper and a red bracelet on the table. Lin Ao picked up the note. Dear master, this is the lucky rope I wove myself. I hope you will always be lucky and happy. There was no signature, but Lin Ao knew who wrote it at a glance. I didn't expect that this girl Yamei has such a skill. Lin Ao picked up the red rope, put it on his hand, turned his wrist and looked at it, feeling very satisfied. On the left side, he wore a red rope woven by Suzuki Masami, and on the right side, he wore a watch given by his apprentice. Then Lin Ao looked at the big gift box opposite him in distress and rolled his eyes. Meow. The air in the morning was very fresh. Lin Ao walked out to the balcony and breathed some fresh air. Ah ha ha. Lin Ao stretched comfortably. Master, good morning. A voice startled Lin Ao for a moment. He looked towards the balcony on the left and saw that it was Nozomi Sasaki, who was already practicing on her own. But her eyes were a little resentful and her mouth was pouting. Hey, good morning, my beautiful apprentice. Are you so self-conscious today? Lin Ao ignored Nozomi Sasaki's resentful look and teased her casually, causing Nozomi Sasaki to roll her eyes and turn her head away, but her posture remained motionless. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. He turned around and went back into the house to wash up. When he opened the door, he saw Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami standing respectfully at the door. Master. Good morning. Master, good morning. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Are you some kind of door gods? Is it necessary for you to stand outside the door waiting for me? You guys, don't act like this anymore. I don't need you to serve me. Where did you learn all these rules? Lin Ao patted their heads gently, and they laughed happily instead. Because Suzuki Masami saw that the red rope she secretly gave to Lin Ao last night was tied on his left hand, and Nakamura Yuichi saw that Lin Ao was wearing the watch he gave him on his right hand. I feel very happy in my heart, a kind of satisfaction and happiness of being recognized. Especially Nakamura Yuichi, thinking to himself, Master finally touched my head. Okay, have you had breakfast? Let's go have breakfast. Yamei, go ask that girl if she has had breakfast and ask her to come with you. Lin Ao greeted everyone and walked down on his own, with Nakamura Yuichi following closely behind. The restaurant owner and his wife politely invited Lin Ao to take a seat, and then went to prepare breakfast for 4 people. All those people moved away yesterday, leaving only Lin Ao, the big Buddha, who must be taken care of. Yuichi, you're currently in the stage of strengthening your muscles and bones. After soaking in the medicinal bath last night, I think you're almost fully recovered. Your physical condition should have improved. After breakfast, go out for a run to help your body adapt. For the next few days, you can soak in the medicinal bath at night and run during the day to exercise. Seeing that breakfast had not arrived yet, Lin Ao arranged Nakamura Yuichi's tasks for the day. Hey, Waggly Master, I will strictly carry out my master's orders every day. Lin Ao nodded with satisfaction. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. It was Suzuki Masami and Sasaki Nozomi. Nozomi Sasaki sat next to Lin Ao with a puffed face. She supported her chin and looked at Lin Ao. What are you doing? Did I piss you off so early in the morning? Lin Ao gently pinched the man's face and felt a little amused. HMPH anyway, master is annoying. He didn't even tell me whether he liked my gift last night. Nozomi Sasaki complained softly to Lin Ao. Suzuki Masami and Nakamura Yuichi's faces became a little strange. They went to the mall together that day, so of course they knew what Nozomi Sasaki bought. They never expected that Nozomi Sasaki would have such thoughts and be so bold. They all pretended to be deaf and dumb, but they were also curious about what Lin Ao's expression was after he saw it last night. Lin Ao glanced at both of them and said, "It seems you both know everything." He shook his head helplessly. Both hands pinched Nozomi Sasaki's face. "If you dare to do this again next time, I'll make you pay. Hurry up and eat breakfast, then go practice." Lin Ao showed his master's authority, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Instead, the words, "You'll be in trouble," made Nozomi Sasaki's eyes light up. "This is what you said. Master." Chapter 205 Basic Exercises. Lin Ao did not notice the special light flashing in Nozomi Sasaki's eyes. He withdrew his hand and took out his cell phone. When searching for Hatsune Miku in the mall, he found that he didn't even need to search, as Hatsune Miku was already ranked 6th on the most popular list. It seems that Yujuzi Waishui used some of his money power. He quickly downloaded it, and then asked Nozomi Sasaki and the others to download it as well. "Master, what is this? Is this the software developed by your company?" Nozomi Sasaki looked at the software with a musical note icon curiously. "Hey, this is a software that records your life." Lin Ao didn't give any further introduction and just opened Hatsune Miku and started watching. I found that the interface and other aspects are very well designed, because it was based on a domestic app called TikTok, and the design is almost the same. The first video you open is a delicate girl dancing passionately. Seeing this, Lin Ao finally felt relieved. These users couldn't escape. Then the first video Nozomi Sasaki opened was an interesting introduction video about luxury goods. Everyone's content was different, but Lin Ao looked at Nakamura Yuichi with a strange look. "Yuichi, honestly, I don't discriminate against you. Are you gay?" Lin Ao looked at the video of the macho man dancing in Nakamura Yuichi's hand, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Nakamura Yuichi with a scrutinizing expression. "Ah, this master, this has nothing to do with me. It just popped up on its own. I don't know why this happened. I swear to God, I promise I'm absolutely straight." Yuichi Nakamura was anxious. He didn't understand why this was the first video pushed. He looked at Lin Ao with a wronged look on his face. "Okay, I'll just trust you for now." Lin Ao still looked at Nakamura Yuichi with some suspicion, which made him feel a little amused and helpless. Then he looked at Suzuki Masami. "Yummy, what did you get?" Lin Ao asked Suzuki Masami curiously. She was stunned for a moment and lowered her head. "Master, I'm not very good at operating this kind of phone. I haven't downloaded it yet." Lin Ao tilted his head in confusion. He didn't know how to operate it very well. Sasaki Nozomi suddenly understood and explained it to Lin Ao in his ear. Lin Ao pushed Sasaki Nozomi away in disgust. "Just talk, but stick out your tongue. What's wrong?" Lin Ao finally knew why. He walked up to Suzuki Masami, took her mobile phone, and patiently explained to her how to use it and how to download the software. Suzuki Masami listened very carefully. Young people in their 20s can easily understand how to do these operations. Then Lin Ao asked Suzuki Masami to download one herself and try it out. Finally, Suzuki Masami finished playing Hatsune Miku. After she registered, the first video she saw was about the animal world. Suzuki Masami was immediately attracted by the cute animals in front of her. Then Lin Ao taught her how to like, comment and forward the videos, and then taught Nozomi Sasaki and others how to publish their own videos. They understood immediately. At this time, Lin Ao's cell phone rang. It was Yuduzi Waishui calling. Moshimoshi, President, Hatsune Miku is online and has now risen to the top of the software rankings. Yuduzi Waishui's voice was loud and powerful, full of confidence. Lin Ao was very surprised after hearing this. He just saw that she was only ranked 6th. He took Nozomi Sasaki's phone, clicked on it and saw that she was indeed ranked 1st. Waishui, you're doing great. There are all kinds of websites and TV shows. Give me blanket advertising. Don't be afraid to spend money, okay. Lin Ao was very satisfied with Yuduzi Waishui's work attitude and ability. Hey, we'll come up with a plan right away and start implementing it by noon at the latest. I'll get busy now. I won't bother the president anymore. Lin Ao hung up the phone and called Long Aocean. Hello. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Long Aocean answered the phone quickly, and the familiar number of 121 rang out beside him. Their voices were more uniform and louder than ever before. Hey, Aocean, go to the mall and search for Hatsune Miku. The Japanese version of the app is already on the market. It was developed by Ao Group. Lin Ao's words made Long Aocean's eyes light up. He was familiar with this thing. Damn it, Brother Lin, let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to go download it and play with it. Long Aocean had some other thoughts in his mind. He hung up the phone with Lin Ao in a hurry and started downloading Hatsune Miku. Master, this thing has some kind of magical power. It makes me keep watching the next video. It makes me want to go shopping. Nozomi Sasaki was scrolling through videos and talking at the same time, her hands never stopping. The number of videos is currently increasing by tens of thousands per minute, and some people who have smelled business opportunities have already started taking pictures of their own goods. Especially young people, their adaptability and ability to play memes are beyond your imagination. Because Lin Ao has seen a lot of videos of young people doing funny things. Once they get likes and comments from others, it will further stimulate their desire to post videos and promote them to their friends. If you don't use Hatsune Miku when everyone else is using it, then you're not fitting in. You can't even get involved in their conversation. So it seems that Hatsune Miku has been a success in Japan since the first day. When you've trained well, go shopping with them. If you don't have money in your card, ask the master for it, but you have to work hard first. Lin Ao's words immediately stimulated Nozomi Sasaki, making her full of energy. Hey, I'll try my best, master. After they finished breakfast and rested for a while, Nozomi Sasaki immediately went to exercise, and Lin Ao personally went over to supervise her. Suzuki Masami was ordered by Lin Ao to keep an eye on Nakamura Yuichi. They both went out for a run. Lin Ao sat aside, browsing his phone and looking at Hatsune Miku. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect the Japanese to have so much fun. How can I watch this? Lin Ao found that the girls there were very bold and had the courage to show themselves. As he was scrolling, he saw a video that almost made him fall to the ground. I found out it was a video of a friend in my address book. Long Aocean. A steady music sounded, and a neat team appeared in front of the camera, shouting 1, 2, 1. The muscle lines on each of their bodies are very beautiful, and the flower arm tattoos make them look like they are not to be messed with. The camera then cuts to them practicing their fighting techniques. An advertising slogan and narration appeared, and Lin Ao recognized the voice as Long Aocean's. Before, they were all skinny, socially anxious people who were bullied all the time. The music became sad. But after our Blade Dragon Society's rebirth, everyone has become extremely courageous. The music gradually became more passionate again. They are no longer weak, they have the power to overcome difficulties. Blade Dragon, dragon among men, what are you still hesitating about? Come and join us. The picture freezes on a muscular man in an inviting posture. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. The underworld sent Hatsune Miku to recruit soldiers. Anyone believe this? Huh. As a result, Lin Ao took a look and found that the number of likes had been increasing, and the number of comments was also increasing over time. I want to become stronger. Please tell me how to contact me. I want to join in too. I want to become a strong person. I want to be reborn from the ashes, and other comments. There were very few voices of doubt, but most of them were requests to join, requests for contact information, and some even asked for a partner online. Okay. These are his basic skills, don't be ridiculous. Chapter 206 Breath of Destiny. After breakfast, everyone went their separate ways according to the original plan. In the next few days, Hatsune Miku quickly gained popularity in Japan and quickly became popular throughout the country. Gradually, a large-scale industrial chain was rapidly formed. Lin Ao and the others carried out their work according to the plan every day, and Nakamura Yuichi finally survived the painful period of body training. Nozomi Sasaki has finally reached the entry requirements for the Shuanbi Sutra. She has memorized the mantras and meridian visualization diagrams, so today Lin Ao will formally guide Nozomi Sasaki in her practice. She next, feel my energy flowing through your body and memorize its path. Then, practice according to the mental method at the beginning of the Shuanbi Sutra and the movements you've practiced these days. Everyone else can go and do your thing. I'll be looking after this place. After everything was arranged, only Nozomi Sasaki and Lin Ao were left in the room. Then let's get started. Are you ready? Nozomi Sasaki nodded, finally waiting for today. I'm ready, master. Lin Ao closed all the doors and windows and drew the curtains. He asked Nozomi Sasaki to sit cross-legged on the bed. Next, you must clear your mind and think of the meridian visualization diagram in the Shuanbi Sutra. Lin Ao sat behind Nozomi Sasaki and gently touched her vital point with his finger. Prepare to begin. Sense carefully. I will leave a trace of power inside. You will circulate it on your own until your dantian generates your own power. Nozomi Sasaki nodded with her back to Lin Ao, and Lin Ao immediately began to slowly transfer power into it. Lin Ao spent the whole morning helping Nozomi Sasaki guide. At noon, Lin Ao opened his eyes and exhaled. He left the room quietly, leaving her to figure it out on her own. He arrived at the restaurant and just then Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami came back. They finished lunch together, and then it was Nakamura Yuichi's turn. Lin Ao has helped him reshape his muscles and bones. Now Nakamura Yuichi can run for a whole day without feeling tired. He is no longer as frail as before and is completely a different person. Lin Ao already had a general idea in his mind, so he decided to continue training his muscles and bones, focusing on the principle of, one force can defeat 10 skills. He didn't need to practice internal strength too much, but just kept honing his muscles and bones. This is the most suitable one for Yuichi Nakamura at the moment. With Lin Ao around, he can quickly reach the innate level. It's just a little more difficult to endure, but since Nakamura Yuichi was able to endure the medicinal bath, the pain that followed was nothing. Lin Ao and Nakamura Yuichi explained the situation and started directly in the afternoon. Yuichi Nakamura had no objection. He accepted whatever his master arranged for him and was mainly obedient. So first of all, you have to learn to take a beating. The next process will be very painful at the beginning, but you have to be patient. Lin Ao also gave some instructions to Nakamura Yuichi before he started. Nakamura Yuichi nodded with a firm look. Next, I will send a stream of internal energy into your body. It will burn your bones. During this time, Yamei will continue to help you beat your body until night. You can imagine yourself as cast iron. My inner strength will burn within you, and Yamei will be like a hammer, tempering your bones. Once you've mastered it, you'll be invulnerable to swords and spears. Lin Ao patted Nakamura Yuichi on the shoulder and drew a big pie for him. This gave him enough confidence to hold on, and sure enough, Nakamura Yuichi's eyes lit up and a small fire burned in his eyes. Suzuki Masami was standing by, holding a wooden stick in her hand, looking at Nakamura Yuichi quietly. She was ready at any time. Nakamura Yuichi turned his head and looked at the arm-thick wooden stick in Suzuki Masami's hand and couldn't help swallowing. Then let's get started. This time, Lin Ao sent a strong wave of internal energy into Nakamura Yuichi's body. All of a sudden his body was burning like a furnace, his face turned red instantly, and he stood in a horse stance without moving. Lin Ao nodded, and Suzuki Masami immediately stepped forward and hit Nakamura Yuichi on the back with a stick. Yummy, your whole body needs to be even, just practice slowly. Lin Ao stretched and took care of 2 people at once today. He was not afraid that Suzuki Masami would be tired. After all, she was a martial artist at the peak of her acquired martial arts level, and fighting like this for a whole day was nothing. In the afternoon, Lin Ao was enjoying the sun comfortably in the hotel. It was not until the evening that Suzuki Masami came to the balcony and woke him up. It turned out that Lin Ao had fallen asleep without realizing it. Lin Ao stretched comfortably. "How's it going? Did that kid make it?" Lin Ao asked about Nakamura Yuichi's condition, and Suzuki Masami suddenly remembered something and smiled. "Well, he made it through, but his condition is a little poochy." Suzuki Masami couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Nakamura Yuichi was lying in the snow with his whole body red. The snow around him had been melted by his body temperature. Lin Ao couldn't help laughing as he looked at Nakamura Yuichi below. He looked very miserable at this moment, but he was still conscious. After lying down, he just didn't have the strength to get up. Lin Ao came to Nakamura Yuichi's side in an instant, and Nakamura Yuichi looked up at Lin Ao. "He master, it's not that difficult." Nakamura Yuichi was so exhausted that he could hardly speak. Lin Ao smiled, and Nakamura Yuichi was picked up by Lin Ao like a chicken. He was brought to Nakamura Yuichi's room and taken directly to his room. Nakamura Yuichi stared at the bathtub with wide eyes. He didn't need to soak in the bathtub anymore, but now he was afraid of the bathtub. "Don't worry, it won't hurt this time. This is to warm your body. Soak for an hour. Then go eat. I'll go see your senior sister." Lin Ao put him in the bathtub and left. Nakamura Yuichi soaked in it. Just as Lin Ao said, the medicinal bath was painless and nourished his muscles, making him feel warm all over. Lin Ao came to his room and saw Nozomi Sasaki still practicing. Her beautiful eyes were closed and she was maintaining a difficult posture. As the movement changes, the trajectory of the force will also change. He observed Nozomi Sasaki and found that a new energy of her own had begun to emerge in her body. "I guess she will spend the whole day practicing." Not long after, he left the room and went to the restaurant downstairs. Suzuki Masami has already prepared dinner. "We're all having dinner together tonight. They're all busy right now. Why don't you bring some food to Yui after dinner?" Suzuki Masami nodded, and suddenly Lin Ao opened his eyes wide. "I have something to go out for, take your time eating." Before Suzuki Masami could react, Lin Ao had already disappeared in the restaurant. Lin Ao stood at the door of the hotel, his eyes shining brightly. It was already night and the street lights around were on. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. He was talking to Tianming in his mind. "Tianming, are you sure you can sense a trace of destiny nearby?" "Yes, although it appeared for a while, I still caught it. It seems like it's really just as you said. He follows me wherever I appear. Be careful, he left in a southeasterly direction." "Good. He can't escape." Lin Ao's figure disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 207 We finally met. Lin Ao followed the guidance of destiny and shuttled between various tall buildings. He ran for about half an hour. The sense is becoming clearer and clearer. It's just 1 kilometer ahead. Lin Ao continued to move forward, and soon he saw a temple. Hokkaido Shrine. Lin Ao stopped on a tree and observed what was below. At this time, the stone lamps in the temple had been lit. Lin Ao vaguely saw some monks wearing white clothes. There were both men and women. Is he within? Is he within man or? I'm not sure. It's in a room at the very back of the palace. You'll find out when you go down and take a look. Lin Ao kicked his feet and disappeared in the tree. When he appeared again, he was already on the roof of the house. It's just below. Lin Ao nodded and slid gently to the ground. He held his breath and restrained all his breath. I found an open window and slipped in, arriving at the first floor of the house. Lin Ao quickly found a place to hide. He looked around and saw that this seemed to be a living room with a TV and a sofa, and many temple-related decorations around it. Lin Ao didn't see anyone on the first floor. Just then, there was some movement in the room on the second floor. Lin Ao looked up and immediately moved up. Lin Ao came to the second floor quietly. From inside came the sound of running water and a young girl singing. Is this the shower room? Before Lin Ao could react, the door of the next room was opened. Lin Ao disappeared at the bathroom door in an instant. Rin, you've worked hard just now. Have a good rest tonight. The figure of an elderly woman appeared at the bathroom door. It's okay, Grandma. I'm glad I can help. The voice of a girl named Lin came from the bathroom, clear, lively and pleasant. Destiny, is the aura of destiny on that Rin inside? Lin Ao was clinging to the outer wall of the house at this time. That should be the case. I guess she used her power just now, so I noticed it. So she is controlled by fate. Wait a minute. A small golden ball of light flew out from Lin Ao's forehead and floated into the house. Is that your little clone? You can understand it this way. Tianming, I have a question that I'm curious about. Can I ask you? When Lin Ao saw the small ball of light, he suddenly thought of a question. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't ask it. You say, you were watching me and my wives doing that for free. A ball of golden energy immediately appeared on Lin Ao's forehead, turning into a small palm and slapping Lin Ao on the head. Lin Ao had no time to react and was hit by the fateful blow. Ouch, you actually resorted to a sneak attack. I was just curious. Why did you hit me? You're a god. Aren't you supposed to be emotionless and indifferent to gender? Lin Ao grimaced in pain but didn't make a sound. This was really the most despicable thing, but he was also very curious about the answer. Next time you ask this kind of question, I'll let you experience what it means to be a natural eunuch. Lin Ao covered his lower body instantly. Tianming's words were too threatening, and made Lin Ao feel cold all over. After a while, the energy ball floated out of the house. Lin Ao's forehead has always been retracted. Tianming has been silent the whole time, probably analyzing something. Lin Ao patiently waited for Tianming's answer. Based on the answer he gave, Lin Ao would choose to kill her or do something else. I intercepted some of his aura and sensed that he would have a strong connection with a certain man. This was his destiny, not long after he was born. It was during this time that he took possession of that girl's body. Tianming's words made Lin Ao frown. With a certain man, could it be Lin Feng? What's so special about Tianming that made fate fall in love with her? Lin Ao could only think of Lin Feng now, and Tianming said that he had attached himself to him during this period. I'm not sure, but I'm certain she's one of the candidates for the Destiny clone. As for what makes her special, it could be her background, the power behind her, some ability, her appearance, her figure, etc. As for where exactly it is, I currently have no idea. Then should I just kill her? Lin Ao's eyes gradually turned cold. Killing an ordinary person was easy. But since he was a candidate for the Destiny clone, don't blame Lin Ao for being ruthless. Have you forgotten your right eye? Open it. If you kill her directly, the energy will escape and choose the next suitable host. Lin Ao, who was just about to take action, was interrupted by Tianming's words. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment, then opened his right eye, and the pupil of his right eye quickly turned red. He opened his right eye and looked towards the house, and found that the direction of the bathroom was filled with red lines of fate. You can absorb this energy directly into your right eye, then it will belong to you completely, and it will not look for the next person after the host dies. Lin Ao understood the meaning of destiny. In other words, this will prevent the Destiny clone from looking for the next home, and he can also enhance the power of his right eye. Okay, I understand. After finalizing the plan, Lin Ao quickly took action. A stream of energy flew directly towards the old lady outside the bathroom door, and she fainted on the ground in an instant. Lin Ao re-entered the second floor through the window. He came to the bathroom door. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Lin's anxious shouts were heard from the bathroom. Because she heard a muffled sound outside the door, as if her grandmother had fallen down. There was a sound of splashing water in the bathroom. The bathroom door was immediately opened by the girl. At this time, she was all wet and had no time to put on clothes. Her skin was fair and her figure was well proportioned. The moment she opened the door, her proud breasts bounced up and down. Lin Ao, who was standing by, felt his blood boiling when he saw her. As soon as Lin opened the door, she saw her grandmother lying on the ground. She walked forward anxiously and helped her up. Bang! A muffled sound came from the girl's neck and she immediately fainted on the ground. Well, you can't blame me for this. It was you who came out without clothes on. Lin Ao opened his right eye directly, his red pupil kept flashing with light, and the red line of fate on Lin's body turned into pure red energy and slowly flew into Lin Ao's right eye. Not long after Lin Ao absorbed it, suddenly, Lin, who had fainted on the ground, began to twitch. The red thread of fate directly wrapped around Lin's body, and some of it even penetrated her body, forming a strange red dress. Fuck, what's going on here? Be careful, he is counter-attacking. Tianming reminded Lin Ao, and Lin Ao took quick action. A punch hit the back of Rin's head. As a result, the red thread of fate actually formed a red shield on its own to protect Rin. Rin, who was still twitching, has completely stopped. Her pupils were bloodshot, and she had stood up with a meaningful smile on her face. We finally meet. Chapter 208 Fate 1 and Fate 2. Lin Ao frowned and stared at Lin in front of him. She became extremely weird. At this moment, Rin's whole body was entangled by the red thread of fate. Destiny. Lin Ao gritted his teeth and said his name. Hello. Lin Ao, we finally meet. The expression on Lin's face was like that of old friends reuniting, and his tone was that of a casual chat between friends. But Lin Ao's eyes were full of hatred. It was this thing that had controlled him for so long. Be careful, he is one of the clones, Destiny reminded Lin Ao in his mind, but before Destiny could finish his words, Lin Ao summoned his strength, his pupils lit up at the same time, and the aura of Destiny and fate intertwined together. He punched Lin with incredible force, his fist as fast as lightning, and the house shook violently under Lin Ao's power. Lin's face was slightly solemn, and the red thread of fate intertwined into a shield to block Lin Ao's attack. At the moment when Lin Ao concentrated his shield, a huge explosion sounded, and a wave of energy burst out between the two of them. The house collapsed and was blown away by the air flow. The old woman was also blown outside by the air current and her life or death is unknown. The entire building was gone. The massive explosion also affected the surrounding temples dozens of meters away, causing varying degrees of damage. The noise attracted the attention of other people in the temple, and they all came out shouting. Lin Ao's left eye flashed, and a golden halo emanated from him, and all those people fainted on the ground. I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. It seems that Mingyi's disappearance was really caused by you. The red shield slowly disappeared, revealing Lin's pretty face. She looked at the angry Lin Ao, especially his right eye, which clearly contained the breath of fate. She had already secretly confirmed her thoughts in her heart. Just recently, she received the information that her body's defense mechanism had been activated, and not long after, she sensed that Mingyi had disappeared for no reason, and the host that Mingyi was taking care of also died. She sensed something was wrong, and to be on the safe side, she used her power to reverse Lin Feng's original plan, and immediately evacuated Zhonghai and came to Little Japan. Originally, the clones of Destiny would communicate with each other in some way, but this time Destiny 1 did not leave any information, so she investigated on her own and finally locked on Lin Ao. A chess piece at the mercy of fate, she felt it was incredible that this time there was an unpredictable change among so many times, and the variable actually appeared in him. During her investigation, she seemed to discover that Destiny was hidden in his body. After arriving in Japan, she soon sensed Lin Ao coming. Today she had deliberately released her aura to lure him over, and she took this opportunity to descend upon Lin. Why? You want to avenge him? What's your name? Fate 2 or Fate 3? Lin Ao looked at Lin coldly, his aura undiminished, ready to attack again at any time. My name is Ming Er. Is destiny hidden within you? Ming Er stared closely at the golden pupil of Lin Ao's left eye. The breath of destiny flowed in his eyes. In fact, there was no need for Lin Ao to answer this question. Indeed, Lin Ao did not answer her, and his eyes became colder. I'm only here to meet you and confirm some things. There's no need for you to be so defensive of me. I'm not planning on having a conflict with you. Ming Er was talking to herself. You said it was embarrassing, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Can destiny keep her? If I delay a bit, I can trap her here. Lin Ao nodded secretly. How about we just have a good chat? Lin Ao then relaxed his body and his tone became relaxed. Haha, let's have a good chat then. I'm quite curious about you. Ming Er saw Lin Ao relax and thought it was the result of his words. Why me? Lin Ao suddenly asked a question. There were some things he wanted to see how fate would answer him. There's no reason. I simply chose you. You might become Lin Feng, or Lin Feng might become you. You should be thankful. Those chosen by fate are lucky. They are all the heroes who made their destiny come true. Ming Er's arrogant answer made Lin Ao laugh out loud. Haha, they simply chose me. I could be anyone in fate's destiny. So, I deserve this role, right? Being chosen is lucky hee. Destiny. What about you? Did you also choose me randomly? Lin Ao also asked about destiny in his mind. No, I chose you on purpose. You are my most special destiny. Tianming's answer made Lin Ao raise an eyebrow. To be honest, I don't really trust either of you. You and fate don't have humanity, and can't empathize. It's just that your goal is the same as mine, which is to destroy fate. I want to live, but I've noticed that you've become more and more human lately. Lin Ao spoke frankly, he never believed in destiny or fate, but destiny was currently helping him. It was possible that he had to rely on Lin Ao and needed Lin Ao to grow up. In this way, Destiny will have a chance to fight against fate. It can be said that they have a common goal and can use each other. Of course, all of this was Lin Ao's guess. Tianming gradually became more and more emotional from being cold at the beginning. Lin Ao also didn't understand, and Tianming didn't explain either. Perhaps folks are influenced by the company of bad people. Tianming's answer left Lin Ao speechless. How much longer? It will be soon. Ming-Er was still talking, bragging about fate and asking Lin Ao to accept his fate. Lin Ao, once fate has completely devoured destiny, there will definitely be rewards based on merit. By then, the entire world will have changed, and you will undoubtedly receive a huge reward. Why would you want to help the lingering destiny? Ming-Er is like a member of a pyramid scheme organization, constantly tempting Lin Ao to join and making all kinds of promises. If she hadn't been afraid of Lin Ao's current strength, would she have spent so much time persuading him? Ming-Er, you're just a clone, you can never be the master. You'll never know what your original self is planning. Once your original self fully awakens, you'll disappear. Will you still be you? Have you ever thought about this? Lin Ao really didn't know what to say, because serious questions would become rewards from fate or something like that in this fortune teller's mouth, and these answers didn't contain any information at all, so Lin Ao just said some random words to delay time. However, these words made the everlasting life second stunned for a moment. Haha, I am Destiny, Destiny is me, and I am still me. Ming-Er smiled and answered Lin Ao's question. Really? By then, you won't have any thoughts, won't be able to move around like you do now, and won't know what's happening in the universe. Will you still be you? Lin Ao also smiled. Who can't talk nonsense? Think about it. Although you are a clone now, you are free. You have your own thoughts and can act freely. You can do whatever you want. However, once Destiny awakens, he will no longer need you. What will you become? Lin Ao's smile was full of contempt, and he even looked at Ming-Er as if he was a clown. Ming-Er's face darkened visibly. Shut up. Chapter 209 Training. Lin Ao's smile changed, and he remained silent, looking at Ming-Er quietly. His smile was like 1,000 needles, constantly stimulating Ming-Er. Lin Ao was deliberately silent. The more silent you are to a person whose defense is broken, the more crazy she will be, because no one will confront her. Not only do you have to remain silent, but you also have to smile contemptuously. You're talking nonsense. Absurdity, total nonsense. From Ming-Er's 3 consecutive denials, it can be seen that Lin Ao's words just now really touched her heart. In other words, Lin Ao's words really hit her. She may have had such thoughts before, but she subconsciously hid them. This time, Lin Ao completely picked them out and exposed them in the open. Lin Ao listened to these 3 consecutive denials and didn't expect that they were actually right. Oh, really? Lin Ao's answer was neither confirmation nor denial, only a rhetorical question. Do you think you can stimulate me like this? Ming-Er's voice turned cold, and the red thread of fate became somewhat disordered. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? The same answer, the same rhetorical question. Ming-Er's face turned from black to red, and the redness and warmth were visibly warmed up. Because Lin Ao's tone was so rude. Are you speechless? What do you mean? Ming-Er gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ao angrily. Ming-Er, I feel sorry for you. I think you won't even be able to express your anger in the future, and I feel very sad for you. When Ming-Er heard Lin Ao's words, the red lines of destiny on his body became extremely chaotic. But you're right, fate too. Every word Lin Ao says now can attract Ming-Er's attention and stir up her emotions. You are all the heroes of fate, right? You were originally a clone clown. Well, you were originally a clone. This little sacrifice is nothing. Lin Ao walked towards Ming-Er while clapping his hands, as if to encourage him, but in fact it was more of a mockery. Lin Ao. Ming-Er stared at Lin Ao intently, fully demonstrating what it meant to be extremely angry. I'm speaking from my heart. Shouldn't we have a proper conversation? Why can't you just talk properly now? Lin Ao's tone made Ming-Er very unhappy. She took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Poor thing. Lin Ao's sigh almost made Ming-Er suffocate, but she endured it and took another deep breath. How sad. Lin Ao, are you done yet? Ming-Er broke through the defense again. Haha, it's not over yet. Besides, don't even think about leaving tonight. Lin Ao's face suddenly became extremely cold. He appeared in front of Ming-Er in an instant and punched her in the chest unexpectedly. Bang! With a loud bang, Ming flew backwards, her body penetrated an entire row of houses, and then stopped with another loud bang. Tianming has locked down the surroundings to ensure that Ming cannot escape. A red light flashed, and Ming red armor appeared in front of Lin Ao. Dozens of sharp spikes made up of red lines attacked Lin Ao. Lin Ao dodged sideways, reached out and grabbed a red line that was stabbing him, and pulled it hard. The red line then dissipated into red energy and was absorbed by Lin Ao's right eye. Ming groaned, obviously affected. Lin Ao took the opportunity to move forward and punched Ming several times in a row. Ming was beaten back repeatedly, but the anger in her eyes grew more and more intense. She waved her hands, and countless red threads surged towards Lin Ao like a tide, wrapping him tightly. Lin Ao struggled a few times but found that he couldn't break free. "You think you can defeat me like this? Naive," Ming said with a sneer, and as she spoke, she increased her strength, and the red line became tighter and tighter, hoping to defeat Lin Ao directly. Lin Ao felt that his breathing became difficult, but he was not worried at all. "You are so naive. Why don't you think about why I can absorb the life one?" Lin Ao smiled faintly at Ming and his right eye lit up with a strong red light, shining on the red lines of destiny on his body. They turned into energy and were continuously absorbed by Lin Ao. Lin Ao's right hand began to produce a thread of destiny, which flew towards Ming who was looking stunned. A golden light flashed in his left eye, and strands of golden energy flowed along the silk thread in his right hand and mixed together. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ming flew straight into the sky. And Lin Ao's silk thread followed closely behind. Ming gave a contemptuous smile. "I want to escape, and you can still keep me. Ridiculous." Lin Ao's abilities were far beyond Ming expectations. She needed to convey this information to her other clones as quickly as possible. For now, she should escape first. She sent the message several times, but it seemed like something was blocking her. She had no choice but to try to escape. She exerted her greatest strength to speed up, and just when she thought she had escaped successfully. Bang! An extremely loud noise rang out from midair, and a golden red energy exploded in the air like brilliant fireworks. Lin Ao looked at the large fireworks in the sky and smiled. They were really gorgeous and beautiful. The silk thread in the right hand continued to shrink, and a figure was slowly pulled down from midair by the silk thread. Ming was in a miserable state at this time, and the red armor covering Lin's body was also tattered, revealing large areas of fair and tender skin. "Looks like you need to take a bath again." "No, there's no place for you to take a bath now." Lin Ao looked at Lin in front of him. He should be Ming As expected, the people he chose were not bad in figure or appearance. "And I, Lin Ao, was chosen by both fate and destiny. Does that mean I am the king of colors? Ming do you have any last words?" Lin Ao used a silk thread to hang up Ming and brought him in front of him. "This scene is a little too beautiful. She is a real battle-damaged beauty. Lin Ao, your struggles are in vain. Even if you destroy me, Lin Feng will have more and more Fate 3s and Fate 4s appearing, and their counterattack will only become stronger and stronger." Ming voice was weak. Lin Ao frowned. It was indeed as she said, it was really too troublesome. "Tianming, what do you think?" At this time, Lin Ao could only entrust Tianming to find a solution. "Training. What do you mean, training? This word always makes me feel." Lin Ao's face looked a little strange. "Stop messing around with this dirty talk. I can help you train her. I don't know if it will be successful or not, but at least if she were still around, there wouldn't be so many clones around Lin Feng. And she can't get any information out of me either." "Hey, what yellow waste? You misunderstood me, didn't you? What about the woman she possessed? Should I kill her? She's no longer relevant. She'll become a completely ordinary person. I'll simply rip the second life from her." Lin Ao nodded, and a lot of golden light appeared on his body. "Lin Ao, what do you want to do?" These golden lights were filled with the aura of destiny, which made Ming feel something was wrong. As the energy of destiny enveloped him, the red color in Lin's eyes completely faded. The red thread of fate was also peeled off from her body, and her whole body returned to its original state. Lin Ao watched with fascination. It was pleasing to the eye but still lacked something interesting. "It's far worse than Nozomi Sasaki's." The red line slowly formed into a ball of hair. Is this Ming true form? A ball of wool. Lin Ao sighed as he looked at the ball of fur floating in front of him. Not really, you'll find out soon enough." The red ball of thread was directly compressed into a red bead, flew towards Lin Ao's forehead and then disappeared. She has been imprisoned by me. Wait for my news in the next few days. Tianming fell silent after he finished speaking. Lin Ao put Lin down, found a sheet on the ground, and wrapped her up. Then he left the dilapidated shrine. The unconscious people on the ground gradually woke up, each with horror and astonishment on their faces. Lin Ao no longer cared about what happened next and went back to sleep. Chapter 210, Changing a Set of Exercises. It was already late at night when we returned to the hotel. Lin Ao returned to the room and found that Nozomi Sasaki was gone. This girl must have successfully entered the first level of the Shuanvi Sutra. Lin Ao took a nice bath and then fell asleep. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ao, who was still dreaming, was awakened by something hitting him. Master, wake up! Nozomi Sasaki's soft and sweet voice appeared in Lin Ao's ears, and the sleeping Lin Ao slapped her. The imagined scream never came. Lin Ao's attack missed, and then he opened his eyes. He. Master, my reaction is not fast. Nozomi Sasaki rode on Lin Ao with a proud look on her face. She had now reached the peak of her acquired ability. Haha, are you so proud of me just like that? As soon as Lin Ao finished saying this, Nozomi Sasaki immediately flew away at an extremely fast speed. Master, now you admit that I'm quick to react. Nozomi Sasaki's voice was very proud. She must have been prepared, right? If she had been a second slower, Lin Ao would have definitely caught her in an instant. Oh, really? It's pretty fast. Nozomi Sasaki's pretty face froze instantly, because Lin Ao's voice appeared behind her, and the bed was empty. Master. Nozomi Sasaki was shocked, something went wrong. About 10 minutes later. You're so proud of yourself, you're just showing off your skills in front of Guangdong. Let's go downstairs and have breakfast. Nozomi Sasaki pouted, rubbed her face, and followed Lin Ao. When Lin Ao and the others arrived at the restaurant, they found that Suzuki Masami was already waiting for Lin Ao to come down. Because Lin Ao had previously instructed them not to stand at the door to greet them, Suzuki Masami was waiting for Lin Ao in the restaurant. In the restaurant, Nakamura Yuichi was also kneeling in high spirits, waiting for Lin Ao. Master, good morning. Master, senior sister, good morning. When Suzuki Masami and Nakamura Yuichi saw Lin Ao, they immediately stood up and bowed to him to greet him. You seem to be in great shape now, Yuichi. Lin Ao nodded and sat down with Nozomi Sasaki. Hey, I feel like I've improved so much compared to yesterday. Yuichi Nakamura was very excited when talking about this. After taking a medicinal bath last night, his body felt relaxed. He ate something and fell asleep. His body was constantly repairing during the night. He thought he would be exhausted after getting up, but it turned out that nothing happened. Instead, he felt full of energy. Okay, today Yamei and she will help you forge your body. Of course, the equipment will also need to be changed. Lin Ao smiled slightly. As long as he was in good condition, he would upgrade again and again. Nakamura Yuichi had forgotten the pain after his wound healed, and agreed happily. His eyes were full of admiration for Lin Ao. Then you want to have breakfast, forget it, I still want to help you exercise, Yamei, come with me for a while. Lin Ao suddenly changed his mind. Suzuki Masami didn't ask why, she just nodded. Master, what's the matter? On the contrary, Nozomi Sasaki's face was full of curiosity. What's your business? Eat quickly. You should also take advantage of this opportunity to help Yui train his body and get used to your current strength. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at this naughty and troublesome apprentice. He wanted to help Suzuki Masami improve her strength, so he changed a set of skills for her to practice. He wanted Suzuki Masami to help Lin Ao motivate his two apprentices in the future. HMPH Stinky Master, just wait for me. Of course, this sentence was just her inner monologue, and Master Chong's thoughts never stopped for a moment. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ao drove away Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura. Lin Ao brought Suzuki Masami into the room. Suzuki Masami kept looking at the red rope on Lin Ao's wrist and smiling foolishly. Masami. Here I am, Master. Suzuki Masami only came back to her senses when she heard Lin Ao's voice. You are now at the peak of your acquired skills. Show me how you practiced. I'll sense the flow of your energy channels. Sit cross-legged over here. Lin Ao gestured to Suzuki Masami to come sit cross-legged on the carpet. Suzuki Masami immediately sat cross-legged, and Lin Ao's palm gently touched her back. Suzuki Masami shuddered all over and felt excited. Something was suddenly aroused, and her eyes gradually became blurred. You can start now. Try running it and see. Lin Ao couldn't see her expression at the moment because he was behind her. Suzuki Masami nodded naively and practiced the skills she had been practicing. However, the technique was somewhat discontinuous when it came to circulating the meridians. Lin Ao frowned. This shouldn't be the case. He noticed that Suzuki Masami was not in good shape. Yami, focus on your work and don't get distracted. Lin Ao's voice was a little serious. Suzuki Masami blushed and then she came to her senses. She quickly closed her eyes to clear her mind. The flow of qi and qi began to flow smoothly. Lin Ao sensed it carefully and found the direction to be simple, not complicated. Next, I will guide you in reconstructing the roots of your qi channels. Please carefully experience and memorize them. Suzuki Masami nodded. As soon as Lin Ao's power was injected into her body, the strange feeling slowly rose again. Suzuki Masami forced herself to calm down. The direction that Lin Ao was pulling was complex and changeable, and Suzuki Masami gradually became addicted to it. Slowly, Lin Ao withdrew his strength, and Suzuki Masami was already running a new route independently. After a while, Suzuki Asami finished her exercise, slowly opened her eyes, and felt the power surging in her body. She knew that her strength had improved qualitatively. You have successfully reconstructed the direction of your qi channels. Your cultivation will be smoother in the future. However, you still need to practice a new technique. I think the technique you are going to practice together should be a defensive assassination technique, right? Lin Ao looked at her with a smile. If she didn't practice the previous skills, she wouldn't practice them. No matter how much she practiced, she would only reach the acquired peak. Suzuki Masami looked at Lin Ao with gratitude. She understood that all this was thanks to Lin Ao. Thank you, Master. I will definitely practice hard. Suzuki Masami nodded heavily, and Lin Ao immediately took out a piece of paper and pen from the counter in the room and wrote down a formula for a martial arts technique. This was one of the martial arts techniques he had collected before. Lin Ao wrote about 10 pages, which contained formulas, running trajectories, moves, and illustrations. It was really meticulous. Lin Ao handed it to Suzuki Masami. Alright, this exercise is called 1,000 Shadows Without a Trace. Now, go rest and adjust your form. After you've memorized it, follow the route you just walked. The duration of each meridian and the speed of movement are clearly written. I've also written down the movements for some subsequent moves. You should familiarize yourself with 1,000 Shadows over the next few days. 1,000 Shadows Without Trace, coming and going without a trace, and even being able to split into two to fight. According to the secret manual, if one cultivates to the Junwu realm, 1,000 true shadows will be formed to help, and each one has the same strength as the original body. This is exaggerated. 1,000 Junwu realms. Lin Ao didn't know if the author was exaggerating. It sounded very impressive. Then let's see what level Suzuki Masami reached after practicing. Your foundation is stronger than theirs. I believe you will soon break through to the Shantian realm, which may far exceed my expectations. Practice hard. Suzuki Masami nodded, holding a thick stack of papers in her hand. Her heart was full of anticipation. She couldn't let her master down. Suzuki Masami left the room and turned to practicing 1,000 Shadows Without Trace, as instructed by Lin Ao. On the other side, Yuichi Nakamura and Nozomi Sasaki were training hard. Nozomi Sasaki was very dedicated and every blow she made would make Yuichi Nakamura tremble all over. By the way, get familiar with the power you now possess. This scene fully illustrates what it means when two people are willing to fight and be beaten. Chapter 211. Please replace. Lin Ao walked around the hotel and found that he had become the most idle person again. Suzuki Masami was practicing in the room, and the two disciples were also practicing outside the hotel. He suddenly remembered Destiny and Destiny 2. How's the Destiny going? Find me something to do. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he saw that Tianming did not respond, so he continued to bombard Tianming in his mind. Shut up. If you're bored, go find a woman. Don't bother me. I'm busy. Get lost. Tianming's words made Lin Ao's jaw drop. I %%, have you always looked at me like this? Why are you still talking about me with such emotion? You've changed. These words made Lin Ao feel the humanity of Tianming again, and he even spoke with sarcasm. If you keep arguing, I'll release it. You'll have plenty to do later on, and you won't be bored anymore. Lin Ao shut up immediately. Okay, now he has learned how to threaten people. Lin Ao shook his head helplessly and decided to go out for a walk. Bored, huh? Then I'll find something for you to do, perfect for an experiment. The destiny in his mind actually showed a wicked smile, and with a light wave of his slender white fingers, a ball of red energy appeared in his hand, and then he slowly stirred the red energy with his fingers. As he performed the movements, the air mass turned into a beautiful peach blossom. Go! Fate showed an intriguing smile, and Lin Ao had no time to pay attention to her afterwards. He strolled along the street, looking at the bustling crowd. As he was walking, suddenly, he heard a loud noise. Lin Ao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of people in front of him watching something. Suddenly, I saw a girl in school uniform being chased by a man in a suit. The girl screamed for help in fear and looked very dangerous. In broad daylight, there were so many people and no one took action. Isn't the public security in Japan really that bad? Lin Ao didn't think much and immediately rushed forward to block the man. Seeing this, the man looked at Lin Ao in surprise. Because Lin Ao suddenly stood in front of the man, he had no time to stop the knife in his hand and stabbed towards Lin Ao. The man's eyes were filled with fear. Lin Ao looked at him in confusion. How could he be such a cowardly thief? He was frightened even though he had a weapon in his hand. Lin Ao dodged the attack easily and then kicked the man away. The people around were also stunned. Card. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses shouted loudly, his voice a little exasperated. Sir, who are you? Why are you here on our set? Lin Ao then realized that he had misunderstood and scratched his head in embarrassment. Ahem, sorry, I thought someone was in real danger. Matsushita, go see if Shatten is okay. The director didn't know what to do. This was the first time he had encountered this. Don't worry, even though it was a misunderstanding, if anything happens to him, I'll cover the medical expenses. Just now I accidentally used a little too much force in that kick. Lin Ao spoke more and more quietly. Just now he really thought someone was in danger. Director Shatten might need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Panasonic ran back and reported the situation of the shot tin actor, who had already been helped up. Lin Ao felt more and more embarrassed, and he took out his cell phone. Hey, respected president, what can I do for you? As soon as the phone rang, Yujuzi Waishui answered it. Stop talking nonsense. Hokkaido's best hospital, have someone come over to pick up a wounded person for examination as quickly as possible. I'll give you the location, arrange it quickly. Hey, Yujuzi Waishui didn't ask anything, quickly hung up the phone, and quickly made a call according to the location sent by Lin Ao. I've already asked my subordinates to arrange for a few people from the best hospital here. Please wait a moment. Lin Ao walked over and apologized to Shot Tin, asking him to be patient for a while. Lin Ao's attitude was very good, and since it was just a misunderstanding, they didn't do anything to Lin Ao. At this time, the girl who was being chased came up. She looked at Lin Ao curiously. She didn't expect that there were still such honest people nowadays. Brave enough to do what was right. In today's society where girls will start fighting if they bump into boys on the subway, is there anyone who is brave enough to help others? Arnold director, what about the scenes this afternoon and the next few days? The killer's identity has just been revealed, and they're all action scenes. With Shatten's situation. The girl's words made the director feel distressed. Yui, don't worry, I'll think of a way. Lin Ao thought to himself that he really didn't check the almanac before going out, so he encountered such a thing. The director scratched his remaining hair and lit a cigarette. A luxurious limousine stopped near them, followed by a G-Class. Two beautiful nurses got out of the limousine, and four bald men in sunglasses got out of the G-Class. They walked directly towards Lin Ao. Mr. President, we received a call from President Yi, asking us to come here to listen to your instructions. We are members of the Hokkaido branch. Lin Ao was not surprised. He guessed that Yujuzi Waishui had already shown his portrait to everyone in the company. The director and everyone around looked at Lin Ao, they were all very shocked. First, the brand of this car is extremely expensive, and only rich people can afford it. Second, the two nurses who came down were eye-catching, and they were very respectful to Lin Ao. Well, there's a wounded person here. Please help me send him to the best hospital here. I'll cover all the medical expenses. Lin Ao pointed at Shot Tin who was sitting on the side in amazement. He was in a daze and was gently carried to the car by the man in sunglasses. Matsushita. Director. Save me. The group came to their senses when they heard Shatin's shouts. "Hello. My name is Yuri Hideta, and this is my business card." Without waiting for the director to speak, the nurse took the initiative to walk up to the director and handed him her business card. The director saw the words, Hideta Medical Center, written on it, and the person in charge was Hideta Yuri. The director took a deep breath. This was a famous surgeon in Japan. Please rest assured that you will receive the best possible treatment and care in the meantime. Hideta Yuri smiled gently. Then we'll take our leave, Mr. President. Hideta Yuri bowed and said goodbye to Lin Ao. Well, give me 1 million yen as compensation, sir. Lin Ao nodded and asked Hideta Yuri to give some compensation to Shatin. He was probably injured internally from that kick. Hideta Yuri nodded, and at this time Panasonic's voice sounded next to her. I want to go too. I'm worried about Shatin. Panasonic ran to the front of the car happily. Lin Ao continued to nod, and then Hideta Yuri let Panasonic get in the car. After getting into the car, Shatin and Songxia were shocked by the scene before them. There were sofas, tables, refrigerators and KTVs inside. Shatin had already laid down on the sofa that had been prepared long ago, and Shutian had personally checked his body. The moment happened in a very short time. Before the director and Yui could react, Shutian and Matsushita had disappeared. The man in front of me is of extraordinary status. Well, that has nothing to do with me, so I'll leave first. Lin Ao said hello to the director and the girl named Yui and tried to slip away. As soon as he took a step, he was stopped by a clear female voice. Sir, please wait a minute. My name is Yui Aragaki. What's your name? Lin Ao took the step forward and then retracted it. Hee, my name is Lin Ao. Do you have any questions? Lin Ao had a formal smile on his face. Excuse me, sir, could you please take part in this performance on behalf of Shatin? Yui Aragaki's words left both the director and Lin Ao stunned. After a while, the director slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of that? Chapter 212, Villain. Then join us. The director noticed the respect those people showed to Lin Ao. At this moment, he also recalled the action of Lin Ao injuring Sha Tin just now. It was obvious that he was a person with fighting skills. After Aragaki Yui's reminder, the director felt that he should seize this opportunity, or let him replace Sha Tin. Lin Ao has good looks and skills, and adding some gimmicks can make the movie more attractive, and the box office will definitely be stable. A mysterious aristocratic young man stars in the film The Silent Truth, sparking a romance with a national young actress. Just based on the title, the director didn't believe that the crowd wouldn't be furious. Yes, sir, I see that you are very skilled, otherwise my actor wouldn't be able to. Our investors are forcing us to finish the film quickly, otherwise I will be bankrupt. The director's eyes were red and tears flowed from his sunglasses. He lied casually and pointed his fingers behind his back to secretly signal the staff to take pictures with their mobile phones. Isn't Hatsune Miku popular now? They even have a promotional account for their movie there, so this scene should be recorded. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. This incident was indeed caused by his negligence, but he never thought that they would invite him to shoot. Haha, director, why don't you just tell me how much your family property is and I'll just compensate you directly. I don't mind this little money. Lin Ao was not bragging. Indeed, in his eyes, the director's wealth was not even a fraction of what the Ao group earned in a day. Lin Ao's face was calm, without any pressure at all. His words stunned the director. Looking at Lin Ao's serious expression, the director's heart was moved. It was really moved. Is this a windfall? He was about to speak. No, Mr. Lin, how can you insult the director like this? He is a person of great artistic talent. We work so hard for so many days just to present a better work for the audience. This cannot be measured by money. Yui Aragaki suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ao, her pretty face full of seriousness. Anyo Yui. The director reached out to ask Yui Aragaki to move away. He wanted to say that this really can be measured by money. Director, I know what you want to say. No one can insult our movie with money. Yui Aragaki patted the director's shoulders with both hands, leaving the director speechless. Mr. Lin, this is the first scene where the villain appears in the movie, and I see that your appearance and skills are very suitable. Also, our time is really limited, so I have to make this proposal. I hope you can seriously consider it. After saying that, Aragaki Yui bowed 90 degrees to Lin Ao and didn't get up for a long time. Aragaki Yui is so anxious because she has put a lot of thought into this film. If she waits until Shot Tin recovers before filming, she will have to make new arrangements and waste time, and the quality will definitely decline a lot by then. She took her work very seriously. For some reason, she just felt that Lin Ao was very suitable for this role, so she couldn't help but propose this plan. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Villain. I didn't have any ideas at first, but after hearing these two words, Lin Ao became interested. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to keep up my play. Mr. Lin, I want to say that I can. The director finally found an opportunity to step forward. He wanted to agree to Lin Ao's conditions, take the money and find someone else to reshoot the scene. And even if he got away with it, how could he not be happy about doubling his wealth in an instant? Okay, I agree. Lin Ao's words interrupted the director again. After hearing this, Aragaki Yui immediately sat up straight with a look of surprise on her face. Director. That's great. He agreed. I have a feeling this movie will be a huge hit. Aragaki Yui said to the director happily, and the director's eyes behind the sunglasses were really red, and tears were falling sincerely. Aragaki Yui thought the director was moved. Fire. A huge fire. I'm really going to get mad now. Mr. Lin, this is the script for our movie. As for the pay. The director was so upset that he turned around and handed the script from the staff member to Lin Ao. No need. Use it for charity. Lin Ao waved his hand. He didn't care about such a small salary. Lin Ao turned the pages very quickly. With his current memory, reading 10 lines at a glance was not enough for him. Soon he memorized the entire script. In fact, it is a suspenseful and brain-burning movie. It tells the story of the heroine's boss who is a villain and a murderer. He appears harmless on the surface, but turns into a devil in the dark night. The tragic love story between an innocent girl and a murderer really has a bit of a Japanese feel. Lin Ao is not optimistic about this movie anyway. I've memorized the script, I'll give this back to you. Lin Ao threw the script back to the director. The director's face was filled with disbelief. He looked at the thickness of the script in his hand, then flipped through it himself. Yes, it's a script. You told me you memorized it. Are you kidding me? The other employees who were watching the fun also looked at Lin Ao in confusion, with disbelief in their eyes. It seems that Yui and the director have chosen the wrong person this time. Haha, do you think that young man will take the show seriously? Stop it. Exactly. I bet there will be over 100 NGs once filming starts. What a waste of time. I don't understand why they wanted him to be involved. They should have waited for Shatten to recover, or found another actor. That's right, I feel unhappy when I see his face. I feel really unhappy when I see his attitude. The crowd was constantly talking, all questioning Lin Ao. Yui Aragaki also looked incredulous. Mr. Lin, are you just trying to fool us? There was some anger in her words. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. He looked at the others and the discussions and knew why she asked that. Haha, whether I'm being perfunctory or not, won't Ms. Aragaki know when the filming starts? Lin Ao looked indifferent. This kind of role is nothing to me. His words made Aragaki Yui even more suspicious. Then, Mr. Lin, can you cooperate with us in the filming now? Yui Aragaki looked at Lin Ao with a forced smile. She wanted to see what he would be like after the filming started. When he got busy, she would realize that all her words were just empty talk. Of course, let's start from the scene just now. Lin Ao nodded. Seeing that Lin Ao was sure, everyone shook their heads. They thought that this would be a lesson for him the first time. They believed that he would memorize the script seriously in the future. All departments, prepare. At the director's command, everyone took their positions precisely. This scene mainly depicts the first time that Yui Aragaki discovers the secret of her boss, who is also the secret of her secret crush, which serves as the suspenseful beginning of the movie. Then start the flashback story. The two sat on the shore, enjoying the sea breeze. Yui Aragaki's face was full of worries. Minister Toya, do you have a black raincoat? Her voice was full of uncertainty. Lin Ao's expression changed slightly, but his gentle and elegant smile remained unchanged. He turned his head and stared at Aragaki Yui. This expression and look made Aragaki Yui's heart tremble. She trembled both inside and outside the play, and felt a sense of suffocation. Lin Ao has already entered the state, and his eyes are looking at Aragaki Yui gently. Oh, why do you ask that? His voice was gentle, but in an instant his eyes became cold and sharp. A strong murderous intent emanated from him and enveloped Aragaki Yui. Yui Aragaki widened her eyes and looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. She realized that her previous suspicion of Lin Ao was completely unnecessary. Because she truly felt what fear was, she became tense. For a moment she forgot her lines. Chapter 213 This Love Deserves a Kiss. Card. The director shouted, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere, and everyone present couldn't help but sweat. Just now they also felt the aura of Lin Ao. No one dared to speak anymore. Only then did Aragaki Yui react. Excuse me, director. She actually forgot to continue her lines and immediately apologized to everyone. It's okay. It was fine just like that. It doesn't matter whether I said the lines or not. The emotions and expressions were all fine. The director just watched the images from the camera and listened to Lin Ao's simple lines. He really felt that this movie would be a big hit. Moreover, Lin Ao actually memorized the entire script. He was also shocked by Lin Ao's performance. Every change in eyes and expressions is very reasonable and natural, and every action and line changes the aura. It feels like I'm acting in my true self. Great, we'll just have to shoot a few more shots and then we can move on to the chase scene. The director lost twice his fortune, but now Lin Ao has given him hope again, so his heart is burning with joy. A huge fire. Aragaki Yui slapped her face. Why was she so intimidated by Lin Ao just now? No, you have to work harder. Yui, you can do it. You can't lose to an outsider. Aragaki Yui encouraged herself and then continued to shoot a few close-up shots and dialogues with Lin Ao. It went smoothly to the next game. Until now, Yui Aragaki is still a little uncomfortable. Lin Ao's aura is too strong, which makes Yui Aragaki show her true fear, terror and trembling. The director kept clicking, and was very satisfied with every take. So much so that now, whenever Lin Ao gives her a look, Yui Aragaki would tremble. The director was watching from the side. Yui was really professional. She started rehearsing the character's emotions and state right away. She was nothing but dedicated. Finally, the two of them were standing in the right position, and the camera was ready to jump and run at any time. Lin Ao looked at Aragaki Yui's back. This girl has a very perky butt. It seems that she exercises regularly. She is about the same height as Nozomi Sasaki. They both have their own unique characteristics. If Nozomi Sasaki is a fox, then she is the little white rabbit. Lin Ao kept looking at Aragaki Yui, which made her feel like a thorn in her back, and the sense of urgency came all of a sudden. The director also nodded secretly. If Lin Ao knew this, he would definitely be speechless. He was just appreciating the performance and hadn't gotten into the role at all. Action. At the director's command, Lin Ao quickly got into character and started running towards Yui Aragaki. Aragaki Yui looked back at Lin Ao and quickly adjusted her mood. But the director found that the camera seemed unable to avoid capturing Lin Ao's movements. Crack. The director immediately called for a stop. In the recorded footage, Lin Ao looked extremely weird, and there was no way to catch him. There was only an empty scene. He saw the same thing as the cameraman, and rubbed his eyes hard. He found that he didn't see Lin Ao's movements clearly at all. He was worried. This fucking thriller turned into a horror movie. Mr. Lin Ao, I don't know how you did it, the camera didn't capture your movement at all, so. The director didn't know how to explain it, so he just said, you don't want to teleport. Or do you not want to drift? I know what to do, director. Let's do it again. Lin Ao listened to the director's words on the intercom, and he understood the camera couldn't capture his movements. He had just accidentally used too much force. He had really enjoyed the chase. Be careful not to overexert himself. Aragaki Yui was patting her chest. She didn't know what had happened. She only knew that she was really scared. Everyone returned to their original positions and started over again. This time the camera could finally see Lin Ao's movements clearly. After the chase scene, the two were talking. This scene mainly explained how the husband character Lin Ao revealed his dark side to Aragaki Yui. Right at the height of the atmosphere, Lin Ao kissed Aragaki Yui. Director, is there such a part? The screenwriter couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in the studio. Just shut up. This kind of thing deserves a kiss. The director immediately interrupted the screenwriter's question, his eyes full of passion. He had already seen himself stepping onto the podium. That was Yui's first screen kiss. The screenwriter muttered under his breath as he watched the monitor screen, the contract clearly states no kissing scenes. Now, her agency won't let this go. After all, she's always been marketed as a pure, innocent girl. If this scene gets aired, I'm afraid those crazy fans will send you razor blades. And Aragaki Yui, who was immersed in the inhalation, widened her eyes, revealing a hint of fear and helplessness in her eyes. Then, she slowly closed her eyes, as if silently accepting this sudden change, as if this moment had become fate's judgment on her. Gradually, the two began to kiss passionately. The scene was quiet and no one made any noise to disturb them. Finally, Lin Ao slowly let go of Aragaki Yui, and at this time Aragaki Yui's eyes were full of confusion. "Ka!" The director jumped out of his seat with excitement and shouted excitedly, "Great! This long shot is absolutely perfect. It's perfect." The staff around also applauded and congratulated them. However, at the same time, Lin Ao's expression quickly returned to calm, as if the passionate kiss scene just now had never happened. Only Yui Aragaki was still immersed in the emotions of the play, unable to extricate herself. Seeing this, Lin Ao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. He walked towards Yui Aragaki and gently held her in his arms. She comforted him softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Were you scared just now?" Aragaki Yui, who was still crying, suddenly stopped crying. Aragaki Yui was in Lin Ao's arms, and her soft fist gently hit Lin Ao's chest. She slowly left his arms. "Thank you." Indeed, after Lin Ao interrupted her, Yui Aragaki immediately lost focus. She took a deep breath. "I wronged you before. I apologize. I'm sorry." She bowed deeply to Lin Ao. Lin Ao waved his hand indifferently. How could he suffer any loss? He would take revenge on the spot. He added the kissing scene himself, so he was just getting the interest back. "In the end you even have to apologize and thank me, how cool is that?" Chapter 214 Hee. "Mr. Lin, today's progress is enough. Let's leave our contact information." The director quickly ran over and Lin Ao's attitude was extremely respectful. "Let's add each other's contact information. Does Mr. Lin have a Hatsune Miku? We can follow each other." At this time, Yui Aragaki had already taken out her cell phone. Lin Ao added the two people's contact information without saying much, and followed each other's Hatsune Miku. "I'll be very sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lin, for the rest of the time." The director thanked Lin Ao politely. Lin Ao nodded. Since he had already agreed, they could practice with each other during this period, and they could come here to kill time in the rest of the time. The assistant director on the side looked at them strangely. "You guys were having a fun chat, but once the footage was released, it would be a bombshell." Yui Aragaki's agent was already looking worried. "My mind was filled with the scene of Yui Aragaki's fans going crazy, and my body couldn't help but shiver because the scene was so scary. See you tomorrow. I had a lot of fun today. Bye." At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and Lin Ao waved goodbye to them. "Yui, it seems your suggestion is very correct." The director looked at Lin Ao's back and in his mind he saw piles of money falling from the sky. And Yui Arata watched Lin Ao leave with a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Yui, that kiss just now." The agent finally had a chance to get a word in. Her head hurts so much, how will she explain it when she returns to the company? "It's okay, it was just a kiss. It's time for me to transition. No one can be called a virgin for their whole life. I'll take this opportunity to announce my transition to the outside world." The bases of Yui Arata's ears turned slightly red, and it felt like more than just a kiss was going on. She gently touched her red lips with her fingers, as if the feeling just now still existed. "First kiss," she murmured to herself, her eyes moving, then she smiled brightly and went back to rest. Lin Ao strolled back to the hotel and saw two figures outside the hotel courtyard. Yuichi Nakamura lay on the snow just like he did yesterday. There were a lot of bent steel pipes scattered on the ground. "Junior brother, this job is really not for humans. The skills you practice are really wasting me." Nozomi Sasaki also sat aside, panting. "I don't know where the master has gone to play. He has not been seen all day. He must be out there teasing some little goblin. I have to tell the master's wife later." Nozomi Sasaki kept muttering to herself. She was really tired today. In addition to familiarizing herself with strength, she also had to continuously help Nakamura Yuichi exercise his body. Her own strength seemed to have improved during the swing of the bat that day. "What's wrong? Are you so tired after just one day? You still have the energy to taunt me. It seems the workload isn't enough." Lin Ao's figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. "Master." The moment Nozomi Sasaki heard Lin Ao's voice, she disappeared from the stairs. He threw himself into Lin Ao's arms. "Go away. You stink of sweat. Lin Ao pushed Nozomi Sasaki away in disgust, but Nozomi Sasaki stuck to Lin Ao like chewing gum. Where does it stink? It clearly doesn't smell. Humph. Lin Ao ignored her and let her hang it on his body, then walked over to Nakamura Yuichi to check. Master. Although Nakamura Yuichi's voice was a little weak, it was no longer as tragic as yesterday. He stood up slowly and Lin Ao nodded. Not bad, you are making rapid progress. Good. Since you can stand up on your own, go back to your room and take a medicinal bath. Nakamura Yuichi showed a sunny smile. He is now a completely different person. He used to be like a little puppy, but now, after Lin Ao's medicinal bath to rebuild his muscles and bones, and with the training over the past 2 days, his fair skin has turned wheat-colored. His muscles are well defined, his facial features are more angular, and he looks more masculine. Okay, I'll be leaving first, master. Yuichi Nakamura turned around and slowly left, while Nozomi Sasaki was still hanging on Lin Ao. Aren't you coming down yet? Lin Ao patted Nozomi Sasaki's butt, which was so elastic that Nozomi Sasaki twisted a few times, and her plump breast squeezed Lin Ao's chest frantically. Master, there's something wrong with you. Suddenly, Nozomi Sasaki raised her head, put her arms around Lin Ao's neck, and looked at Lin Ao with a pout. What's wrong? Lin Ao looked at her in confusion. You smell like another woman. I smell it. Lin Ao's eyelids twitched. Are you a dog or a fox? What a nose. Then Nozomi Sasaki kept sniffing Lin Ao's face, and the faint fragrance and warm breath made Lin Ao's face itchy. Bang! Lin Ao slapped Nozomi Sasaki's butt, causing vibration ripples. Okay, what are you sniffing about? It's just an illusion. Lin Ao looked at his female disciple helplessly. Sometimes he really couldn't do anything with her. Ah, master. You are abominable. Nozomi Sasaki clamped Lin Ao's waist with her long legs, and used one free hand to rub and poke the place that had just been hit. I can smell it, you two kissed. Isn't that right? She pouted, her eyes full of resentment as she stared straight at Lin Ao. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he was really born in the year of the dog. So what? Do you still want to control your master's private life? Pay attention to your generation. As Lin Ao was speaking, Nozomi Sasaki kissed him. HMPH, this kiss is my compensation. Her face was full of mischief and cunning. Master, I'm going to take a shower, then we'll have dinner. Lin Duiyu looked at the lively figure and shook his head helplessly. Traitor, his thoughts were always weird. When Lin Duiyu returned to the door of the room, he felt a tremendous energy. It seems that Suzuki Masami is very compatible with that martial art. When Lin Ao opened the door, he saw Suzuki Masami sitting cross-legged in meditation. Her temperament became increasingly cold, and her aura could be clearly felt in the room, but her presence became increasingly diminished. Lin Ao sensed it carefully and found it to be a perfect match. It seemed that the original energy was perfectly converted by her and was also greatly improved. Now she has reached the middle stage of the innate realm and is still slowly climbing. After watching for a while, Lin Ao stopped disturbing her. It seemed that he would have to book a new room for tonight. It was estimated that she would not be able to complete her training until tomorrow. Lin Ao plans to take a good hot spring bath today. The hot spring is just behind the hotel and can be privately contracted. It was directly contracted by Lin Ao, and the boss couldn't help but smile. He stretched, changed into his bathrobe, and walked slowly. Chapter 215. Even the dog shook his head after hearing this. Lin Ao was taking a comfortable bath in the hot spring bath. In a corner, Nozomi Sasaki tiptoed towards Lin Ao like a kitten. She walked lightly, as if she was afraid of being discovered. Lin Ao was completely unaware of Nozomi Sasaki, who was reveling in the warmth of the hot spring, enjoying the quiet time. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps caught Lin Ao's attention. He turned around and saw Nozomi Sasaki standing not far away, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Lin Ao was startled and speechless for a moment. What brings you here? Lin Ao glanced at Nozomi Sasaki, who was wrapped in a thick white bathrobe. Nozomi Sasaki smiled at Lin Ao, then took a few steps back. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki in confusion. What do you want to do? Nozomi Sasaki didn't answer, but started running forward, then pulled open her yukata. Lin Ao widened his eyes, but the scene he imagined did not appear. Nozomi Sasaki was wearing a swimsuit. She jumped into the air nimbly and then smashed down in the direction next to Lin Ao. Bang! The hot spring splashed a lot of water. Nozomi Sasaki emerged from the water like a little whale, spitting out a splash of water from her mouth towards the sky. She looked at Lin Ao, and Lin Ao looked at her with a twitching mouth. After a brief silence, Nozomi Sasaki burst out laughing. "Master, I haven't rubbed your back for a long time, let me help you rub your back." Nozomi Sasaki's voice broke the silence, and Lin Ao rolled his eyes. "You, born in the year of the monkey, are so naughty." Lin Ao turned around and leaned against the edge of the bathtub. Nozomi Sasaki stuck out her tongue at Lin Ao, took out a towel from the side and walked over to wipe Lin Ao's back. Nozomi Sasaki's skin became pink and red after being soaked in hot water, exuding a charming luster, and a faint blush appeared on her face, like a ripe apple. "Why are you so kind today, thinking of rubbing my back? Is there something you want to buy? Or do you want to take a day off?" Lin Ao muttered to himself while comfortably enjoying his disciple's filial piety. Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes at Lin Ao from behind. "Is this all I ask of you? Master, you really underestimate me, humph." Then Nozomi Sasaki retaliated by increasing her efforts. Yes, that's the right strength. Otherwise, my muscles and bones won't be able to relax." "That's right." Lin Ao's words made Nozomi Sasaki puff her lips. "Stinky master. Bad master. Okay, I won't wipe it anymore. I'm leaving, humph." Nozomi Sasaki threw the towel aside in a huff and walked out with a clatter. Lin Ao raised his head and smiled, looking at Nozomi Sasaki's back. "Silly girl, don't I know what you want to do?" The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window. Lin Ao stretched comfortably, then slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Nozomi Sasaki was still asleep, but her sleeping posture was not very good. Lin Ao carefully moved her hands and feet away, trying not to wake her up. Lin Ao got out of bed quietly and was about to wash up when he suddenly heard a gentle greeting. "Master, you're awake." "Oh my god." Lin Ao was so frightened by the sudden sound that he almost fell off the bed. Lin Ao looked carefully and found that it was Suzuki Masami who appeared beside the bed at some point. She sat beside him elegantly without making a sound. She was wearing a brand new outfit and sitting quietly on the bed next to her. She had obviously just returned to her room after completing her training. Looking at Suzuki Masami in front of him, Lin Ao was secretly amazed. Now her aura has almost completely disappeared. If Lin Ao had not sensed her carefully, he would not have been able to detect her presence at all. It seems that the mysterious technique is extremely suitable for her, which is why it has such remarkable results. Lin Ao glanced back at Nozomi Sasaki, who was still soundly asleep. How come this girl didn't wake up despite all the noise? She didn't even react at all. Are you born in the year of the pig? It seems you've successfully transitioned to practicing this technique. Congratulations, Yame. He scratched his head and spoke to Suzuki Masami somewhat embarrassedly, his words revealing his admiration and affirmation for her. "Thank you for your cultivation, master. I will definitely help you in the future." Suzuki Masami immediately stood up and bowed to Lin Ao, revealing a hint of white under her loose pajamas. Lin Ao was serious and looked straight ahead. "Well, practice well from now on. I'll go back and wash up first. You can wake her up later, and you can continue training as usual. I need to go out for something." Lin Ao pinched his nose and quickly left the room. "I was stimulated by Suzuki Masami early in the morning. No, I was scared." He returned to his own place, walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and let the cold water pour over his head. The water hit his skin, bringing a refreshing feeling, but also making his thoughts gradually clearer. After taking a shower, he put on some clothes at random, went downstairs to find a small shop, hurriedly finished his breakfast, and then hurried towards the direction where Aragaki Yui was. They had already agreed via text message last night that Lin Ao needed to gather at the designated location at 8 a.m. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang, and Aragaki Yui's name appeared on the screen. Lin Ao pressed the answer button and heard the other party's sweet voice. "Mr. Lin, are you up yet? Do you need me to pick you up?" Lin Ao politely declined Aragaki Yui's kindness, saying that he was on his way to his destination, and quickly hung up the phone. However, Aragaki Yui on the other end of the phone was stunned. She didn't even have time to say the second sentence. "Yui, are you really planning on picking him up?" The agent was yawning and putting on makeup next to her. Seeing Aragaki Yui standing there in a daze, she couldn't help but ask curiously. The agent has worked with Aragaki Yui for many years, but has never seen her so proactive and enthusiastic towards any opposite sex. "I do have that thought. Aragaki Yui sat on the sofa feeling a little lost, muttering to herself. But they just ignored me. But soon, she cheered herself up again and secretly made up her mind to find out Lin Ao's address today. Ah, are you really attracted to him? You've only met him once. The agent's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't understand how this celebrity, the center of everyone's attention, could be so easily attracted to a man she'd only met once. Does it mean that if the other party just nods slightly, Aragaki Yui will surrender obediently? I can't say I'm moved, I'm just curious right now. Pure curiosity. Yui Aragaki's eyes were firm and bright, and she seemed unshaken by her agent's doubts. She knew in her heart that she did have a strong interest in Lin Ao, but this feeling was far from the level of being moved. At this moment, Yui Aragaki's mind is full of mysteries about Lin Ao. She was eager to lift the veil and find out what was going on. The more she wanted to understand, the brighter the light in her eyes became. However, the agent lady standing by could only shake her head helplessly. Curious. To the agent, these two words sounded like fantasy. Even the dog shook its head when it heard this. Chapter 216. Two women meet. Lin Ao arrived at yesterday's location 20 minutes later. At this time, several staff members were already waiting for Lin Ao there. The director and Yui Aragaki were standing next to each other, and they greeted Lin Ao with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Lin, let's discuss the filming of the second scene. Yui Aragaki approached Lin Ao. She looked him up and down and felt that his temperament today seemed to have changed a little from yesterday. Does it seem more energetic? As if it has been nourished by something. Lin Ao nodded, and the two began to study the script. However, Aragaki Yui's mind was obviously not on the script. She tried to find an opportunity to ask about Lin Ao's residence, but was too embarrassed to speak directly. Next, we'll go to a residence to shoot some of your sweet daily life as a newlywed couple. You guys continue to review the script, and I'll go see how they've set it up. The director left, and only Lin Ao, Aragaki Yui and the assistant were left at the scene. Mr. Lin, do you live nearby? It seems like you're very familiar with this place. Did you walk here? Finally, there were not many people around, and Aragaki Yui found the right opportunity. She asked casually. Well, I'll just stay at a nearby hotel. Hearing Lin Ao's words, Aragaki Yui glanced at him quietly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Where exactly is it? We can come over and play with you after filming. Aragaki Yui asked calmly, but she felt a little nervous inside. Lin Ao didn't think much about it and just told the address of the hotel. Huh, that's pretty close. I remember we were planning to book a hotel there. Yui Aragaki showed a surprised expression, and said, why don't you take it out for me? Well, you're welcome to come and play anytime. I'll cover all the expenses. Lin Ao responded politely, but who knew that Aragaki Yui's eye shadow lit up. Of course, it was not because Lin Ao said that the expenses were all covered, but because Lin Ao said that she was welcome to come over at any time. Okay, then I'll go over tonight. It's close anyway, so I might as well stay there. There's a hot spring there too. I haven't soaked in a hot spring in a while, and I'm a bit tired from filming these days. Aragaki Yui talked a lot and didn't read the script at all. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. You really are the one who takes advantage of the situation. But Lin Ao didn't care and just read the script. The young assistant sighed and looked at Aragaki Yui with a sad face. It's over, my daughter is probably going to be in trouble. I'm ready. The director waved his hand not far away and asked Lin Ao and the others to go over and prepare. This is a luxurious residence by the sea, an upscale community. Everyone in the company was invited to dinner, and the tipsy Toya and Shuan began to look forward to a new life. Shuan accidentally discovered that Toy had a set of exquisite props. She took them out and looked at them, and Toy angrily scolded her. This was the first time Toy scolded Shuan. After that, because Shuan cared about him very much, she slowly discovered more and more secrets of Toy. It wasn't difficult to shoot, and I finished almost everything in one morning. Shuan, this will be our home from now on. Let's have 2 babies, a boy and a girl, okay? Lin Ao acted very well, and his expression of longing for the baby was so natural. Because Lin Ao was looking forward to the birth of his child. Suddenly I want to go back to my country. Well, as long as Tu likes it, Shuan will try his best. Yui Aragaki's acting is also very good. With that happy expression, if you don't know clearly, you would really think that she and Lin Ao are a newlywed couple. She kissed Lin Ao, squinted her eyes happily and leaned on his chest. Crack. Excellent. You two nailed everything in one take. At this rate, we'll be done in just a few days. The director excitedly shouted, cut. He was very satisfied with the performance of Lin Ao and Yui Aragaki. The more gentle and warm-hearted Lin Ao appears now, the bigger the contrast will be later on, which will definitely shock the audience. Then they shot most of the scenes at home in one morning, and modified the scene in the afternoon, so the filming of the house could be completed. Movies are not shot scene by scene according to the story, but are strung together from very fragmented clips. Sometimes the actors don't even know where the scene they are shooting is taking place, and it all depends on the director to control it. By the evening, everyone present was exhausted, except Lin Ao, who did not feel tired at all. Instead, he enjoyed the warmth and softness of the day. Because there are many intimate scenes with Yui Aragaki at home. And ever since Aragaki Yui made up her mind to transform, those intimate contacts have become really intimate. I don't know if she made an exception for Lin Ao or if she really wanted to transform, but the director didn't mention it anyway. They had worked together before, and there were usually no scenes of hugging and cuddling, but this time it was completely different. It became different from the moment they kissed. The director was secretly happy, so the gimmick of Yui Aragaki gives her first screen kiss alone would make the movie a hit, not to mention the dark horse Lin Ao. Thank you all for your hard work. We can wrap up early tonight. We'll shoot the male lead's murder scene during the day and the chase scene at night. We'll be done soon. The director came over excitedly and suddenly hugged Lin Ao, expressing his gratitude. He was grateful to Lin Ao for kicking Shot Tin away. The innocent Shot Tin was also shot while recuperating at home, but Lin Ao's compensation really surprised him. If such a thing happens again, he doesn't mind doing it again after recovering. Okay, then let's go first. Yui Aragaki suddenly grabbed Lin Ao's hand and ran away. Lin Ao and the assistant were stunned by the sudden action. The director looked at the three people running around with a meaningful look on his face. Now there was another promotional title. Shocked. I fell in love with Yui Aragaki on set. Who is so charming? Thinking of this, the director couldn't help but burst into laughter, and everyone around him looked at him strangely. Hurry, let's go back and pack our things, then come to your place. Yui Aragaki said as she ran while pulling Lin Ao. Lin Ao rolled his eyes. Are you so anxious? The young assistant followed behind breathlessly and rolled his eyes as well. What did you just say this morning? I was just curious. I'm not curious about you at all. The house where Yui Aragaki lived was very close to here, and they arrived at the hotel where she lived in a short while. Yui Aragaki quickly packed her things, mainly clothes and cosmetics. The assistant also went back to the room to clean up. Just like that, before nightfall, a man pulling two huge suitcases appeared in front of the hotel. Aojun, do you live alone? Yui Aragaki followed Lin Ao and asked curiously. No, I live here with two apprentices and one of my men. Lin Ao took the luggage to the hotel reception and asked the boss to arrange a suite for Aragaki Yui. Apprentice? You have apprentices. What do you teach them? Yui Aragaki looked at Lin Ao curiously. Lin Ao was also a teacher. She couldn't imagine what he would teach his apprentices. Lin Ao smiled slightly. He had taught a lot. Last night's postures were varied. Should he let his apprentice review what he had learned and learn new things tonight? Just then, a crisp voice rang out. Master. A shadow with a fragrant breeze flew into Lin Ao's arms. Yui Aragaki was stunned on the spot. She saw clearly the figure hanging on Lin Ao. It was a rare beauty. For a moment, Aragaki Yui felt a strong sense of crisis. Nozomi Sasaki, who was also hanging on Lin Ao, moved her nose. Isn't this the fragrance she smelled yesterday? Is this the woman? For a moment, the two beauties stared at each other, as if sparks were flying. Chapter 217. Two women meet. Mr. Lin, wouldn't you like to introduce yourself? The young assistant stepped forward and broke the awkward atmosphere. Oh, this is one of my apprentices, Nozomi Sasaki. Lin Ao gently put Nozomi Sasaki down and briefly began to introduce both parties. This person is Yui Aragaki, and she's a temporary colleague. After Lin Ao finished speaking, Nozomi Sasaki immediately pulled Lin Ao behind her and stood in front of Yui Aragaki. Hello, Aragaki Yui, nice to meet you. Nozomi Sasaki extended her hand enthusiastically, but her eyes were full of provocation. Me too, Ms. Sasaki Nozomi. Seeing this, Yui Aragaki raised the corners of her mouth slightly and also extended her hand in response. The two people's eyes met in the air, and it seemed as if invisible sparks were flying. Okay, aren't you hungry? Let's go eat first. Where's Yami? Lin Ao sensed the strangeness in the atmosphere and quickly tried to smooth things over, changing the subject. I've always been here, master. The sudden appearance of Suzuki Masami startled everyone present. No one was around Suzuki Masami, who had been standing next to him. Lin Ao rubbed his temples with a headache. Was it right for her to practice this technique? Ao-jun, is this your second disciple? Aragaki Yui looked at Suzuki Masami. How come there was another beauty? Her name is Suzuki Yami and she's my subordinate. My other apprentice is probably still busy right now, so we'll have a chance to meet. At this time, Yuichi Nakamura was probably still taking a medicinal bath. Yuichi-kun has made a lot of progress today. He asked me to come and tell you about it. Suzuki Masami reported on Nakamura Yuichi's situation, and Lin Ao nodded. You little brat, you've learned to take credit for it now, haven't you? However, Lin Ao thought so in his heart, and a smile still appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone would like a hard-working and motivated apprentice. Okay, let's go eat. Yui, go put your things away first, then come down to the restaurant to meet us. The hotel owner was very considerate and walked over to help Aragaki Yui pick up her luggage. He knew Aragaki Yui from having seen her on TV many times. He never thought that he could let her stay in his hotel, but he didn't dare to show anything because she was the person of this killing god. Okay, see you later, Ao-jun. Yui Aragaki gave Lin Ao a sweet smile. See you later, Miss Sasaki Nozomi. The nature of the smile felt completely different. Although it was the same smile, the warm feeling was gone, and instead it made people feel a little cold. Nozomi Sasaki nodded. See you later. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Yui Aragaki with a forced smile. Lin Ao looked at the two women and shook his head helplessly. Lin Ao asked the female boss to prepare a sumptuous dinner, and then brought Aragaki Yui and Suzuki Masami to the restaurant. Master, it was this woman yesterday, right? Nozomi Sasaki immediately started to act coquettishly, she could smell that scent. Lin Ao nodded helplessly, and then recounted what had happened in the past 2 days. Ah. Have you been filming a movie these past 2 days? Nozomi Sasaki opened her mouth in surprise. She never expected that Lin Ao would go to make a movie. Then she is the heroine of this drama. But it is also true. After all, Yui Aragaki is the first pure and innocent girl that the nation has ever seen on the YY list. Nozomi Sasaki also knows Yui Aragaki because she often appears on TV. The YY list. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki in confusion. You Japanese have this. Oh, it's the domestic male YY rankings. It also shows how popular Yui Aragaki is. Nozomi Sasaki explained briefly and asked a question, which almost made Lin Ao choke while he was drinking tea. Master, are you going to be with her tonight? Nozomi Sasaki suddenly looked gossipy, blinking her eyes continuously, as if to say, you know what I mean. Originally, she had some hostility towards Nozomi Sasaki, but she was still more interested in what would happen to Lin Ao and her next. Hey, what are you talking about? She and I are really just temporary colleagues. Lin Ao was speechless. He was still considering whether to make up lessons with you tonight. It seems that this lesson must be taught to teach you what it means to respect teachers. Really? I saw that woman and she wanted to eat you up in one bite. Nozomi Sasaki looked at him in disbelief, and her words made Lin Ao roll his eyes. Suzuki Asami covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She usually watched Lin Ao and Sasaki Nozomi interact like this, and she felt very happy. Her happiness comes in the simplest way. After a while, Yui Aragaki and her assistant came down. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Yui Aragaki apologized very politely. Hurry up and sit down. The food is ready. Lin Ao invited Aragaki Yui and the assistant to take a seat. Nozomi Sasaki stared at Yui Aragaki's clothes. She was wearing a loose bathrobe. The moment she bent down, Nozomi Sasaki clearly saw. Hiss, it seems that this star can't escape the master's charm. He must be planning to take over the master, showing up like this. Such a sultry guy. Lin Ao didn't notice that after one round, Nozomi Sasaki labeled Yui Aragaki as a reserved and introverted person. The dinner was very rich and they all enjoyed it very much. As Lin Aogong stood up, Nozomi Sasaki also stood up. Ao-jun, are you going back to rest? Yui Arata looked at the two people who stood up and quickly spoke. She didn't know why she called out to them, but her sixth sense told her to do so. HMPH Master is going to take a nice hot spring bath and then go to sleep as a caring disciple. I will definitely follow you and serve you. Before Lin Ao could speak, Nozomi Sasaki spoke first. Her eyes were full of cunning, and she looked at Yui Aragaki with a deliberately provocative look. Really? So there's a hot spring out back. I'd love to see it. Can you take me on a tour? Aragaki Yui spoke immediately without thinking. The young assistant was drinking tea after dinner. The food here was so delicious and he looked like he was enjoying it. But he almost fell to the ground after hearing what Yui Aragaki said. She looked at Aragaki Yui in shock, and gently pulled Aragaki Yui's sleeve with her little hand, but Aragaki Yui immediately shook her hand away. Nozomi Sasaki didn't show any unhappy look, which made Aragaki Yui feel secretly happy, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. Only then did she seem to come to her senses and realize that her decision seemed a bit bold. Nozomi Sasaki saw a hint of hesitation on Yui Aragaki's face. Since Miss Aragaki wants to take a bath, how about I ask the master to book another private hot spring for you? As soon as Nozomi Sasaki finished speaking, the hesitation on Yui Aragaki's face immediately disappeared. Haha, no need to bother. Didn't I tell you I'm just going for a visit? What a lame excuse, Yui, the assistant muttered to the side. Although Lin Ao was speechless, he also understood what Aragaki Yui meant. Nozomi Sasaki also secretly gave Lin Ao a look, as if to seek credit. Women are so strange sometimes. They may be so hostile when you first meet them, but they change their attitude all of a sudden. Lin Ao couldn't figure it out. Lin Ao, there's a result. Just as Lin Ao and the others stood up and prepared to leave together, Tianming's voice appeared in Lin Ao's mind. Is it such a coincidence? Chapter 218 She obeys you. Then I'll go take a shower first. Lin Ao tentatively asked about destiny in his mind. Hee. Tianming smiled but did not answer. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Ao curled his lips and learned to laugh. Lin Ao glanced at Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki and gritted his teeth. You guys go ahead, I suddenly have something to do. Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki both looked at Lin Ao in confusion. In an instant, Lin Ao disappeared without a trace. Haha, it seems that the master has escaped. Will Miss Aragaki be very disappointed? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Yui Aragaki with a smile. How could that be? Ao-jun might really be busy with something. There will be another chance in the future. Aragaki Yui also smiled. She was not sure what Lin Ao meant. Although she was disappointed, she did not show it. Then let's go together. Go take a dip. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Yui Aragaki with interest. Then let's relax tonight. The two women looked at each other, sparks flying, and walked towards the hot springs behind the hotel. At this time, Lin Ao had already appeared on the roof of the hotel. He sat cross-legged on it with his eyes closed. At this time, he had already arrived in the Destiny space. I'm here. In the Destiny space, Lin Ao stared at the air closely. Not long after, a room door appeared there. The door opened and Tianming appeared in front of the door. Where's Ming-er? Lin Ao looked at Tianming in confusion. Where is the person? Didn't they say it was already taken care of? At this moment, a woman appeared behind Tianming's door. She was wearing a fiery red gauze dress, with threads resembling the red thread of destiny wrapped around gold threads floating around. Her skin is fair and delicate, and her eyes are cool and charming. Lin Ao stared at her blankly. At this moment, Ming-er no longer looked like Lin. She had the appearance of a mature and charming woman. In an instant, Tianming brought Ming-er to Lin Ao. Destiny is still a hazy layer, covering the whole body, in Destiny 2. All I can say is that her figure and appearance are both stunning, and the kind that you can never forget after seeing it once. Tianming, whose appearance is this? What does Ming-er originally look like? Or is this what fate looks like? Lin Ao was sure that he had never seen this appearance before. This is her original appearance. What's wrong? Is she having evil thoughts again? Tianming's words surprised Lin Ao. Hey, why did you become so weird? Lin Ao looked at the golden light in the shape of a human, and with such hatred he immediately pulled aside the veil to see her expression. Ming-er, this is your new master. Tianming ignored Lin Ao's question and looked at Ming-er who was standing beside him. After hearing what Ming-er said, he knelt on one knee in front of Lin Ao. Master. Haha. Trash. Although Ming-er was kneeling on the ground, her words. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Hey. Trash. Lin Ao looked at Tianming, waiting for his answer. Don't worry, she won't disobey your orders, let alone hurt you. She will be your most loyal protector. She's just a bit rude, so just bear with her. Tianming's words seemed a bit empty, and Lin Ao became more and more confused. What did it mean to be absolutely loyal but also have a bad mouth? Can you tell me more specifically? After Lin Ao finished speaking, he looked at Ming who was still kneeling on the ground. Ming turned his head to the side. Are you sure she will obey my orders? And won't hurt me? Lin Ao was speechless. It was obvious that Ming hated him. To put it simply, my body is honest, but my mouth is a bit hard right now, and my mindset is still a bit hazy. I've branded her soul. Everything is based on your safety. She'll be loyal to you. That's why she won't hesitate to let you kill her. But, Lin Ao looked at Tianming closely, and here came the key point. But I can't erase her memory. Tianming snapped his fingers, and Ming fell unconscious instantly. So the second half is up to you. Go and conquer her, make her completely yours. I'm counting on you. Tianming spread his hands, looking as if he had tried his best and seemed to deserve a beating. You mean, even though she completely obeys me physically and mentally, she's still that Ming Won't you erase her memory? The more Lin Ao listened, the more speechless he became. This is a shoddy project. What if her soul imprint is removed? Wouldn't I be in danger? There's a mechanism in her body that will cause her to self-destruct immediately if her memory is erased or peeped into. This is a restriction set by fate in every avatar. I tried to do this before, but I still discovered the hidden restriction, so I chose to create a mark directly in her soul. Don't worry, this mark cannot be removed even by fate itself, and it will explode as soon as it is opened. Lin Ao listened to Tianming's explanation and secretly rolled his eyes. Are you and fate so similar in your ways? Are you sure you're not from the same family? Then what do you mean by relying on me to conquer her? Tianming pointed at Ming on the ground. She was moved by what you said last time. As long as you continue to brainwash her correct her values, I believe she will soon be loyal to you, both physically and mentally. Lin Ao rolled his eyes. Did she listen to the nonsense I said last time? And what do you think I am? A pyramid scheme leader. Can you brainwash me just like that? Lin Ao kept complaining in a loud and uncontrollable manner. Just tell me, do you want this life or not? Tianming interrupted Lin Ao coldly. Want? Tianming seemed to give Lin Ao a cold look. Having her by your side is a huge benefit to you, so don't think it's a bother. She's one of the Fate avatars. Her abilities are still there, and they're all at your disposal. You can use her to deal with other avatars, like Lin Feng. Tianming's words really touched Lin Ao's heart. It's not that he disliked the trouble, but he was used to confronting Tianming when he saw him. His current behavior was almost the same as that of a human, which Lin Ao found very interesting. Okay, I agree, let her stay with me. Lin Ao nodded. Having a beautiful bodyguard was not bad. Well, then just stand there and don't move. Tianming suddenly said something, and then Lin Ao couldn't move his whole body. She slowly came to Lin Ao's side, and Lin Ao suddenly opened his nose slightly and inhaled the surrounding air frantically. Fragrant. He muttered secretly in his heart. Tianming just looked at Lin Ao's actions in confusion, and suddenly had the urge to slap him. Tianming stretched out his finger in front of Lin Ao, and two streams of energy, one golden and one red, floated out from between his eyebrows. Tianming put them together, floated them to the center of Ming eyebrows, and merged into her body. It still smells good. Lin Ao didn't care at all what Tianming was doing, but he was shocked in his heart. Alright, from now on, just give her orders directly. You'll understand if you carefully feel her mark. Lin Ao closed his eyes and indeed felt a mark in Ming body. He could clearly know that he could completely control it. She cannot lie to you or refuse your orders. You will feel it later. It's okay, you can get out now. Tianming directly issued an order to expel him. Destiny. After Lin Ao recovered, he suddenly shouted something, which made Tianming stunned for a moment. What's up? Next time, let's go to your room to chat. It's so quiet here. Bang bang. Two golden palms appeared, and Lin Ao sneered slightly, that's it. One hand grabbed Ming from the ground, and the other hand directly hit Lin Ao. Lin Ao quickly got into position. He was very familiar with this slap and was ready to take off. Bang. The two people turned into small black dots and disappeared in the destiny space. Tianming's mouth twitched, and her hazy layer disappeared on its own after Lin Ao left. There was a hint of a smile on her delicate lips. Chapter 219 Xiaoju. Lin Ao, who was sitting cross-legged on the roof, leaned forward. He quickly adjusted his position and stood firmly. A space opened up beside him and Ming was thrown out from it, gurgling and rolling down from the roof. It just rolled to Lin Ao's feet. Lin Ao turned his head and stared at Ming. At this time, Ming had woken up and looked at Lin Ao with cold eyes. What? Still can't move? Ming didn't move or say anything. Lin Ao understood. He sensed the mark, and Ming stood up immediately in a thought. Snort. She snorted, turned her head away, not looking at Lin Ao, and did not speak. Did I provoke you? It's fate that wants you to die. I'm going to kill you. After hearing what Lin Ao said, Ming beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She stared at Lin Ao but still didn't say anything, silently expressing his dissatisfaction with Lin Ao. Lin Ao looked at Ming carefully, walked around her, and said, "Wow, what a proud and charming young lady. Look how I deal with you. Turn around. Look at me." Lin Ao stood behind Ming and gave the order. Ming really turned around and turned his head to look at Lin Ao, but his expression was very angry. Bark like a puppy. Ming widened her eyes when she heard Lin Ao's order. Her body trembled slightly. Lin Ao actually gave her such a shameful order, asking her to bark like a puppy. Huh? You Lin Ao, what do you want to do? You bastard. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Oh Lin Ao, I'm going to kill you. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Ming face was slightly frightened and flustered, and every word he spoke sounded like the barking of a puppy. This made Lin Ao burst into laughter. Ming heart was filled with shame at this moment. Damn Lin Ao, I'm so angry. Lin Ao sat aside and began to appreciate it slowly. Under the moonlight, Ming was like an elf who had strayed into the mortal world. Let's dance to the Japanese popular Pure Land. Lin Ao completely ignored Ming curse and continued to give orders, then recalled the dance he had seen before in his mind. At this time, Ming body slowly began to dance according to the dance that Lin Ao imagined. Slowly, Ming eyes began to turn red, and a strong sense of humiliation filled her heart. Tisk tisk, this figure can only be described as a disaster for the country and the people. Lin Ao watched her performance intently. She danced quite well. With her looks and figure, she was pleasing to the eye even if you just stood there. Ming posture was graceful and his sense of rhythm was strong at this moment. He danced very well, but his expression was still fierce, with red eyes and little pearls dripping from them. What? You can't stand it? Didn't you not know who was the king before? Apologize, and I'll stop. Lin Ao lay down on his side, supporting his head with one hand, and slowly admired it. Don't even think about it, I will never apologize to you even if I die. Ming was still being stubborn even though his lips were pouting. Oh, you're still so stubborn, huh? Lin Ao sneered and said, I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Stop it. The dance then stopped. Xiaoju gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Ao. Come here. Spin like a top. Lin Ao's order made Ming tremble all over. What kind of ridiculous order is this? A strong sense of shame hit her heart, and an unprecedented feeling covered her whole body. She bit her lips, her eyes red as she slowly circled and jumped towards Lin Ao, looking like a lunatic. At this moment, her face was very close to Lin Ao, and a faint fragrance seeped into Lin Ao's nose. Lin Ao pinched her delicate chin and twisted it left and right. Ming you'd better be obedient and don't force me to give other orders. Lin Ao whispered something into Ming ear. Ming eyes widened and her face instantly became like a volcano erupting. Her eyes were full of frustration and unwillingness, and her body was trembling slightly. You Lin Ao, don't go too far. Ming face flushed and his lips dropped, his voice full of reluctance. Lin Ao didn't care what she said. A prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. Now he will let you know who is the superior. You want to see if you can shout louder. Try to see if I dare you. Thinking of what Lin Ao whispered in her ear, Ming face turned red with shame, so red that blood seemed to be dripping out of her face. She was cursing Lin Ao in her heart. Ah! Ming suddenly screamed, scaring the birds in the forest away. Lin Ao was startled by her sudden shout. What are you doing? If you like to scream so much, then keep on screaming. I like to hear it. Lin Ao's words stopped Ming from talking. She bit her lips tightly. She would not let Lin Ao succeed. Lin Ao smiled. What's wrong? Don't you like to yell and scare people? Don't you want to kill me? Lin Ao, I won't surrender to this damn soul brand. Ming turned her head away. From that moment on, she didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Ao. Haha, then do you believe me? Lin Ao half closed his eyes, looking as if he had her in his grasp. You damn it Lin Ao, what do you want to do? Ming showed a look of gritting his teeth, but his tone softened. Lin Ao returned to his original position. Then Lin Ao looked at Ming with a sly smile on his face. Ming I find you quite interesting. Lin Ao looked at Ming with interest. He had already quietly removed the restrictions on Ming commands, but she didn't notice at all. Ming turned his head away again proudly. Lin Ao discovered that there was something wrong with her personality, something very wrong. Obviously, this is not the personality that Lin Ao imagined. He walked in front of Ming Ming looked up at Lin Ao. There was no little pearl in his eyes anymore. He stretched out his finger and lifted Ming chin. Are you convinced? Seeing that Ming didn't say anything, Lin Ao smiled. Take it off. Before Lin Ao could finish his words, Ming started shouting. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Ming bit his lips in humiliation. Men are always so cunning. Wouldn't you have said this earlier? You insist on making me act like a bad guy, really? Ming looked at Lin Ao in confusion. Pretending to be a bad guy. Huh, you're pretending to be a bad guy. You're definitely a bad guy, okay. Hee hee. Ming sneered. Now she could only curse Lin Ao in her heart. After all, if what he said really happened, she would have no face to stay in this world. Lin Ao gently tapped Ming smooth forehead. Haha, I know you're not convinced, I'll teach you a lesson later. This time, Lin Ao turned around and walked downstairs of the hotel. Ming actually followed Lin Ao obediently. By the way, Ming what name do you like? Lin Ao's inexplicable words left Ming stunned. Master, I want to change your name. Ming sounds too ungirly. Lin Ao paced back and forth as if he was thinking. Ming rolled his eyes at Lin Ao. Name? What's the meaning of a name? Why not just call me Xiaoju? Ming didn't object, since you have the final say anyway. Chapter 220 Night Talk. Lin Ao took Xiaoju directly back to the room. From now on, you can sleep on the floor next to me. The bedding is in the cupboard, go get it yourself. Lin Ao pointed to a place at random. Xiaoju did not resist or protest, but instead took action silently. Hey, what's wrong? Are you obedient now? Lin Ao looked at her with some surprise. Xiaoju glanced at him and said nothing. I thought to myself, since it has come to this, I can't just find a reason to punish Lin Ao. Okay, you don't have to talk. You've been tossing me around all night. I'm going to take a nice bath. Lin Ao stretched and rummaged through his clothes, ready to go take a hot spring bath. When Xiaoju heard Lin Ao's words, she squeezed her legs together slightly and moved a little awkwardly. She bit her teeth lightly. I want to wash myself too. Her words immediately caused Lin Ao to look sideways. He stared at a certain place in confusion, and Xiaoju became more and more embarrassed. A bold idea suddenly appeared in Lin Ao's mind. Could it be that my threat made Xiaoju? I didn't expect that the Destiny clone would have such a hobby. Then follow me. Just pick up any outfit you want. Lin Ao picked up his clothes and left the room. He heard footsteps behind him, and it was obvious that Xiaoju had followed him. Lin Ao smiled indifferently. Rinse yourself here first, then go in. Lin Ao took a bath naked in front of Xiaoju without any hesitation. Xiaoju took a few secret glances, and the red sweater on her body turned into light and disappeared. Lin Ao was astonished. How could this be possible? It was indeed a product of destiny, a true masterpiece. Xiaoju didn't worry too much. After all, it was more exciting on the roof just now, so this was just a small scene. After they rinsed, they headed towards the hot spring. Comfortable. Lin Ao sighed comfortably. Xiaoju walked down slowly, squinted his eyes, and answered Lin Ao's sigh in his heart, yes, it's so comfortable. Ming cough, Xiaoju, how do you feel now? Lin Ao asked Xiaoju with narrowed eyes. He was quite curious about what she was thinking. Haha, success makes you an emperor, failure makes you a bandit, what can you feel? Just accept your fate. Xiaoju also leaned against the edge of the pool with his eyes narrowed. Tell me, are you afraid of death? Are you afraid of disappearing completely from this world? Lin Ao's question made Xiaoju silent for a long time. She did not answer, but the answer was very obvious. She was afraid, otherwise she would not appear next to Lin Ao now. Lin Ao did not believe that she had no means of self-destruction in her body. You are nothing more than a pawn of fate. I am also a pawn. I could be wiped out at any time. I believe you are aware of my past experiences. Lin Ao spoke slowly, and his words did not convey any sadness or joy. It seemed as if he was describing something perfectly normal. Xiaoju slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ao. She knew Lin Ao's experience and she had participated in many timelines. At that time, she did not think or feel anything and thought it was normal. Every time Lin Ao died, the timeline would be reset, and every death would help fate convert a large amount of destiny energy. She was born in the world for the 10th time, and she knew her mission since she was born, which was to support the fate puppet from behind. Let them proudly and seemingly reasonably follow the destiny and become the children of destiny, tear down all obstacles, let the power of destiny blossom and bear fruit, and then fate will reap the rewards. She had been carrying out her mission until this time. She found that something was completely wrong. A strong variable was born in Zhonghai, so she secretly asked Lin Feng to move to Japan. As a result, Lin Feng was not in trouble, but she, the one behind the scenes, was killed. But when she saw Tianming, she knew it, and now Tianming has grown up, so her loss was not a loss. Chess pieces. Xiaoju murmured softly. Lin Ao. Xiaoju sat up straight and looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao also opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoju in confusion. All he could see was Snow White. Her skin was really good. It was white and rosy after being soaked in the hot spring, like a ripe peach. You've escaped fate, but aren't you still a pawn of destiny? Xiaoju's tone was a little sarcastic, and she looked at Lin Ao with cold eyes. You were right. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Lin Ao was not irritated by Xiaoju's words. You can think of what you said with your brain, so how could I not have thought of it? Lin Ao smiled, spread his hands and let them hang over the edge of the pool, looking relaxed. Yes, although we are still chess pieces, sometimes we have to decide whose chess piece it is. At least, destiny has not seriously interfered with what I have been doing. We are using each other. Xiaoju frowned when he heard what Lin Ao said. Think about the people of different countries at that time, such as our China, the United States, and other countries. The leaders and policies determined how their people would be treated differently. Lin Ao's analogy was very straightforward, and Xiaoju thought carefully about Lin Ao's words. As I said before, when destiny fully awakens, you will no longer exist. What use will all of you clones be? Why don't you take this as an opportunity to get a destiny green card? Not everyone can have one. Lin Ao saw Xiaoju in deep thought, and took this opportunity to add that fooling people also requires the right time, place and people. The right time means destiny trapping her and placing her by his side. This is the first condition. The advantage of location, in this case, is the environment and atmosphere, and the topic was brought up by Xiaoju, which means that she had actually thought about related things in her mind. As for Rinhei, Lin Ao made Xiaoju completely lower her posture on the roof, allowing her to fully understand her situation. The shame once broke through the barrier in her heart. And now, follow her words and give her some input to guide her thinking. If you talk about it enough, it will come true. If you talk about something more often, you will remember it more easily. When there is only one voice around you, that person will quickly be assimilated. Haha, that being said, take a look at what's inside my body. Xiaoju sneered, she raised her head and chest out. Lin Ao's eyes widened, he was indeed quite fierce. Have you ever seen immigrants from any country who didn't have to go through numerous tests? Especially in China, a green card is something that just anyone can get. You don't behave yourself, but you just want to enjoy yourself. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju's chest rising and falling, but his words were clear and logical. Besides, you're considered an enemy. If I fall into your hands, don't you know what kind of treatment I'll receive? Will I be able to talk to you normally at that time? Lin Ao's words silenced Xiaoju again. Indeed, Lin Ao was right. If Lin Ao fell into her hands. Hee. Xiaoju continued to sneer. Although she agreed with Lin Ao's words in her heart, she would never admit it. Have you seen enough? Before, I would have dug out your dog eyes. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao coldly and sat back in his original seat. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Oh, you want to open a dyeing factory as soon as you get some color, right? Chapter 221, Declaration of Sovereignty. Lin Ao stood up and the sound of splashing water was heard. Xiaoju was suddenly shocked. She had just forgotten what situation she was in. What do you want to do? You bastard! Xiaoju actually dared to say such harsh words, and after she finished speaking, she wanted to slap herself in her heart. Haha, it seems you still can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, and your mouth is still so stubborn. If that's the case, then move your mouth more. Lin Ao smiled as he looked at Xiaoju, whose eyes were becoming increasingly panicked. The effect of the soul mark slowly takes effect. Come here. Like we did on the roof just now, Beyblade burst, activate it. Xiaoju trembled all over when she heard Lin Ao's words. Ah, Lin Ao, you are so hateful. Don't go too far, you pervert. Xiaoju looked up at Lin Ao fiercely, then quickly lowered his head and couldn't help closing his eyes. Lin Ao squatted down, smiled, and looked at Xiaoju, who was spinning in front of him. Her beautiful face was spinning, her perfect figure was spinning, and the water droplets on her body were spinning away. She closed her eyes tightly, and her body was trembling slightly. Okay, stop. Lin Ao looked at the dizzy Xiaoju, pinched her chin, lifted her head again, and kissed her deeply. Xiaoju widened her eyes. This was the first time she was kissed by someone, and by a human being, an ant that she wouldn't even look at. Lin Ao was very domineering, and Xiaoju was a little lost for a moment. Her eyes were a little dazed, but she actually took the initiative to cooperate. After a long time, Lin Ao let go of the panting Xiaoju. How was it? Did you get a taste of what it means to be in love with a man? Lin Ao gently stroked Xiaoju's face and pinched her lips. Are you still being stubborn now? Xiaoju came back to her senses and glanced away. She felt a little disappointed that she had actually fallen into depravity. This feeling is really amazing. A villain is successful. Despicable people must take advantage of others' misfortune. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju, who blushed and turned her head away. Was this woman's mouth filled with steel? She still refused to give in. Okay, you're still being stubborn, huh? Then let me see how strong your bite is. Lin Ao shook Xiaoju's chin away. She stood up immediately, and the sound of splashing water sounded again. Xiaoju didn't look over, she didn't want to look over. Turn around, look at me, and call me husband. Lin Ao issued an order in the soul imprint. Xiaoju bit her silver teeth lightly, slowly turned her head and raised it up, but with her eyes closed. Open your eyes. After Lin Ao finished speaking, Xiaoju opened her eyes and her face turned red in an instant. Prime. My husband, was shouted out intermittently with anger, and Lin Ao nodded with satisfaction. Since my husband has called me, then I will fulfill my wife's duties. Lin Ao didn't tell her what to say specifically, and gave the order directly from the soul mark. Bite. Xiaoju widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. She looked at Lin Ao, and her face finally became flustered. Lin Ao, I give in. Please let me go tonight. Xiaoju began to beg for mercy, but unfortunately Lin Ao just glanced at her indifferently, did not reply, and even walked closer. Xiaoju slowly stretched out her slender, white hand, and got closer and closer. Division. Back in the room, Lin Ao lay comfortably on the bed to rest, while Xiaoju lying on the ground was not sleepy at all. The scene just now continued to play in my mind. She awkwardly clamped her legs together and changed her lying position. The strong sense of shame just now and Lin Ao's praise and exclamation were intertwined at the same time. Husband, she murmured softly, the shock of this night was too much for her. The next morning, Lin Ao woke up early. He looked up and saw Xiaoju had already made the bed and was sitting on the sofa. So early. Is your mouth still hard? I guess it can't be hard now. It's quite sour. Lin Ao joked with Xiaoju and went to the shower room to wash up. Xiaoju glanced at the shower room and gently rubbed his cheeks with his hands. Damn it. He finally proposed. Xiaoju picked up the teacup and took a few gulps. My mouth is full of the aroma of tea, and the taste is finally diluted. Tap. Aojun, are you up? I have someone prepare breakfast downstairs, you can come down and eat. A sweet female voice sounded from the doorway. It was Yui Aragaki, Nozomi Sasaki and the others. They all knew that Lin Ao didn't need their help to get up, so they hadn't come to call Lin Ao since the last time. Lin Ao came out of the shower room, drying his hair, and opened the door. His shirtless body showed off his perfect muscles. Aragaki Yui outside the door was stunned and her face turned as red as a ripe apple. What's wrong? I just took a shower and changed my clothes before going downstairs. Lin Ao answered while wiping his hair. Aragaki Yui's eyes were spinning around and her head was about to smoke. She didn't notice that there was a stunning beauty sitting in the room. Okay, I'll go downstairs and wait for you. Aragaki Yui turned around stiffly, her body floating and staggering down. Lin Ao tilted his head in confusion. Is this woman sick? Her walking posture is so strange. Xiaoju, hurry up and change your clothes. Come down with me for breakfast. I'll introduce you to you. Lin Ao returned to the room and looked at Xiaoju, who was sitting on the sofa like a wooden sculpture. She had a blank expression on her face and seemed to be still angry about what happened last night. Lin Ao started looking for clothes without any concern. There was still a long time to go, so you will experience it slowly. HMPH. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao and snorted, then took off her pajamas. Red and light gold energy appeared around Xiaoju, turning into red lines that slowly covered her body. She was wearing a brand new red dress. After Lin Ao changed his clothes and looked over, he was amazed at how convenient it was. He walked over, squatted down, and picked up Xiaoju's delicate little feet. Can I wear a pair of shoes? Lin Ao's words stunned Xiaoju. Why? I won't get dirty even if I step on the ground like this. Xiaoju felt her little feet were itchy and wanted to pull them back, but Lin Ao pinched them. I don't want them to be seen by others. You are mine, everything about you is mine. The sudden declaration of sovereignty was like a heavy hammer hitting Xiaoju's heart, and his heartbeat accelerated. Although Lin Ao's declaration of sovereignty makes people feel a little bit. Xiaoju immediately retracted his foot, and the energy continued to dissipate, turning into a pair of exquisite red high heels worn on his feet. Lin Ao nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Come on, go down and have breakfast so I can let you meet my apprentices. Lin Ao pulled Xiaoju out. She didn't resist at all, and her eyes were still in a trance. The words just now made her feel some different emotions, which slowly took root in her heart. She let Lin Ao hold her hand and walk to the restaurant. Chapter 222 Xiaoju's Little Plan. In the restaurant, Nozomi Sasaki, Yui Aragaki, Masami Suzuki, and Yuichi Nakamura, who hadn't been seen for a day, were all sitting there. Oh, and of course, the little assistant was also there. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ao, who walked into the restaurant. Then, they all opened their eyes wide in shock. They all stared at Xiaoju, who was wearing a red dress and was as bright as fire, standing behind Lin Ao. Xiaoju's stunning appearance and figure made them all stunned. Master, where did you kidnap this sister from? I didn't even see her last night. Nozomi Sasaki felt a little jealous. She thought that Yui Aragaki would be Lin Ao's woman, but she saw a woman with extraordinary temperament standing behind Lin Ao early in the morning. Yui Aragaki didn't interrupt. After all, her relationship with Lin Ao had not reached that point yet. She just looked around and watched what was happening. What nonsense! Lin Ao glared at Nozomi Sasaki, and Nozomi Sasaki immediately puffed up her face. She is my bodyguard in Washa. I went to pick her up last night. Lin Ao lied, but Xiaoju now has the attributes of a bodyguard and has his own buff. The two women seemed to be relieved at the same time. Xiaoju looked at them coldly without any expression. A group of mortals still want to make some expression. A mortal awe. A wild destiny child. Xiaoju originally thought that they were all ordinary mortals, but she felt a very obvious aura of destiny from them. Was it because they were with Lin Ao? This is particularly obvious in Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura, who have a very strong aura. Her name is Xiaoju. Xiaoju, why don't you say hello when you first arrive? Lin Ao took Xiaoju to a seat and signaled to Xiaoju with his eyes. Xiaoju looked at everyone and spoke coldly. My name is Ming Xiaoju, I'm his bodyguard. And then nothing happened. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. It was up to her. He would write it down in his little notebook and settle the accounts slowly tonight. The others nodded blankly. They felt that Xiaoju didn't seem to like talking much. Let's have breakfast. Lin Ao said something, and everyone started eating with their chopsticks. Master, who is she? Was she sent by Master's wife to monitor you? Sasaki Nozomi whispered to Lin Ao. Xiaoju gives people a very cold feeling. Is this the attitude of a bodyguard? Can he still sit down and eat with Lin Ao? Don't guess blindly, they are bodyguards. Hurry up and eat, then go practice. I will send someone from the Heidu family over in a while, you can handle it as you wish. Lin Ao tapped Nozomi Sasaki's forehead and gave her a displeased look. After breakfast, Lin Ao left with Xiaoju and Aragaki Yui. Ao-jun, is she really your bodyguard? Walking on the street, it was now Yui Aragaki's turn to ask Lin Ao quietly. Lin Ao sighed inwardly. What? Doesn't it look like that? He looked at the graceful Xiaoju walking in front of him. It really didn't look like. Well, really, don't underestimate her because she looks like a vixen. She's actually very strong. Much stronger than your prime minister's female bodyguard. After hearing this, Yui Aragaki didn't say anything else, but continued to look at Xiaoju curiously. But in my mind I thought of a beautiful personal bodyguard who protects you during the day and is crazy about you at night. The disgusting scenes made Aragaki Yui blush. She slapped her hot face and wondered what she was thinking. Lin Ao looked at Aragaki Yui strangely. This woman, wouldn't she get sick after living there for just one day? When they arrived at the set, Lin Ao let Xiaoju move around freely while he continued filming with Aragaki Yui. It's not possible to not let her move freely. The staff inside, both men and women, were staring at Xiaoju in a daze, which seriously affected the progress of the filming. Anyway, no one can hurt her and she can't escape, so just let her wander around by herself. Xiaoju didn't care, as she herself had never really traveled around the world. Now that she can't do anything, she just uses this as a way to kill time. When she walked on the street, people looked at her because she was so eye-catching, both in appearance and figure. Xiaoju looked at them with annoyance, and a burst of energy passed by. A layer of mist appeared in front of her face, and from outside she looked like an ordinary ant. I feel much more comfortable now. She walked and stopped, feeling very wonderful. She didn't have the time and leisure to do these things before. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the sky, and an obscure force descended in front of Xiaoju, but everyone around him ignored it. This is the method of communication between the incarnations of destiny. Xiaoju sighed helplessly, and when his fingers touched lightly, a voice appeared in Xiaoju's mind. Ming I've been looking for you for a long time. Why haven't you returned to Lin Feng yet? This is not like you. Hearing this voice, Xiaoju opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. The soul mark made her unable to reveal any information about Lin Ao and Tianming. It's okay. I have some things to take care of. I don't have time to go back to Lin Feng. You can make your own arrangements. Xiaoju replied that she had given up and had tried everything but couldn't convey anything, but she didn't really want to say it. Maybe she really listened to what Lin Ao said last night. Ming do you know what you are talking about? The voice in my head became anxious, with a hint of disbelief. I said I have something to take care of and I don't have time to go back to Lin Feng. Xiaoju curled her lips. Why are you so anxious? Are you deaf? But this feeling seemed quite good. Unrestricted? No, she was still restricted by Tianming and Lin Ao. Anyway, this feeling of playing badly made her feel happy. The voice was silent for a long time, as it was too surprised by Ming words. Ming is something wrong? I feel that your behavior is very abnormal. Is it not a strange thing that happened again? Xiao Fan was careless, and Ming Yi beside Yi Chen is missing. You are now. It took a long time before the other side slowly replied. It turned out that Xiao Fan also had a clone to look after him, but there was nothing unusual after so many times, so he became careless. Now Xiaoju's abnormal behavior has attracted the other party's attention. Ming Wu, I'm just following the trajectory. There's nothing unusual. Everything is proceeding as it should. There was silence again for a long time. Lin Feng, Ming San, Ming Si and I will go together. We will meet then. Ming Wu's words made Ming smile. Meet me. Looks like you want to kill me. Okay, let's meet then. Xiaoju agreed. Since Lin Ao was with her anyway, she felt there was nothing to be afraid of. If Ming Wu and the others won, they would say that Lin Ao was blackmailing her. With the soul imprint on him, he couldn't fake it. If Lin Ao won, she would have made a contribution. Xiaoju laughed loudly, it seemed like he was popular with both sides. Perfect. Chapter 223, Auntie, who are you? Okay, I believe we will meet soon. Ming Wu lost contact, and the red energy in front of him dissipated. Xiaoju continued shopping with ease, but people on the street still looked at her strangely. A middle-aged woman jumping around like a young girl is boundless and it's impossible not to attract attention. By noon, Lin Ao's filming task had been completed. Originally, Lin Ao wanted to walk back to the hotel to eat, but Aragaki Yui insisted on treating Lin Ao to a meal nearby. Lin Ao agreed without any doubt. They found a Chinese restaurant nearby. Because Lin Ao couldn't get used to the sashimi here and heard that it contained radiation. Although he could eat as much as he wanted in his current health, he still felt sick just thinking about it. Aojun, thank you for your hard work these past few days, but if you hold on for another half a month, we'll be done filming our scenes. What are your plans after that? Listening to Yui Arigaki's question, Lin Ao thought for a while. In a few days I will go to the Kuroto family to get that group of people moving, which will be a good opportunity to train Nozomi Sasaki and Yuichi Nakamura. Then after the filming was finished, I guess their work was almost done. It's better to let Xiaoju and Yamei beat them for a few days first, otherwise I will lose face. After that, he went back to Aoshin to see how he was doing. He was not in a hurry about Lin Feng because Xiaoju was already with him. If anything happened, he believed that Xiaoju would, willingly, tell Lin Ao before long. I will take them back to Tokyo and then plan our next trip. I originally planned to travel all over Japan when I came here. Lin Ao answered truthfully. To be honest, no one from Tokyo had called him recently. It seemed that everything was going well. Oh, I see. Then if I'm not busy at work, can I come to you directly? Aragaki Yui slowly took a bite of her meal and asked Lin Ao casually. Sure, as long as you have time. I'll just be walking around a bit anyway. Lin Ao nodded, not thinking too deeply about this question. Instead, he thought about last night, when he missed out on a chance to bathe together. He wondered if this girl would be bold enough to propose tonight. Really? That's great. I'll contact you when I'm free to see where you are. Yui Aragaki looked at Lin Ao excitedly, and clenched the hand holding the chopsticks into a fist. Lin Ao looked at her excited expression and smiled helplessly. He reached out and gently wiped away the rice grains from the corner of her mouth. Thank you, thank you. Aragaki Yui's ears turned red and she started eating in small bites. Until the evening, they had another very harmonious day together, with only a few NGs, all because Aragaki Yui would sometimes get distracted while looking at Lin Ao and forget to say her lines. Ah, I'm so tired. When she came to the street, Yui Aragaki stretched her body. I'm going to the hot springs with you tonight. She waved her hands in the air, her eyes looking at Lin Ao intentionally or unintentionally. But Lin Ao's attention was not on her at all. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and looked at a middle-aged woman. She was chasing after some young people, beating them as she went along. Let you bully the kids, let you bully the kids. This middle-aged lady didn't look old at all. Instead, she was very energetic and chased them with a stick in her hand. The young men were beaten so hard that they screamed and cried, but they didn't dare to fight back because one of their companions had been thrown upside down into a trash can nearby. Stop right there, or I'll stuff you all in. At the ant's command, all the young people stopped immediately, trembling all over, looking at the ant, and the people around were also talking about it. What's wrong? What happened? Yui Aragaki was also stunned. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and he walked over with Aragaki Yui. Aragaki Yui started to ask questions, and those people turned around and saw Aragaki Yui wearing sunglasses and a mask, and answered her questions enthusiastically. That group of thugs were bullying a little girl on the street, and this woman beat them up. I didn't expect her to be so strong and healthy. Those thugs were no match for her. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Why would Xiaoju care about these things? He saw through Xiaoju's trick at a glance. Because they are bound together, she cannot deceive Lin Ao no matter where she is or what she looks like. The group of young people all lined up and kept apologizing to the girl and Xiaoju. Xiaoju asked them all to turn around. They didn't dare to disobey Xiaoju, for they were really afraid that they would be thrown into the trash can like their companions. Ah! A scream was heard and the gangster fell to the ground and rolled over. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Screams continued to ring out, and all the gangsters took turns lying on the ground and rolling around. Xiaoju threw away the clothes hanger and clapped her hands contentedly. She glanced provocatively in the direction of Lin Ao. She also knew that Lin Ao was nearby. Lin Ao gave her a kind smile. Xiaoju made a whipping gesture with his hand and glared back at Lin Ao. Then something suddenly occurred to her. Run towards Lin Ao. Husband, you are here, they bullied me. Her voice was sweet and delicate, but in the eyes of others, she was a real middle-aged aunt with a strong build. Passers-by were also curious about who she was calling husband. Lin Ao's eyelids were twitching wildly, and Aragaki Yui also looked at the aunt curiously. She looked around and didn't see any uncle. Xiaoju ran over here seductively and hugged Lin Ao. Yui Aragaki and the passers-by around her were all stunned, as if dozens of thunderbolts struck their heads. Yui Aragaki was even more incredulous. Husband. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju in his arms with a forced smile. Yeah, honey, why did you come just now? You scared me to death just now. The corners of everyone's mouth were twitching wildly. The scene was too abstract, but they all thought that this middle-aged lady was a lunatic and might have a problem with her brain. Aragaki Yui also thought so. She was just about to go up and pull her away, but she couldn't let Lin Ao's arms be defiled by her. As a result, Lin Ao picked up the old lady and looked at Yui Aragaki. "Let's go, since my wife is fine, let's go back." Ah. Yui Aragaki's brain suddenly short-circuited. The people present also had their brains tripped, and the same voice appeared in their hearts. Ah. Lin Ao nonchalantly carried Xiaoju through the crowd, and Aragaki Yui staggered after him. The meaning of this staggering was completely different from that in the morning. Her worldview collapsed. "Ao Jun, so this is the type you like." Aragaki Yui muttered to herself, she was completely gray. Walking to a deserted roadside, Lin Ao threw Xiaoju into the air. She rolled over and landed steadily on the ground. Only then did Lin Ao notice Aragaki Yui standing beside him. Her eyes were dull, her shoulders were drooping, and her whole body was gray. It felt like she would break if there was even the slightest crack in her body. "Yui." Lin Ao waved his hand in front of her, and Aragaki Yui came back to her senses. Her eyes immediately turned red, as if she was about to cry. "Stop. Look over there." Lin Ao knew what she was thinking. "Xiaoju, stop making trouble and return to your original appearance." Aragaki Yui looked at Xiaoju, and saw Xiaoju waved her hand, and the stunningly beautiful girl appeared in front of her. "That's a trick. I told you she's a bodyguard, so it's normal for her to have some special skills." Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Xiaoju and explained to Aragaki Yui. In the end, Yui Aragaki finally let go of her worries. She really thought Lin Ao liked this type. Then I will never have any chance to meet him in this life. Okay, let's go back, have a good meal, and then take a nice hot spring bath. Aragaki Yui instantly perked up and looked at Lin Ao deeply. Chapter 224 late, but here we are. The three of them returned to the hotel, and Lin Ao called Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki to come over for dinner. As usual, Nakamura Yuichi soaked in a medicinal bath in the room and then found something to eat. "Master, I found that I have made a breakthrough." After dinner, Sasaki had a proud look on his face. He walked over and shook Lin Yu's arm in a coquettish manner. Lin Ao sensed it carefully and found that indeed, she had reached the innate level. It seemed that Nozomi Sasaki was still very talented. "Master, I also found that I have made a lot of progress." Suzuki Masami's soft and pleasant voice rang in Guo Linao's ears. He turned his head slightly and saw Suzuki Masami standing behind him, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders. Lin Ao felt the comfort coming from his shoulder, and at the same time couldn't help but examine Suzuki Masami's condition again. After some observation, Lin Ao was surprised to find that Suzuki Masami was now about to step into the peak of the innate realm. Not only that, her ability to control her own breath has become more and more proficient and superb. It is true that this technique is a perfect match for her. At this moment, Aragaki Yui sat quietly by the side listening to the conversation between the two, but she felt confused and at a loss. Because she knew nothing about the concept of warrior, and had no idea what to do. However, Xiaoju was sitting on the other side, glancing at Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki out of the corner of his eye. He thought to himself, no wonder they're progressing so quickly. It turns out they all have the blessing of destiny energy in their bodies. With that, how could their progress not be fast? Thinking of this, Xiaoju's heart was filled with anticipation, and she was eagerly looking forward to the appearance of Ming San Siwu. She couldn't wait to see how they would deal with Lin Ao. By the way, why didn't I see that little assistant today? It was not until this moment that Nozomi Sasaki realized that the little assistant with various expressions seemed to be missing. She went back to the company to help me with some matters. She won't be back for a few days. Aragaki Yui replied indifferently. I see. Does that mean Miss Aragaki is free? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Yui Aragaki with a smile, and Yui Aragaki raised her eyebrows. Indeed, when the little assistant was not around, he would not nag in her ears. Now Yui Aragaki could do anything without being stopped by others. So tonight is the best time for her to use her ultimate move. She decided to confess her feelings to Lin Ao. At this time, Lin Ao stretched after enjoying Suzuki Masami's massage, and then he stood up. You guys chat, I'm going back to my room to take a bath and rest. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he went out on his own. Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and left tacitly. Suzuki Masami bowed slightly to Xiaoju and left. Xiaoju was the only one left in the restaurant. This guy is really lucky. Xiaoju curled his lips and continued to admire the moonlight alone. Suddenly her eyes flashed red, as if she was receiving news. Xiaoju's expression gradually became strange. Hey, now the little Japanese are in a state of excitement. It seems the Matrix has also noticed the unusual movements of Lin Ao and Tianming. She just received a message in her mind. Destiny's defense mechanism launched a gathering order. Now it's not just Destiny 3 and the others. It's estimated that everyone from Destiny 3 to Destiny 10 will gather together. Sure enough, not long after, there was a strange movement in the sky, and a familiar red energy appeared in front of Xiaoju. Xiaoju showed a meaningful smile and gently touched the energy ball in front of him. Lin Ao, fate has taken action. Tianming's voice suddenly appeared, and Lin Ao, who was walking towards the hot spring with clothes, was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Lin Ao quickly asked Tianming, wondering if it was because of Xiaoju. I don't know the specific situation, but you can ask Ming later. She has been contacted by other clones. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. So they've made contact. Lin Ao smiled slightly. Then tonight depends on Xiaoju's luck. Lin Ao nodded and continued walking towards the hot spring. Tianming, do you want to come out and take a bath together? After taking a shower, Lin Ao lay comfortably by the pool. He couldn't help but say something in his mind. Suddenly, golden energy gathered above Lin Ao's head, and Lin Ao looked at it in confusion. His heart was beating a little faster. Was he really out? The golden energy quickly turned into an extra-large disc and hit Lin Ao's head. Bang! After a crisp sound, Lin Ao's head was hit and he felt dizzy. Snort! A cold voice sounded in Lin Ao's mind. Besides being cold, there is a hint of Tsunderanis. Master, what's wrong with you? Just here, Nozomi Sasaki's voice appeared next to Lin Ao. She was wrapped in a pure white bath towel and slowly went into the water. She looked at Lin Ao in confusion. She couldn't see the big round basin of destiny, but she only saw Lin Ao suddenly cry out in pain and then shake his head. No, it's okay. Lin Ao thought to himself that Tianming was becoming more and more stingy, and his disc was not a physical attack, but a soul attack when it hit his head, otherwise he would not be dizzy. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me rub it for you. The bath towel wrapped around Nozomi Sasaki fluttered gently to the ground like petals, creating a beautiful visual feast. Her graceful figure appears before our eyes like a beautiful painting, which makes people intoxicated. She walked towards Lin Ao with light steps, and her hands, as white as jade, carefully reached out to Lin Ao's temple. Then kneed gently in a slow and rhythmic manner. Every touch is like a breeze blowing across the lake, causing ripples. Lin Ao felt an indescribable sense of comfort rising in his heart. He closed his eyes involuntarily, enjoying this wonderful moment to the fullest. At the same time, he also clearly felt the soft and delicate touch in front of him, which was double the happiness. Are you feeling better? Nozomi Sasaki's voice is very pleasant, full of charm and temptation. Her eyes swept provocatively towards Aragaki Yui, who had just entered the room, as if demonstrating to her. Yeah, much better. However, at this time, Lin Ao was immersed in the pleasure brought by Nozomi Sasaki's massage and was completely unaware that there was an extra person in the hot spring. As Aragaki Yui watched this scene, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and a trace of jealousy and dissatisfaction surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth, suppressed her inner anger, and slowly walked behind Lin Ao. She stretched out her delicate little hands, placed them lightly on Lin Ao's shoulders, and began to knead them gently. Her movements were gentle, like a kitten, allowing Lin Ao's body to gradually relax. Yami is here too. Lin Ao finally realized that there was someone behind him, but he mistakenly thought it was Suzuki Masami, but the massage technique was not quite similar. Aragaki Yui did not respond, but silently stopped what she was doing and slowly immersed herself in the hot spring. Lin Ao slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 225 Hot Springs. Ahem, it's you, Yui. Lin Ao finally saw the person in front of him clearly. It turned out to be Yui Aragaki. She was wrapped in a white bath towel and was soaking in the hot spring with her little head exposed. Some wet hair stuck to her rosy face, her eyes were full of shyness, and she hummed softly. As soon as Nozomi Sasaki arrived, Yui Aragaki followed closely. It seems that this woman is quite good at seizing opportunities. Master, tell me, am I qualified to be your apprentice? Look, Even such a beautiful woman has been tricked into coming here. Nozomi Sasaki leaned over and whispered softly in Lin Ao's ear. Lin Ao felt itchy from her warm breath. You're just so weird. Lin Ao gently tapped Nozomi Sasaki's forehead and then hugged her away. It's better not to be too blatant in front of Yui Aragaki. Aragaki Yui leaned aside with a red face. She was a little nervous, clutching her collar tightly with both hands. Ms. Aragaki, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Nozomi Sasaki smiled cunningly and came to Yui Aragaki's side. The words were full of joking. Yui Aragaki's originally nervous mood seemed to be relieved by Nozomi Sasaki's joke. A smile appeared on his face. Isn't Miss Sasaki faster than me? Excuse me, Ao-jun. Aragaki Yui smiled faintly, with infinite confidence. She looked at Lin Ao with charming eyes, and her mood suddenly relaxed, and her nervous little hands also loosened. Nozomi Sasaki observed Aragaki Yui's every move with great interest and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Could it be that this little girl had already anticipated that I would come over and say a few words, so she deliberately went along with it? In this way, it seemed as if he had said something provocative, forcing her to do this. Lin Ao, who was standing by, heard what Aragaki Yui said and subconsciously turned his head to look at her in surprise. Her skin was as white as snow, crystal clear with a faint blush. When she stood side by side with Nozomi Sasaki, her figure was not inferior to the latter at all. They were equally beautiful and it was difficult to tell who was better. Nozomi Sasaki is as charming and attractive as a cunning fox, while Yui Aragaki is like a blooming hibiscus, pure and elegant. Ao-jun, you won't mind, right? Aragaki Yui looked at Lin Ao and smiled faintly. Hearing her words, Lin Ao nodded subconsciously, and then shook his head. Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes at Lin Ao and splashed the hot spring water at the dazed Lin Ao. Lin Ao suddenly came to his senses and had to admit that he was indeed attracted to Aragaki Yui just now. However, this apprentice must be punished for treating his master like this. Nozomi Sasaki suddenly splashed water at Yui Aragaki. She was stunned for a moment and immediately fought back. The two beauties were playing in the hot spring pool, the water was rippling, and their sweet laughter was constantly ringing out. Lin Ao, the audience, was truly feasted for the eyes. After playing for a while, the two got tired and returned to Lin Ao. Now Aragaki Yui has completely let go. But when she took a closer look, her face immediately blushed with shame. Nozomi Sasaki leaned next to Lin Ao with a smile on her face. Master, don't scare me. Nozomi Sasaki covered her mouth and smiled, and Yui Aragaki rolled her eyes at her charmingly. What? Lin Ao didn't notice it for a moment, and Nozomi Sasaki signaled with her eyes, and he looked at his bath towel floating away. He shifted his gaze to Aragaki Yui next to him with an embarrassed look, and awkwardly took it over to cover her. There was no sign of displeasure on Yui Aragaki's face, but she smiled at Lin Ao. The three of them enjoyed the hot spring comfortably. Lin Ao suddenly realized that there was a restless little hand moving quietly on his left side, groping towards him little by little. Lin Ao didn't open his eyes to look, but he couldn't help but wonder in his heart. What does she want to do? This subtle touch makes one's heart beat faster and brings an indescribable sense of excitement. Lin Ao slowly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the restless hand. Aragaki Yui's body trembled slightly and she held Lin Ao's hand. Yui Aragaki leaned her head directly on Lin Ao's shoulder, and the fragrance filled her nose. I was thinking, are all Japanese girls so bold? The three of them continued to soak for a while, and then Lin Ao announced that he was leaving, because if he didn't leave, he really didn't want to leave. For a moment, the only people left in the pool were Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki. Ms. Aragaki, I have to tell you that you are playing with fire. Nozomi Sasaki felt a little amused when she saw Lin Ao leaving in embarrassment. Master, wait a moment. I will help you calm down. Yui Aragaki looked at Nozomi Sasaki and smiled slightly. Ms. Sasaki, I think my chances of winning are pretty good. Yui Aragaki's words revealed confidence. She was not afraid of any woman appearing around Lin Ao because she was confident in her appearance and figure. Ms. Aragaki, I have to admire your confidence. Of course, I don't mean to stop you. I just want to make it clear to you in advance that the master has many women. Can you accept that? Nozomi Sasaki made it clear directly to avoid doing something that would displease her master if something happened between her and him. Aragaki Yui was stunned for a moment. In fact, it was not that she had not thought about this, but she just ignored it for a while. Now that Nozomi Sasaki pointed it out directly, she couldn't help but think about it again. Then didn't Ms. Sasaki accept it? She did not give a direct answer, but instead asked Nozomi Sasaki indirectly. Because in this world, I will not accept anyone else except my master. There's also a saying that goes, money can't buy my willingness. Nozomi Sasaki smiled brightly. Yui Aragaki can see that what Nozomi Sasaki said is true. Since Miss Sasaki can do this, then so can I. Nozomi Sasaki narrowed her eyes and looked at Yui Aragaki. Well, Miss Aragaki, I have to say hello in advance. If you do anything that embarrasses the master, makes him unhappy, or does something bad, I will kill you. Nozomi Sasaki smiled, then stood up, shook the water droplets from her hair, and left the hot spring pool. Aragaki Yui was obviously stunned by her words. What do you mean? Do you mean I'll get jealous and make things difficult for Aojun? Bad behavior. Do you mean I'll put a hat on Aojun? The more Aragaki Yui thought about it, the angrier she became. She was completely underestimated by Nozomi Sasaki. But what Nozomi Sasaki said was right. Lin Ao's mystery and strength really attracted her. Could she accept Lin Ao being like this forever? She lowered her head and thought for a while, but could not come up with an answer. After all, the two of them had only known each other for a short time, and to have reached this point tonight was already considered rapid progress. She shook her head and said, it's just a love relationship. Why be so hesitant? She stood up angrily, with water droplets sliding down her body. Sasaki Nozomi, stop looking down on others. Chapter 226 I want to change the trajectory. Lin Ao returned to the room and saw Xiaoju sitting on the sofa. Why are you back so soon? Shouldn't the mandarin ducks play in the water for a while longer? Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao meaningfully, with other meanings hidden in his words. Lin Ao wiped his hair and looked at Xiaoju in confusion. After just a moment, he wondered who gave her the courage to speak in such a sarcastic tone. I advise you to enjoy the delicious food, drinks and fun things you have now, because you won't have the chance to do so soon. Xiaoju continued, and the expression on his face seemed a little weird. Lin Ao smiled and sat next to Xiaoju. Xiaoju, where do you get the courage from? Lin Ao narrowed his eyes slightly, and after he finished speaking, Xiaoju found that he was completely unable to move. Tell me, what news did fate convey to you? Lin Ao opened his arms and held Xiaoju in his arms. His fingers gently lifted her chin. Lin Ao, let go. If you have the guts, don't use the soul brand. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao with shame, anger and resentment on his face. The sarcastic look on his face just now disappeared completely. What? If I have the ability, wouldn't I be a jerk if I don't use it? Just like what you did just now, you're being sarcastic when you haven't received any news for a while, which is also a jerk. Lin Ao gently patted Xiaoju's face, his beautiful face full of anger. You are about to die, how long can you still be so arrogant? Xiaoju gritted his teeth and spoke in a cold voice. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Xiaoju in his heart and thought, just say what you want to say. Why do you have to use this method? I think your attributes have exploded again, right? Xiaoju obviously wanted to tell Lin Ao what happened, but he just kept provoking him. Since it was a performance that he had to cooperate with, Lin Ao cooperated reluctantly. Lin Ao smiled evilly and threw Xiaoju onto the tatami. Xiaoju widened her eyes and looked at Lin Ao, who was facing away from the light. She couldn't see his face for a moment, but the sense of urgency and aggression made her heart beat faster and faster. You're going to tell me or not? Lin Ao's cold voice sounded. Xiaoju's heartbeat continued to quicken, she clenched her teeth and refused to speak again, but the excitement deep in her heart burst out all at once. It's necessary to say that she is enjoying it very much at the moment. You're not going to say anything. If you have the guts, just keep silent. Lin Ao removed Xiaoju's soul mark and then lifted her up again. Bang! Lin Ao's power suddenly burst out, and his two eyes of different colors lit up with different lights. Xiaoju was completely suppressed by Lin Ao's aura and soul imprint and was unable to resist. Are you being stubborn again? Are you trying to loosen up again? Lin Ao's voice seemed to contain suppressed anger, and he growled in Xiaoju's ear. For a moment, Xiaoju recalled those scenes again, and her breathing became a little rapid. Who's afraid of who? Xiaoju's words made Lin Ao obviously stunned. You. Okay, I was just stimulated by Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki for a while, you should find the opportunity. Dividing line. Xiaoju held the quilt in her arms with her back to Lin Ao. Can you tell me now? Lin Ao poked her lightly. Xiaoju slowly turned around. Her skin was white with a rosy glow. She opened her eyes lazily and looked at Lin Ao. He asked most of his clones to gather at Xiaorizi. There's no need to judge. It must be related to you. You are the biggest variable here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have influenced Lin Feng to come here. Xiaozhou's words were very gentle, completely different from before, even the style had changed. Really? You think I'm going to win, right? Lin Ao opened one arm, and Xiaozhou naturally fell into Lin Ao's arms. It's not a feeling, it's a certainty. She closed her eyes in enjoyment, which was completely different from what she had said before about being doomed. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at this clone with strange attributes, wondering if fate itself knew about it. You could call it my sixth sense. I feel like the final winner can only be you. Xiaozhou continued to whisper in Lin Ao's arms. So you agree with what I said before? Lin Ao lifted her hair and gently stroked her smooth back. Xiaozhou moved her body and leaned closer to Lin Ao again. Maybe. If disappearing is the final trajectory of my fate, then I also want to struggle. I said you are the variable, so if I stay by your side, maybe I will be influenced by you and become part of the variable. Then I will have a chance to change my original trajectory. This time, Xiaozhou confronted Lin Ao directly. Lin Ao stroked Xiaozhou's hair with one hand and hugged her tightly. Haven't you already changed the original trajectory by doing this? Isn't that right? Lin Ao's words made Xiaozhou obviously stunned. It seemed that this was true. Since she was born, these things were the first time she had encountered them. Everything was full of freshness, and everything was unknown to her. As Lin Ao said, she has changed her trajectory. Everything has deviated from fate's original plan. Since the end is destruction, this time, you should give it your all. Let's change the original trajectory together. Now is a good start. Lin Ao's words, along with a warm breath, flowed into Xiaozhou's heart from her ears. Destiny doesn't know yet that you've strayed from its path and have your own ideas. Take advantage of now, or this very moment, to catch it off guard. Lin Ao let go of Xiaozhou, looked at her tenderly, and gently stroked her beautiful face with the back of his hand. What do you need me to do? Xiaozhou's eyes were filled with determination. Since she had made her choice, she would go all the way to the end. It doesn't have to be complicated. I'm going to destroy the destiny-transforming carrier that fate has placed in the human world. Lin Feng, Chu Tian, maybe there is something you know that I don't know. Lin Ao's primary goal is to eliminate these people first and break the means of fate converting destiny energy. Making destiny stronger is equivalent to making yourself stronger. This was the only thing he could think of and do now. After what happened with Yi Chen, he also knew that he could absorb the power of the destiny clone. The two energies would combine in his body. Lin Ao didn't know what would happen then. He knew the destiny, but did not explain it in full. Lin Ao only knew that doing so would make him stronger. He wants to break the original route and overturn all the rules along the way. He wants to be outside the rules and above the rules. Only then will there be a possibility of gaming. Xiaozhou smiled slightly. Hee, I will tell you everything I know. After hearing Lin Ao's words, Xiaozhou had already made a choice, or rather, he had subconsciously made the choice in his heart when he came to Lin Ao from Tianming. Now let's continue talking about our business. Chapter 227. The ancient door is finally opened. The early morning light shone into Lin Ao's room through the window screen. True martial realm. Lin Ao is not feeling well, or rather, too well. Lin Ao inexplicably discovered that he had broken through to the Junwu realm. He used all his strength to mobilize his internal energy, and the aura around him surged like a tide, as if endless power was constantly emerging. At this moment, an unprecedented powerful force suddenly erupted, like a volcanic eruption, sweeping across the whole body. He had once entered the realm of Junwu, but the experience at this moment was completely different. He even felt that the Junwu realm he had experienced in the past was just an illusory dream, and now he had truly touched the threshold of this realm. What was even more surprising was that Lin Ao's originally heterochromatic eyes had undergone an astonishing change. When he stared at himself in the mirror, he was surprised to find that the center of his pupils was shining with brilliant golden light, and was surrounded by a dark red halo. Could it be that this means that his own destiny energy and the plundered destiny energy have been perfectly integrated with him? Could it be that all this stems from the power of fate in Xiaozhou? Because she is the incarnation of destiny. The destiny energy in Lin Ao's body and Xiaozhou's destiny power produced a wonderful chemical reaction. Could this also be part of Destiny's plan? That's why it deliberately placed Xiaoju by its side. Let her power of destiny and the energy of destiny in his body reach a state of balance, and then merge the two forces together. Is this one of the benefits he spoke of? Destiny. I have something extremely important to tell you. Lin Ao shouted in his heart, his voice revealing an uncontrollable eagerness. What are you doing so early in the morning? Tianming's voice was very lazy, and it was obvious that he had not woken up yet. Lin Ao's mouth twitched slightly. Huh, you're still sleeping and resting. What are you? Your destiny. Just as Tianming was recovering, Lin Ao clearly felt a trace of energy in his mind. This was something he had never felt before, because of the problem of energy fusion. Oh, it's okay, you can continue to rest. Lin Ao quickly and casually agreed to the destiny, and at the same time a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The breath of destiny was fleeting, but Lin Ao had already remembered it in his heart. He leisurely lay back on the bed, his mind as calm as water, instantly entering a state of concentration. Then, his thoughts, like lightning, pierced through numerous obstacles and reached the mysterious and unfathomable space of destiny deep in his mind. As soon as he entered this place, Lin Ao was so excited that he almost jumped up. At this moment, he did not step into this world in person as he had done in the past, but was overlooking the entire destiny space from a unique third perspective. God's will. God's will. You never thought of that. Let me see what you are doing. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao felt everything around him with joy, as if this place had become his extremely familiar home. He could clearly sense every corner and every inch of land. It was pure white with nothing in it. His gaze was fixed on a certain spot in midair, exactly where Tianming had appeared earlier. As expected. As Lin Ao's own strength continued to increase, the obscuring fog gradually dissipated, revealing an ancient and solemn door. Lin Ao's vision slowly penetrated the door without any obstruction, and he was very surprised. It seems that Tianming feels that he does not have the ability, so he did not use any protective measures on this gate, right? This is exactly what Lin Ao wants. Lin Ao took a deep breath, calming his uncontrollable excitement, and then carefully pushed open the slightly rustic and heavy door in front of him. When his vision finally penetrated the door, the scene that appeared before Lin Ao's eyes was simply breathtaking. The courtyard has obviously been carefully designed and maintained, presenting a unique and charming Chinese style. The first thing that catches your eye is a small and exquisite waterfall. The water flows down from the top of the mountain like a silver thread, splashing crystal clear water, and finally converges into a clear stream. The gurgling stream flows by, contrasting with the lush vegetation on the bank, like a flowing painting. Wherever you look, colorful butterflies are dancing, and their light figures add a bit of vitality and agility to the entire courtyard. There is a wooden bridge over the stream, and after crossing the bridge is an exquisite Chinese-style house. Lin Ao couldn't help but be shocked, and a strong emotional impulse surged in his heart. But he knew he had to remain calm at this moment, so he tried hard to control his emotional fluctuations. Lin Ao took another deep breath, and he slowly moved his perspective. Everything seemed very cautious, as he didn't want to be discovered by Tianming at the end. Finally arrived at the door, Lin Ao became calmer and calmer. The picture slowly moves forward and penetrates the door. There is a massage chair inside. This surprised Lin Ao, and the whole scene instantly became completely different from what he had imagined. His eyes widened, his perspective clearly frozen in place, as if he were under a spell. The room is filled with a variety of wooden furniture, exuding a simple and elegant atmosphere. The soft sofa gives people a feeling of comfort and warmth. However, what surprised Lin Ao even more was the enormous super-giant screen TV and the various game consoles, handheld game consoles and computers placed next to it. In addition, the table is filled with movie discs, as if this is an entertainment paradise. Lin Ao couldn't help rubbing his eyes, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. What he saw was completely different from what he had expected. Where was the promised antique charm? Where was the promised solemnity? At this moment, his eyes were attracted by the food on the table in front of the sofa. Potato chips, cola, and exquisite cakes. These modern snacks formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding environment but blended in without any sense of incongruity. Lin Ao looked at all this in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "Have I really come to the wrong place?" This question kept circling in his mind. Lin Ao came back to his senses. No wonder Tianming refused to let me come in here and take a look. He, now you are completely exposed. When he thought of destiny, Lin Ao couldn't help but feel excited. After all, now that he could actually step into this place, did that mean that the mysterious golden mist that had always lingered around Tianming would also disappear without a trace? Thinking of this, Lin Ao could no longer suppress his inner impulse and excitement. He couldn't wait to turn his gaze to the rooms at the back of the hall and carefully examine them one by one. Because he was eager to know which room Tianming was living in. However, when he actually walked into the building, he was surprised to find that the spatial layout of the first floor was completely different from what it looked like from the outside. There are not only various leisure and entertainment facilities here, such as gym, KTV, sauna room and hot spring, but also many other interesting rooms scattered around. These scenes made Lin Ao feel familiar, as if he had visited a certain place before, and what he saw before him was a replica of that place. Because now Lin Ao appeared in Peng Dong's Sicily bar. It seems that his world is full of places he has been to before, and he directly moves in things he finds interesting. Lin Ao looked towards the second floor. Then you should be there. Chapter 228 Destiny. The view slowly moves forward, climbing up the exquisite wooden stairs step by step. Lin Ao's steps were light and cautious, and he took every step carefully, as if he was afraid that Tianming would discover him if he moved too much. Can't sense me, can't sense me. Lin Ao kept repeating this sentence in his mind, as if chanting some mysterious spell. Lin Ao finally reached the second floor. In comparison, the layout here was obviously more modern. A wooden door as white as snow and covered with intricately carved patterns caught his attention. He took a deep breath and told himself, this should be it. With an uneasy mood, Lin Ao continued to whisper those incantations. Then, he mustered up his courage and walked to the door, shouting, "Charge!" In an instant, he rushed towards the door like a cannonball, and Lin Ao passed through it with a whoosh, passing through it without any hindrance. After entering the room, Lin Ao quickly glanced around, his eyes full of vigilance. The whole room was filled with a unique feminine scent. The bookshelves were filled with various books, and an elegant office chair was placed in front of the window. There are also several exquisite illustrations and calligraphy paintings hanging nearby, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of books, making people feel peaceful and comfortable. There was a partition in the room. After passing through the partition, Lin Ao became nervous again because he saw a big bed. There seemed to be a person lying on his side, covered with a thin blanket. Lin Ao swallowed hard, because even though the person was covered with a blanket, her curvy figure clearly showed that she was a woman. Is she really a woman? Lin Ao walked close to Tianming as if possessed by a ghost, but Tianming was completely unaware of it at the moment, which made Lin Ao even more unscrupulous. He slowly moved his camera around behind Tianming, and just when he was about to get a glimpse of her true appearance, what he saw made him stunned. A woman with a cold temperament and stunning appearance suddenly appeared before him. Even Lin Ao couldn't help but be overwhelmed by her stunning beauty, and his breathing almost stopped. I see, no wonder you want to hide your face. If this appearance were exposed to others, how many people would be able to bear it? Lin Ao muttered to himself, his heart filled with shock. He held his breath. His perspective slowly zoomed in without him noticing. Suddenly, Tianming's eyelashes trembled, as if she was about to wake up. Lin Ao was frightened to death. I quickly took a few steps back, with a strong feeling in my heart, it's over. Tianming opened his eyes and glanced around in confusion. Lin Ao didn't dare to move at all. I just clearly felt someone was watching me, which was strange. Tianming stretched and the quilt slipped off. Lin Ao's pupils trembled. You actually sleep naked. Tianming's naked body appeared in front of Lin Ao without any cover, and her perfect figure made everyone fall in love with her. This scene was like an atomic bomb exploding in Lin Ao's heart. His eyes were completely fixed on one point, and he wished he could record this scene. Lin Ao felt his whole body getting hot and he swallowed hard. The same is true of the body in the outside world, which is all red, like a cooked crab. Lin Ao's heart was in turmoil, and his emotions were surging like the tide. Having just finished stretching, Tianming looked up with a look of suspicion. She first looked at the ceiling, then slowly closed her eyes. Lin Ao, what are you doing? At this moment, a clear and pleasant sound suddenly came from Lin Ao's mind. This sudden questioning was like thunder, pulling Lin Ao back to reality from his chaotic thoughts. Lin Ao couldn't help but shudder and quickly answered. Ahem, nothing, I'm just practicing a unique technique. However, before he could finish his words, Tianming, who had been sitting quietly on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, with surprise and shyness flashing in his eyes. She waved her delicate hand lightly, and her whole body was instantly covered by that familiar hazy coat. Lin Ao, why are you in my room? Tianming's voice was both shy and angry, like a bomb about to explode. She looked around in panic, but found no trace of Lin Ao. Lin Ao was frightened by Tianming's roar. He never expected that the words he just answered casually could be transmitted directly to the room where Tianming was. It was not until this moment that he realized that he had been exposed, and he secretly groaned in his heart. Lin Ao was about to leave when he saw a golden energy emanating from Tianming's body, enveloping the entire house. Lin Ao was stepping back and ended up hitting a transparent barrier. Tianming immediately looked in that direction, his eyes shining brightly with golden light. Lin Ao, you are really here. Tianming pointed at Lin Ao and trembled all over. Lin Ao felt dizzy for a while, and then his whole body appeared in Tianming's room. He switched from the third perspective back to the first perspective. Can I explain? This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Ao rubbed his hands, looking embarrassed, and held his head with both hands. You lecher. Countless golden palms appeared behind Tianming and flew towards Lin Ao quickly. Lin Ao sighed, hugged his head and squatted down. Come on, let the storm come even harder. Lin Ao looked at the flying slaps and simply gave in. Bang 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 snap. Boom. All kinds of loud noises rang out in the room. Lin Ao curled up like a turtle, and was hit back and forth by Tianming. Even though his clothes were already torn, Tianming still didn't stop. Lin Ao, who was knocked around in the air, felt very helpless at the moment. It hurt, and he knew that fate would not kill him, but it was extremely insulting. He was just happy that his Junwu realm was stronger than before, but when he turned around, he was beaten by Tianming in the consciousness space and had no chance to fight back. After a long time, Lin Ao collapsed on the floor of Tianming's room. His clothes only had a few tattered pieces of cloth covering his vital parts. Lin Ao, how did you get in? You. Tianming had just opened his mouth when he became angry again before he finished speaking. Thinking about how he had just been seen naked by him, the urge to beat him up immediately surged in his heart. Lin Ao glanced at Tianming. He held his head and bent his legs skillfully. A new round has begun, and this time Tianming has come on the stage in person. She slowly walked to Lin Ao's side, and a small whip appeared in her hand. I can't live without giving you a beating myself. After saying that, the whip turned into a shadow. Chapter 229 Origin Oath. Lin Ao fell heavily to the ground again, as if he had lost all his strength. His body was tightly covered by Tianming's thin blanket, like a lifeless corpse. At this moment, Lin Ao's face was full of despair and helplessness, but he was secretly happy in his heart. He sniffed the faint fragrance coming from the quilt and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the unique aura of destiny? In fact, the miserable appearance he displayed was completely pretended, just to give Tianming an excuse to vent his anger. Tell me, how did you get in? Tianming crossed his legs and sat elegantly on the edge of the bed, glancing fiercely at Lin Ao, who was performing hard. She knew very well the true condition of Lin Ao's body. Even though she covered her whole body with a hazy coat. Lin Ao, hurry up and speak. Tianming's voice was cold and seemed to be full of anger. His little secret base was discovered. Thinking of this, Tianming suddenly wanted to beat him again. Well, I don't know either. I was looking for you for something, and then you suddenly came in for no apparent reason. I just came over out of curiosity. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Ao quickly answered, lest Tianming get angry and attack him again. There would be no physical damage, but it would be very mentally torturous. Tell me more specifically. Tianming was about to jump up, but then he slowly sat down and changed his posture to look at Lin Ao on the ground. Lin Ao swallowed his saliva. That's why I came in to see you. Last night I absorbed some of Xiaoju, Minger's destiny power. Right when I woke up, I found that I had suddenly broken through to the Junwu realm. As Lin Ao spoke, he lay on his side and changed into a comfortable position. Tianming closed her eyes and thought about the meaning of Lin Ao's words. It merged so quickly. The power of destiny. Tianming's cold voice sounded, and Lin Ao nodded quickly. Practice your technique for me. Tianming continued to speak, and Lin Ao immediately sat up cross-legged. The quilt slid off his body, covering his lower body below the waist, revealing the solid muscles on his chest. I don't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. Tianming rolled his eyes at Lin Ao, and watching the change in his power, Tianming suddenly noticed that the color of Lin Ao's eyes began to change. The two energies are perfectly combined together, no longer independent of each other as before. I expected you to combine the two energies, but I didn't expect you to fuse them so quickly. No wonder you were able to sneak in without making a sound. It's also my fault for not even putting up any protection. It was so easy for you to get in. Tianming seemed to be thinking about something, and it would not be surprising if that was the case. Sure enough, Lin Ao's potential is far more than that. So are there any changes after the fusion? Lin Ao's voice was a little strange, but Tianming didn't notice it, because after Lin Ao used his energy, he found that the hazy gauze on Tianming's body gradually disappeared without a trace. He could actually clearly see Tianming under the hazy gauze clothes. Her expression was slightly wrinkled at this moment, and her beautiful face made Lin Ao's brain crash for a moment. At this moment, Tianming frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. That expression looked even more playful and cute in Lin Ao's eyes. Lin Ao swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to make a sound and tried his best to make himself look normal. Change. You are very likely to become an existence that surpasses us. Tianming's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Lin Ao's ears and causing him to freeze on the spot. Above destiny and fate. Tianming, are you really going to sit back and watch me grow like this? Lin Ao stared at Tianming's face closely, his eyes full of suspicion. Why do you ask this? Isn't it thanks to my help that you have grown to where you are now? Tianming's face did reveal a look of pure confusion. On the contrary, I hope that you can reach that level one day. Then, I can rest assured. However, Tianming stopped talking halfway through. Lin Ao looked at her in confusion, eager to know what was going to happen next. Rest assured about what? Hey. Why don't you finish what you're saying? Lin Ao didn't dare to ask any more questions, his heart felt like it had been scratched by a cat's claws. Lin Ao, please believe me. I have no need to deceive an ordinary person like you. Tianming leaned down and looked at Lin Ao seriously. Lin Ao took a breath of cold air. When Tianming saw Lin Ao's expression, he thought he was surprised by what he said. Everything I said is true. I can swear on my origin. Now you should believe me, right? After Tianming finished speaking, a complex spell appeared between the two of them. It sparkles with dazzling golden light, like the brightest star in the night sky. The ancient and mysterious atmosphere flows in the air like a clear spring, filling the entire room and making people feel the heaviness of time. In the name of destiny, I swear by the power of the origin, I have absolutely no intention of harming Lin Ao, not in the past or in the future. I have always been sincere and unconditional with Lin Ao. I am willing to entrust my true heart to him, and let him know without reservation. These words seemed to carry an ancient magic, echoing in the room for a long time. Every word is like a heavy mountain, full of determination and sincerity. As Tianming completed his oath, the mysterious spell gradually dissipated and transformed into two powerful energy streams, which merged into Tianming and Lin Ao's bodies respectively. Lin Ao could clearly sense that this power not only created a wonderful connection between them, but also allowed him to see whether what Tianming said was true. When I heard Tianming say it solemnly, "This spell only works on me. If I lie to you, you'll sense it. Now you should trust me, right?" Lin Ao stared at Tianming, who looked solemn and dignified, and his heart was churning like a tsunami. However, for some reason, Lin Ao suddenly blurted out and asked, "Tianming, do you usually spy on my daily life?" "No." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tianming in a decisive tone. Almost at the same time, a strange feeling surged in Lin Ao's heart. It was the feedback from the talisman. He realized that fate was lying. At this time, Tianming's face under the veil had already turned red, like a ripe apple. It can really convey the truth and falsehood in the words of destiny. At this moment, Tianming was suddenly stunned. She recalled the original oath she had just made with Lin Ao. Sometimes. After hesitating for a moment, Tianming added softly. In an instant, the message conveyed by the talisman changed, indicating that Tianming was telling the truth this time. Lin Ao finally believed that Tianming was serious this time. Chapter 230 The First Hug. How about it? Do you believe me now? Tianming turned her head away after she finished speaking, with her hands on her waist, looking a little angry. Lin Ao's eyes flickered, and he could see Tianming's expression clearly. Not only that, but also, this cannot be told, and destiny cannot be told. Lin Ao took a deep breath. Well, I believe you. Oh, there's one more thing. Didn't you say before that fate had taken some action? Xiaoju told me that fate had gathered most of its manpower to the Japanese side. Lin Ao told Tianming all the information he got from Xiaoju. Tianming turned his head and held his chin, thinking about something, his long eyelashes trembling. After Lin Ao finished his report, he focused on 3 points and his vision switched quickly. What are you doing? Is there something wrong with your eyes? After a while, Tianming looked up and saw Lin Ao's eyes darting around. She rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. She seemed not to realize that Lin Ao could completely see through the fog she had set up. Lin Ao smiled calmly. It's okay. My eyes feel a little uncomfortable after the fusion of power. Lin Ao made up a lie, but Tianming frowned. Come closer, let me see. Tianming's voice was cold, but Lin Ao could see that she looked a little worried. Wait, come closer. Is there such a good thing? Lin Ao quickly and calmly walked up to Tianming. Squat down so I can see how you are doing. Lin Ao thought, still squatting. It seems that it is not impossible. This is fate, it's hard to defy fate. Lin Ao slowly squatted down, still sighing in his heart, fate is hard to defy fate. The mist around Tianming's fingers slowly dissipated, revealing fingers as white as jade. She stretched out her fingers and slowly approached Lin Ao, touching his forehead. Lin Ao blinked, and felt a warm touch on his forehead, and a golden light slowly lit up. Tianming was carefully checking Lin Ao's condition, while Lin Ao was carefully looking at the scenery ahead. Tianming felt Lin Ao's heartbeat accelerating, and she wondered in her heart why her heartbeat was accelerating so fast. Tianming tilted her head in confusion, but after a while she didn't find any problems. She also checked the eyes carefully and found that they were in perfect health. I don't see anything wrong with you, but if this continues, please let me know. Tianming withdrew her fingers, and a slight frown appeared on her face. It seemed that she was still worried that there was something wrong with Lin Ao's body that she couldn't even detect. Because the fusion of the power of destiny and fate was the result of her own deduction, and this was her first time encountering it, so many things were unknown. She was also worried that something might happen to Lin Ao, as they were now tied together. That's okay, don't worry, it's probably a minor problem, maybe it will be fine tomorrow. What Lin Ao said was true. As long as he could no longer see Tianming's true form, his eyes would be healed instantly. Well, remember, if you encounter any problems, you must inform me immediately. As for what happens next in your destiny, you can use your own judgment to handle it. Tianming stared at Lin Ao, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Seeing this, Lin Ao hurriedly calmed his mind and kept reciting in his heart. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. He knew very well that he must not reveal any flaws, because such rare special treatment was too tempting and he did not want to lose it so easily. He firmly believed that fate would find a way to stop his peeping behavior. Lin Ao, remember, this time destiny has possessed you, and I am no longer the same person I was before. Therefore, you can act with confidence and rely on your own judgment. Tianming's expression showed a hint of pride and complacency, while Lin Ao stared at her human face in amazement. Okay, I understand. Lin Ao quickly adjusted his facial expression, trying to make everything appear more natural. Tianming, your words inexplicably touched me. Lin Ao took advantage of the situation and grabbed Tianming's exposed hand, his face full of emotion. His eyes were slightly red, as if he had thousands of words that he couldn't express. Tianming's body trembled slightly. He just wanted to struggle to break free, but Lin Ao held on tightly like an iron clamp and refused to let go. Not only that, his face, which was originally full of emotion, turned into an extremely hurt and pitiful expression in the blink of an eye, and he looked straight at Tianming with eyes full of resentment and pleading. Seeing this, Tianming's heart softened suddenly, and he stopped struggling and resisting, allowing Lin Ao to hold his hand tightly. Don't be so hypocritical. You've said it many times before. The relationship between us is just one of mutual benefit. So there's nothing to be moved by. Tianming's voice was still cold and crisp, but his tone was obviously much softer than usual. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Ao could clearly see all the subtle changes in Tianming's expression. So he pretended to be stunned for a moment, and then showed his increasingly sad look to Tianming without reservation. This time, when seeing Lin Ao showing such a sad expression, Tianming did not feel pity or guilt as before. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. Actually, she was thinking to herself, Humph, you always say we're just using each other. Now you've heard this, right? Let's see if you keep saying it. It seems that the reason why she had not mentioned this matter before was that she was waiting for an appropriate opportunity to deliberately tell Lin Ao. Lin Ao saw Tianming's cunning expression and smiled secretly in his heart. Haha, so you are such a vengeful person, right? Wasn't that just because I was ignorant before? After all, you know how I got through it. Lin Ao's words made Tianming recall the state when Lin Ao was at the mercy of fate in the past. At that time, she was still very weak and had been lurking on Lin Ao. She knew everything that had happened along the way. Looking at the person in front of him, Tianming's originally tense expression suddenly became extremely gentle, and his eyes were full of warmth. She slowly extended her left hand and lightly touched the misty area. Then, she gently cupped Lin Ao's cheeks with both hands, her fingertips emitting a delicate fragrance that made Lin Ao feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. This unique fragrance seemed to have some kind of magic that made him involuntarily indulge in it and even develop a deep attachment to it. I understand. Don't I still have me now? At this moment, Tianming's voice was particularly soft and gentle, like the sound of nature. Her words were like a spring breeze, instantly penetrating Lin Ao's heart. Lin Ao couldn't help but have slightly red eyes, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. The next moment, he stood up suddenly, opened his arms without hesitation and hugged Tianming tightly. However, at the moment they embraced each other, the mist on Tianming's body that stood between them was like an invisible barrier, slightly blocking Lin Ao's embrace, keeping a subtle distance between them. Faced with this sudden action, Tianming stood there in shock. She had never been so close to Lin Ao before. For a moment, she was at a loss and could only let Lin Ao hold her tightly. Chapter 231 They are coming. Lin Ao covered his face and sat on the edge of the bed. That blow really hurt. Not long after Lin Ao used it, he was slapped away by an unprecedented golden palm transformed by destiny. My head is buzzing now. At this moment, Xiaoju beside him also woke up. What's wrong? Why are you standing here with your face covered? Xiaoju turned around lazily and looked at the strange Lin Ao. Nothing, I was just wondering if I conquered you with this face. When Xiaoju heard Lin Ao's words, she gave her a charming look, full of charm. Look how conceited you are. Xiaoju was actually also admiring Lin Ao's appearance in her heart. She climbed up, and the quilt slid down, revealing her perfect figure with curves in all the right places. She gently hugged Lin Ao from behind. I might have to go out for a while later, so I need to meet with them and find out what their plans are. Xiaoju closed her eyes, and her extremely beautiful face was gently caressing Lin Ao's ear. Okay, I understand. You must be careful and pay attention to your safety when you go out. They shouldn't be able to notice anything unusual about you, right? Lin Ao stretched out a hand and gently stroked Xiaoju's cheek, which was as smooth and delicate as white jade. Xiaoju was like a well-behaved and cute kitten, extremely docile and obedient. They simply don't have that ability. Furthermore, we usually appear in a vague and ethereal form, never revealing our true appearance or form. Therefore, they absolutely cannot glimpse the slightest clue about me. Xiaoju slightly opened his eyelids and stared at Lin Ao's well-defined profile. As for what happened between us, I will keep my mouth shut and won't reveal a single word. You can rest assured about that. Hearing this, Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Why do you say this? Starting from last night, I won't doubt you anymore, so you don't have to explain anything to me in the future. I believe you, and you won't say anything. Undoubtedly, one of the important factors is the full sense of security brought by the soul imprint imposed on her body by destiny. He always had undoubted faith in the power of destiny. Lin Ao's words made Xiaoju smile charmingly. She whispered softly, Before he finished speaking, the pair of delicate hands like jade began to move. Lin Ao, now that we've all woken up, should we? Xiaoju's words were filled with endless charm and temptation. Her hot breath brushed past Lin Ao's ears, and like a flash of lightning, it quickly ignited the fire of desire that had been suppressed for a long time deep in his heart. And just a while ago, in the room where Tianming was, those extremely compressed emotions suddenly burst out like a flood. Lin Ao turned around without hesitation, staring at the beauty in front of him with passionate and eager eyes. Xiaoju followed his movements and lay down gently, her body fitting softly on the bed. The breathing of the two gradually became rapid, as if the whole world was left with only the sound of their heartbeats and gasps. Hee. The early morning sunlight streamed into the restaurant through the window, but today Lin Ao did not get up early as usual. Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki sat in the restaurant, looking at each other, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Suzuki Masami and Nakamura Yuichi had already left the restaurant together and went out to practice. As time passed, Yui Aragaki began to get anxious. "What's wrong with your master today? It's been almost an hour and he hasn't gotten up yet." She looked at the door from time to time, wondering if Lin Ao was feeling unwell. If she got closer to the room, she would know how comfortable Lin Ao was. Unable to suppress her inner worry, Yui Aragaki stood up and prepared to go to Lin Ao's room to inquire about the situation. However, just when she was halfway there, she was stopped by Nozomi Sasaki. "What are you doing? Master told us not to disturb him in the morning. If you're in a hurry, just leave." Nozomi Sasaki's face looked a little strange, and she pulled Aragaki Yui back to her seat. Yui Aragaki was still waiting for Lin Ao to go out together, and she was a little anxious because she was worried that Lin Ao might be feeling unwell. "Wait a little longer. He'll probably be here soon. It's not too late now. Maybe he was too tired from filming yesterday." Nozomi Sasaki continued to explain and comforted Yui Aragaki at the same time. In fact, Nozomi Sasaki went there early in the morning to knock on the door. She went there happily, and then was startled by the sound inside. Her face flushed slightly, she eavesdropped for a while, and left with her heart beating faster. If Aragaki Yui goes up at this time, Lin Ao will be embarrassed. Alas, it's really not easy to be an apprentice. "Master, should you reward me well tonight?" Nozomi Sasaki kept thinking about Lin Ao in her heart and rolling her eyes. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Lin Ao appeared in front of them with Xiaoju, looking radiant. Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes at the smiling Lin Ao. Xiaoju rarely smiled at Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki today. "Aojun, are you feeling unwell? Why are you so late today?" Yui Aragaki immediately stepped forward anxiously and looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao secretly glanced at Xiaoju behind him and thought to himself that he had actually gotten up very early, but was delayed by 2 women. Lin Ao smiled at Aragaki Yui and pulled her to sit at the dining table. "It's okay. I'm probably tired and slept late. Have you eaten yet?" Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki both nodded. Lin Ao asked someone to prepare 2 breakfasts, and after eating, he took Xiaoju and Aragaki Yui out. "Master, I want to go today too." Nozomi Sasaki jumped out from behind the door and grabbed Lin Ao's sleeve tightly. She puffed out her cheeks and looked pitiful. "What's wrong? The homework I assigned is too easy, right?" Lin Ao asked softly, poking Nozomi Sasaki's smooth forehead with his index finger, with a hint of pampering in his tone. All right, forget it today. Let's go for a walk together. But remember, you must practice diligently tomorrow." Faced with Nozomi Sasaki's pitiful and expectant eyes, Lin Ao finally softened his heart and compromised with Nozomi Sasaki's request. "Yeah." Nozomi Sasaki jumped up excitedly like a little rabbit, then pounced on Lin Ao and gave him a big kiss on the face. Lin Ao was caught off guard and was successfully ambushed. He could only wipe the wet saliva from his face while shaking his head with a wry smile. Then he turned and led the way out of the hotel. There were 4 people in their group walking side by side on the street. Each of them was so outstanding and dazzling, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Some people are so focused on admiring their beauty that they forget what they were supposed to do. Lin Ao and his companions undoubtedly became a beautiful landscape. It is a rare sight to see such a group of good-looking people gathered together. "Lin Ao, they're here, I need to leave for a day." Xiaoju called out to Lin Ao, and Lin Ao nodded in understanding. Nozomi Sasaki and Yui Aragaki both looked at Lin Ao and Xiaoju in confusion, but they didn't ask any further questions. After Lin Ao and the others left completely, Xiaoju immediately disappeared from the spot. Chapter 232, The Reunion of Clone. Xiaoju had long since left Hokkaido and was now in Saitama. At this moment, she was enveloped in a strange layer of red energy, and her body gradually became ethereal and transparent. On the top of a towering building, there stood several people wearing the same clothes as Xiaoju. The only difference between them is a slight difference in height and body shape, but this may be intentional, in order to conceal their human form. "You're finally here, Ming-er." Suddenly, a deep male voice broke the silence. Xiaoju slowly landed on the roof and quickly scanned the surroundings. She was surprised to find that Ming-san, Si, Wu, Lu, Qi, Ba, Ju and others were all present. Xiaoju paid special attention to Ming-ju, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, why did Lin Ao change my name to the same as hers? Well, now we can summon the secret order and see what instructions the main body wants to issue. Xiaoju has the highest seniority here except for Mingyi, who has been swallowed by Lin Ao. As soon as Xiaoju finished speaking, everyone gathered in a circle. A stream of red energy flowed out from each person's hand, and the energies intertwined with each other, emitting a brilliant red light. A message was transmitted into the minds of all the clones. Focus on training Lin Feng and Chu Tian. The variable is Lin Ao, kill him, and get back on track. The message was very brief, but the meaning was expressed very clearly. Xiaoju's eyes lit up with an inexplicable light. She was indeed not exposed, and the information could be transmitted into her mind normally as before. The red energy continued to fluctuate for quite a while. Speed up Lin Feng's progress, let him meet Lin Ao, and if necessary, let Chu Tian join forces. Xiaoju continued to accept this other instruction. The first one that appears is the same task for all their clones. Later, each person will receive a different secret order, and the content of the task is unknown to others. Finally the energy dissipated and everyone opened their eyes. Lin Ao, Ming San muttered suspiciously. Isn't he just the puppet at the mercy of others? How could he become the variable influencing the situation now? Could the disappearance of Boss Mingyi be related to him? These words confused everyone present, and they all turned their eyes to Ming-Er. It turned out that Ming-Er had been ordered to investigate the disappearance of Mingyi. The rest of the people remained motionless, each holding their posts, waiting for the second commander to bring back news. At this moment, facing the questioning of Life 3, Life 2 remained silent. Could it be that the last time you gave up your supervision of Lin Feng, it was also because of your main consciousness that you went to investigate Lin Ao? Ming San broke the silence and continued to ask questions. That's right. The main body's consciousness issued this order, obviously because of Mingyi's disappearance. However, as of now, I still haven't been able to find out his exact whereabouts. It's as if he disappeared from the world without a trace, and his life or death is still unknown. Seeing this, Xiaoju nodded in response. His tone was calm and natural, and he didn't blush or feel nervous when he told lies, as if everything was natural. What she said before was just a bad thing, but now you have made it up for her. Ming San, you have a really great brain. Tell me what you think. Xiaoju said softly with an expressionless face, but the eyes behind the red line were as sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through everything. She thought to herself that she wanted to understand the specific tasks each clone had received through this communication. At this time, one of the figures stood up. It was Mingju. I have received instructions to infiltrate Lin Ao's side as an undercover agent, so the management of Lin Feng and Chu Tian will be left to you. Xiaoju was delighted, as this was exactly the answer she was expecting, but she didn't show it on her face. She deliberately fabricated such a false order in order to test the reactions and true intentions of the other clones. Xiaoju's gaze slowly swept over everyone around him, and finally stopped on Mingju. I have accepted the organization's arrangement and will go to Chu Tian to assist him in accelerating his expansion of influence in Europe. At the same time, I will maintain constant contact with Lin Feng and use our power to skillfully arrange for them to meet. If the situation requires, I will not hesitate to join forces with Lin Feng to fight Lin Ao together. Mingju took a deep breath and then spoke solemnly. After Mingju finished speaking, he turned to look at Mingba, as if waiting for his response. Mingba saw that both of them had spoken out, so he also spoke directly. My mission is almost the same as Mingju's, and it has also been assigned to Chu Tian. After Mingba finished speaking, Ming Lu, Ming Qi, and Ming Wu actually raised their hands at the same time, and they spoke in unison. Me too, me too, me too. There was a glimmer in Xiaoju's eyes, and he seemed to understand something. It turns out that Chu Tiansai is the chess piece that fate favors the most. So, what about Fate 3 and Fate 4? Xiaoju turned his gaze towards the two of them. At this time, a common psychological phenomenon, herd mentality, may emerge. After all, everyone else had already stated their mission, and the two of them would likely follow the majority's lead. When people around are doing the same thing, people are more likely to be influenced and choose to follow the behavior of others. If someone chooses to remain silent, they may easily be seen as an outsider who doesn't fit in, and may even cause dissatisfaction among those who have spoken. Even if these people don't say it, they must be complaining about it deep down in their hearts. I was assigned to Lin Feng's side, and my consciousness required me to use my abilities in the coming period to stimulate Lin Feng's potential. Sure enough, as soon as Xiaoju asked the question, Mingxi answered without hesitation. Well, the instructions I received are basically the same as those from Mingxi. Immediately afterwards, Ming-san also followed Mingxi's words. So, Ming-er, how do you plan to stay undercover? After all, we don't know Lin Ao's specific situation yet. It would be safer to send someone undercover. Xiaoju secretly gave Ming-san a thumbs up in his heart. You really understand me so well that you can even think of excuses for me so thoroughly. Next, Xiaoju needs to think carefully about how to make them reveal their respective human forms. I will use my human form to sneak up on Lin Ao, because I have already figured out his weakness, which is women. As soon as Xiaoju finished speaking, Mingxin spoke again. A human form. I'm curious what your human form looks like. After saying that, Ming-san turned his gaze to Xiaoju, and his words just happened to fit Xiaoju's thoughts. She was racking her brains to find a reason, but she didn't expect Ming-san to come to her on his own initiative. You're good, Fate 3. Chapter 233 The True Face of the Human Body. Since you are so excited and curious, I will grant your wish. However, to ensure fairness, how about we demonstrate it together? I think there will be no objection to this. Xiaoju raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a faint smile on his face, and his eyes slowly swept over everyone present. Some people have some doubts in their hearts, are we curious? The first to respond to Xiaoju was still Ming-san. Of course, we're all family, there's no need to get hung up on these little details. It won't hurt to see what happens. As soon as Ming-san finished speaking, he turned to look at Ming-si who was standing beside him. Ming-si hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, there was a sharp light flashing in Xiaoju's eyes, and he was thinking secretly in his heart. Fate 3, you're just as good as I expected. You're such a talent. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoju was already very happy, Mingxin was really a great supporting actor. Then the others looked at each other and nodded together. Very good, since everyone agrees, let's lift the masking together. Xiaoju saw that everyone nodded, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Xiaoju finished speaking, the covering clothes worn by everyone gradually became transparent like gauze, and their bodies hidden under the clothes were gradually revealed before their eyes. Xiaoju stared at them, and at this moment, even she herself was filled with strong curiosity. As the cover disappeared, the 8 members on the scene revealed their true forms. Xiaoju turned her gaze towards Ming-san, because in her mind, what she was most curious about was what this intelligent person looked like. Xiaoju looked at Ming-san with some surprise, but also felt that it was very reasonable. What caught his eye was a woman wearing a sports vest, and she looked back at Xiaoju with eyes full of curiosity. This woman has well-developed muscles and strong limbs, but her head looks extremely cute and charming. Xiaoju silently added to the description of Ming-san in his heart, isn't this the legendary King Kong Barbie? Ming-er, you are so beautiful. Ming-san had a simple smile on his face, and he scratched his head subconsciously with his strong hands. Xiaoju smiled back at Mingxin politely. Then, Xiaoju shifted his gaze to Ming-si and found that he was a thin boy wearing a pair of glasses and a plaid shirt, looking like a typical nerd. Hello. Ming-si nodded slightly at Xiaoju shyly. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Ming-wu. He was an old man in his 50s, dressed in a neat Mao suit, standing tall and straight like a pine tree, and looking energetic. He smiled and nodded slightly to Xiaoju, appearing polite. Looking at Ming-lu again, she was a middle-aged woman in a professional suit, dressed like an office clerk. She has a pretty face and picturesque features, giving people a gentle and amiable feeling. Ming-chi is a young man with dazzling golden hair. At first glance, he looks like a bad boy in society. However, his personality is in stark contrast to his appearance. From his attitude, we can see that he not only respects other people's opinions, but also is willing to obey them. Next is Mingba, a youthful girl dressed in colorful and fashionable clothes, full of energy. At this moment, she was chewing bubble gum and blowing bubbles happily. Finally, Mingju, who is also a girl, attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing a comfortable home outfit, looking virtuous and dignified, with an elegant temperament and a casual and friendly look. All the clones stared at each other, their eyes full of curiosity. After all, this was the first time they had shown themselves so openly to others, and it was inevitable that they would have a strong curiosity about each other's appearance. Have you ever experienced life in the human world? Ming-san looked at everyone enthusiastically, and she seemed curious about their other information as well. I'm a boxer, and I'm quite famous in China, hee. Ming-san spoke first, and she twisted her body and punched the air a few times to prove that she was a boxer. I'm a programmer. Ming-si pushed his glasses and lowered his head after speaking. I'm a financial officer in a company, and I'm just killing time when I have nothing to do. Ming-woo smiled slightly and gently rubbed her ring in her hand. It seemed that there was something she didn't say. I'm just an old idiot. Ming-lu said it for the sake of meaning, but he certainly wasn't telling the truth. I'm a courier, and I love chasing the wind on the road. Ming-chi's words were a bit cool, which obviously made the others stunned for a moment. A boy chasing the wind. Is this a middle school student, or? Hee, I'm an outdoor anchor, view. Mingba said wow and made a gun-shooting gesture with both hands, and blew a big bubble from her mouth, which burst with a pop sound as she moved. She seems to be a very cute girl. Hello, I'm a kindergarten teacher. I like children very much. Mingju nodded slightly at them, his voice and appearance both sounding very gentle. Everyone's attention began to focus on Xiaoju. Xiaoju went out today wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, looking very heroic. I guess they were all curious about what Xiaoju's occupation was in the human world. Xiaoju smiled slightly. I've been a racing driver, a painter, a writer, and many other things, but I don't do any of them anymore. No one was surprised. In fact, the professions mentioned by the other clones were just the ones they were interested in and wanted to experience. Moreover, the personality revealed may not be what is shown now, and Xiaoju does not need to fully know their actual thoughts and personalities. It is enough to know what their human forms look like. Then, I will look for an opportunity to get close to Lin Ao during this period. You should just follow the orders of your main consciousness. If there are any emergencies, we can keep each other informed. Xiaoju smiled slightly. There was no need to stay since the purpose of this trip had been achieved. Xiaoju also didn't plan to go to Lin Feng's side as he could not pose any threat. For Lin Ao now, unless the destiny body concentrates all its strength, there will be a chance to take down Lin Ao and Tianming in one fell swoop. But Xiaoju knew that he didn't have the opportunity or the time now. He is still sleeping, so Lin Ao is almost invincible at this time. But Chu Tian, this person needs special attention because in previous timelines, Chu Tian has had some amazing performances. She thought that she should contact the people in charge of Chu Tian more often in the future. Chapter 234 Lin Feng. Okay, I should go now. Xiaoju said softly, then smiled and nodded slightly to everyone. Everyone responded with smiles and quickly put on the special clothing that used the red thread of fate to cover their bodies. In the blink of an eye, everyone seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing silently from the roof of the building without a trace. At the same time, Ming-san and Ming-si appeared inside the building. They walked lightly and moved swiftly, moving through the corridors like ghosts. Finally, the two stopped in front of the door of a luxuriously decorated office. Walking through the door, you will see a spacious and bright room filled with luxurious office furniture. And in the center, there were several people sitting with different expressions. Among them, a young man sat on the main seat. He had a face as handsome as jade and an elegant temperament. Next to him, there was a blonde foreign beauty leaning against him. Sean, how's the Wanlong Club that you and Daniel created going? The young man asked, his voice gentle and steady. Haha, just a little trial run, and they've become the #1 power in the Saitama region. Those little Japanese are so vulnerable. Sean sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his face full of disdain. Yes, they seem to be particularly respectful to us foreigners, almost as fawning as lapdogs. Daniel also echoed, his words full of contempt and disdain for the Japanese, and his attitude was extremely arrogant and rude. But it is true that in this place, foreigners always enjoy special treatment. The reason is simple, simply because the country they live in has almost become a vassal of the United States. Brother, the family funds are ready, and we can start the next phase of our plan. Did you know that there's an app called Hatsune Miku that's really popular in Japan? Why don't we take over this company? At this time, the blonde beauty said to the young man beside her, there is still something about Hatsune of the Ao group. The black-haired Asian youth who was called younger brother was Lin Feng, who had been here for a long time. After hearing his sister Sophia's proposal, he showed his approval. Sister Sophia is absolutely right. If that's the case, then it's time for me to leave Saitama and go out for a walk. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Sophia with a doting look on his face. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was not as simple as that between siblings in the general sense. Hee, I was puzzled when you suddenly withdrew your investment and came here last time, but these little Japanese are obviously more fun than those in Shanghai, ha 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 ha. Sean meant something. He and Daniel really enjoyed this period of time. Brother, you must never learn bad things. If you become like them, I will never talk to you again. Sophia glared at Sean and Daniel fiercely, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and muttered to himself, no way, it's strange, I was the one who taught them how to play so well. Don't worry, sister. I promise I won't. I'm a pure and honest child. Didn't we agree that I would present my best self at our grand wedding? Lin Feng gazed at Sophia affectionately, with an innocent smile on his face. He had another thought in his mind, and kept complaining in his heart, wondering which novel made Sophia learn the traditional ways of Chinese women, and engage in double purity, which made Lin Feng hate her for so many years. Now I have to be very careful when cheating, and I dare not let Sophia know at all. Ming-Si, why do I feel so annoyed by this brat? Ming-San frowned and watched Lin Feng performing affectionately. At this moment, Ming-San and Ming-Si were standing quietly beside Lin Feng, but strangely, they seemed to have completely ignored the two of them, as if they were shielded by a mysterious force. There is no doubt that all this is thanks to the magical clothes they are wearing. Hasn't this always been the characteristic of these people? After Ming-Si finished speaking, he subconsciously reached out to push up his glasses, but suddenly realized that his face was blocked and he couldn't push them up. Then the fingers that were pushing up his glasses turned into a gesture towards Lin Feng. Oh my god, your eyes are so piercing, you'll end up in the dark room if you do that. At this time, Ming-San noticed that the eyes between Lin Feng and Sophia had become inseparable, and there were even signs of a rift in their gazes. Ahem, how about I report him to the will of fate? Just replace him directly. People like this are easily 404 ed. Ming-Si's words made Ming-San look at Ming-Si in shock. Ming-Si, you absolutely can't do this. I heard that those who were reported never had a good end. Hearing this, Ming-Si's whole body shook violently. How do you know these things? Ming-Si looked at Ming-San with suspicion. He, to be honest, Ming-Ju and I used to be colleagues and she was originally his. How do you think I knew that? After hearing this, Ming-Si's eyes widened. Although he was still wearing a mask, his extremely stiff body movements clearly showed how shocked he was at that moment. Have you ever seen a human form before? Ming-Si looked at Ming-San in surprise, but this was also very much like Ming-San's style. Yes, he was quite handsome before, and he's still very beautiful now. Ming-San smiled. Indeed, she was very relaxed. The main thing was that she didn't think too much. She just wanted to complete the tasks left by the will. Ming-Si nodded. So, should we start strengthening Lin Feng now? A golden ball of light rose in Ming-Si's hand. It seemed that every body of destiny contained the energy of destiny distributed by fate. Then let's do it now. Didn't the mission say to do it as soon as possible? A ball of golden light also rose in Ming-San's hand, and the two of them merged the two balls of light together. The fusion of the light balls did not make them larger, but instead shrank more than 10 times, forming a compressed energy sphere. Shining with a strong light, Ming-San waved his hand, and a ball of light flew out quickly, merging into Lin Feng's body from his forehead. At this moment, the aura of destiny on Lin Feng became extremely strong. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt something in his heart. He felt as if he would succeed in whatever he did, and a strong sense of self-confidence filled his heart. Xiaoju returned to the hotel in the evening. Lin Ao and others have also returned. They were having dinner in the restaurant. Lin Ao had a feeling and asked someone to add an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. After a while, Xiaoju appeared in the restaurant. I didn't expect that I could come back so soon. Xiaoju seems to be in a very good mood now. He doesn't deliberately act cold in front of others. Instead, he is very easygoing. Lin Ao smiled and pulled Xiaoju to sit next to him. If you have anything to say, let's talk after dinner. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Ao's words made Xiaoju smile even brighter. Chapter 235, The training is over, it's time to do what you want to do. After dinner, Xiaoju followed Lin Ao into the room like a happy little bird. "Lin Ao, guess what kind of news I got?" As soon as she entered the door, she couldn't wait to speak, her voice full of irrepressible excitement and joy, and her face showed an expression of anticipation for praise. Lin Ao was so smart that he saw through Xiaoju's little thoughts at a glance. "I guess you must have been very good at extracting important information from others, right?" He deliberately agreed with her and put on a fawning smile, looking like a likable little brother. Sure enough, Xiaoju was very proud after hearing what Lin Ao said. She put her hands on her hips, raised her head slightly, and her face was full of pride. He looked so smug, as if he had just accomplished something earth-shattering. Seeing this, Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a little funny. He secretly sighed that when a woman gives her heart and soul to someone, her changes are really obvious. You can feel it clearly just through some words and actions. It is very intuitive and the effect is amazing. I'm not telling you. At this time, Xiaoju suddenly kept the secret, speaking in a sweet and innocent voice. This sentence made Lin Ao stunned for a moment, but soon, Xiaoju started giggling again. "But I can show you directly." There was a hint of mischief in her tone. Before she finished speaking, her fingertips, as delicate and slender as white jade, had gently landed on Lin Ao's brow. Everything he saw and heard today was playing in Lin Ao's mind like a movie. Everything he saw and heard today was playing in Lin Ao's mind like a movie. Xiaoju carefully helped Lin Ao to walk to the sofa, asked him to sit down, and then began to play these memory scenes. She leaned gently on